to wait for the Indonesian President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. But you know what, Robert? Yesterday was a very exciting first day of the sessions of the World Economic Forum on East Asia program.
Okay, now let's go to Cathy San Gabriel live from Malacanang.
I'd like to bring you in as well because MasterCard, you're trying to put into place payment solutions. We talk about transactions. These people transact multiple times a day. In your experience and from what you're doing.
Cathy is now live from Malacanang, where President Aquino will be made about.
I think we are encountering
some technical problems. But yesterday was a very momentous event for the Philippines, hosting for the first time, the 23rd World Economic Forum on East Asia. And a lot of discussions and issues were talked about during that day. And one particular guest actually in that forum inspired me. He was saying that what President Aquino started to do, he actually did. Although there's still a lot of things to do with regards to infrastructure projects and also with a lot of things that need to...
I think that was Mr. Klaus Schwab, the founder of the World Economic Forum itself. And during the plenary, he said that we should adopt certain business models that would help each other, not just politically, because this is not just a political exercise, but it is an exercise of integration of the ASEAN region. And then you remember that there were a lot of questions. Why East Asia? Why is the world now focusing on East Asia? Well, we found out the answer yesterday when we were informed and we were presented with facts that it's because East Asia is the only region in the world that has shown a dramatic rise in its GDP of 7%, while the rest of the world barely raised it. We go back to Cathy San Gabriel in her report.
Manila City Mayor Joseph Estrada kasama ang military host na si Vice Admiral Jesus Milan. Hinandugan naman ni Mayor Estrada ng symbolic key to the city si President Yudhoyono. Matapos ang wreath-laying ceremony ay tutuloy naman ang Pangulo ng Indonesia dito sa Malacanang Palace. Sa pagdating ni Pangulong Yudhoyono sa palasyo, sasalubungin siya ni Pangulo Aquino para umpisahan ang welcome ceremony na hahandugan ng 12-gun salute kasabay ng pagtugtog ng national anthem ng dalawang bansa. Matapos nito ay sasamahan ni Pangulo Aquino papasok sa palasyo si Pangulong Yudhoyono para lagdaan ng guest book sa reception hall. Sa music room naman ay isasagawa ang courtesy call ni Pangulong Yudhoyono kay Pangulong Aquino kasama ang ilang opisyal ng bansa at delegado ng bansang Indonesia. Sunod nito ay magkakaroon ng expanded bilateral meeting sa pagitan ng dalawang bansa para talakayin ang ilang mga mahahalagang usapin at ilatag ang kasunduan na pipirmahan ng magkabilang panig. Inaasahan na lalagdaan ang Agreement on Maritime Boundary Delimitation at Memorandum of Understanding on Higher Education. Maya-maya rin ay mapapakinggan din natin ang magiging press statements ng dalawang Pangulo. Matapos ang pagbisita sa palasyo, ay tutungo naman si Pangulong Yudhoyono sa Makati para daluhan ang World Economic Forum at para saksihan ang turnover ceremony ng Pilipinas sa Indonesia bilang susunod na host ng World Economic Forum on East Asia sa susunod na taon. Mamayang gabi gagawin ang state dinner dito sa palasyo at gagawaran si President Yudhoyono ng Order of Sikatuna with the rank of Raha Grand Collar. Ito po ay ginagawad sa mga kasalukuyan at dating pinuno ng mga estado. At ito po ang kauna-unahang pagbisita sa bansa ni President Yudhoyono mula nang siya ay nahalal bilang Pangulo ng Indonesia noong taong 2004. Napataon din ang kanyang pagbisita sa pagdiriwang ng ika-65 anniversary ng bilateral relations sa pagitan ng Pilipinas at Indonesia noong November 24, 1947 na tumuloy para malagdaan naman ang Treaty of Friendship ilang taon ang makalipas. Sa ilalim ng kasundong ito, nakasaad ang pagpapaigting ng relasyon sa pagitan ng bansang Pilipinas at Indonesia, ang maintenance of peaceful relations sa pagitan ng dalawang bansa at settlement of disputes by diplomatic and peaceful means at cooperation sa political, socio-economic at security matters. Patunay sa mabuting relasyong mayroon ng Pilipinas at Indonesia ang pagtatapos sa matagal ng usapin patungkol sa overlapping exclusive economic zones o EEZ sa pagitan ng Mindanao Sea at Celebes Sea na siyang nagwakas o nasa wakas ay mabibigyan linaw matapos ang halos 20 taon ng negosasyon. At sa tulong naman ng mabisang pakikipag-ugnayan at dialogo sa ginanap na Philippine-Indonesia Joint Commission on Bilateral Cooperation o JCBC sa Jakarta nito lamang nakaraang Pebrero ay nabigyang linaw kung hanggang saan ang boundary ng Indonesia at Pilipinas para protektahan ang economic zones nito na kasamang lalagdaan sa pagdating ni President Yudhoyono dito po sa palasyo ngayong araw. Karugtong nito ay matagumpay ding nabuo ang Philippine-Indonesia Plan for 2014-2016 na magsisilbing roadmap para matagumpay na mailatag sa tamang panahon ang mga programang magpapaigting ng kooperasyon sa pagitan ng dalawang bansa. Nabuo rin ang Agreement on Mandatory Consular Notification and Assistance, isang mabisang mekanismo para proteksyonan ang karapatan ng mga Pilipino sa Indonesia at ang vice versa naman po na nakakulong o kasalukuyang may kinakaharap na kaso o kaya'y namatay habang nasa ibang bansa. Sa ngayon ay umaabot na sa mahigit 9,000 Pilipino ang nagtatrabaho at naninirahan sa bansang Indonesia at nasa nailatag na foreign trade sa bansa para sa taong 2013 ang bansang Indonesia ang isa sa malakas na trading partner na umabot sa mahigit 3 bilyong US dollars ang naitalang kabuang kalakal nito sa Pilipinas. At isang backgrounder lang po tungkol sa bumibisitang Pangulo ng Indonesia na si Dr. Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. Ilbihan siya bilang Army General at naihalal bilang Pangulo ng bansang Indonesia sa kauna-unahang direct presidential elections nito noong September 2004 na hinirang bilang first ever peaceful transition of power sa buong kasaysayan ng bansang Indonesia. At sa unang pag-upo niya, naging hamon ang krisis na kinaharap ng bansa na maganap ang 2004 Asian tsunami disaster. Ngunit nabigyan ng international recognition ang administrasyon ni Yudhoyono nang matagumpayan niya ang malagdaan ang Peace Deal Agreement taong 2005 sa pagitan ng mga rebeldeng grupo sa Aceh Province. At nang matapos ang kanyang termino ay muli siyang nahalal matapos ang landslide victory noong 2009 bilang Pangulo muli. Patunay ito ng kanyang galing na panatilihin ang kapayapaan sa bansa at itaas ang antas ng pamumuhunan sa Indonesia. Sa ikalawang pag-upo niya bilang isa sa tinutukan ni Yudhoyono ang pagbuwag sa korupsyon sa gobyerno na nagsilbing platform of governance niya sa kanyang kampanya. Nakilala rin si President Yudhoyono sa galing niya sa pamumuno ng sa gitna ng global financial crisis na kinaharap ng buong mundo taong 2008 hanggang 2009 ay nanatiling matatag ang ekonomiya ng kanilang bansa. Nag-aral at kumuha si Yudhoyono ng kanyang master's degree sa Estados Unidos at nakilala mula sa panunungkulan ng dating Pangulong Suharto matapos niyang pamunuan ang peacekeeping contingent ng Indonesia sa Bosnia noong taong 1990s. Kinilala si Yudhoyono bilang ng international community sa husay sa pamumuno sa bansang Indonesia, ngunit mas kilala siya sa Indonesia bilang kompositor at mga awit ng love song at religious songs. Sa ngayon ay umaabot na sa 3 albums ang kanyang inilabas. Ang Singing for You noong taong 2007, Evolusi noong taong 2009, at I'm Certain I'll Make It noong taong 2010. Matapos ang termino ni Yudhoyono ay ngayong taon o matatapos ang kanyang termino ngayong taon matapos na maihalal ang bagong Pangulo ng bansang Indonesia. At inaabangan po natin ngayon dito sa Palace Grounds ang pagdating nga ng Pangulo ng Indonesia na si Dr. Yudhoyono para sa kanyang state visit. Nakaabang na po dito sa Palace Grounds ang mga cabinet secretaries para sa kauna-unahang state visit ng leader ng bansang Indonesia. Manggagaling po, gaya ng aking nabanggit, sa Luneta, mula sa isang wreath-laying ceremony si President Yudhoyono. At kung matutuloy nga po, inaasahan din na habang nagsasagawa si Col, si President Yudhoyono kay Pangulong Aquino ay tutungo naman sa museum, sa Palace Museum, si Dr. Ani Yudhoyono para sa isang tour. At handa na po ang palasyo para sa unang state visit ni President Yudhoyono. At inaasahan nga po na malalagdaan ang ilang mga kasunduan sa kanyang pagbisita ngayon kay Pangulong Aquino. Ilan dito ay patungkol sa mga matters regarding education, defense, and fight against terrorism. At matatandaan po natin noong 2011 ay nagkaroon po o nagsagawa naman ng state visit sa bansang Indonesia ang ating Pangulong Benigno S. Aquino III. Ang state visit po dito ni President Yudhoyono ay kasabay ng paggunita natin ng ika-65 taong anibersaryo ng bilateral relations ng ating bansa at ng bansang Indonesia. Inaantabayanan pa rin ang pagdating ng Pangulong Yudhoyono dito sa palasyo para sa kanyang state visit. Magbabalik po kami. Meantime, back to studio.
Thank you very much, Kathy San Gabriel. Going back to what we were talking about earlier, Robert, what I really found very, very interesting yesterday was the way President Aquino, during the opening plenary, had given so much credit to the ordinary Filipino people for taking our country at the forefront of the World Economic Forum.
Yes, it just shows that, the government cannot work alone. So there has to be really a part where the people have to help in order for our nation to grow. So there's a lot of partnership, a lot of feedback from government to public, and even the business community, which is why a lot of our business people are right now are attending the World Economic Forum just to see the highlights of the gains that our country has has done in the past years of the Aquino administration, the investment grade upgrades, economic fundamentals, and I guess what maybe the biggest reason why it's being hosted is they see that the Philippines has really become resilient in spite of all the crisis that has been happening, not only here in Asia in the past, but also what was happening abroad in the U.S. and also in Europe. The resiliency, and also with on track with the fundamentals economically, and also what President has the path of tuwid na daan.
Exactly.
The anti-corruption, transparency, and I think that's why outside observers has seen this and has said that the Philippines now, I guess, is a credit-worthy country, stable enough for foreign investments to come in. Now it is that the ball is in our court now in the Philippines on how to translate that into gains of more foreign direct investments here in the Philippines, and to have inclusive growth to trickle
add to
down.
your question, how can we sustain such kind of growth in our country? Just so it would take us to 2015 beyond, because integration will happen. The deadline will be on December of 2015. Meanwhile, before anything else, Rocky Ignacio will report on the official opening of the 23rd World Economic Forum by President Benigno Aquino III.
President Aquino opened the 23rd World Economic Forum on East Asia, showcasing the country's economic turnaround after a decade. The president is joined by Vietnamese Prime Minister Nguyen Thanh Duong and Indonesian President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono.
I cannot overstate our country's gratitude for the opportunity to host all of you here, and it gives me great pride to say, on behalf of my countrymen, indeed, welcome to the Philippines. Over the course of your visit, I am hopeful that you can make time in your busy schedules to visit our tourist attractions and historical landmarks, which makes us one of the most fun countries on earth.
The discussion was focused on steps to ensure economic stability in East Asia. This is the first that World Economic Forum held in Manila, an opportunity to present steps as springboard for a vibrant economy. President Aquino cited measures to ensure additional investments, food security, and improve the plight of poor Filipinos.
Our people are the be-all and end-all of this government, and we are not content with waiting for the benefits of growth to just trickle down the social pyramid. This is why, from the beginning of our term, most of our efforts have been targeting the poorest of the poor. This year, however, we have expanded the scope of our efforts and are now likewise targeting those who are deemed near poor, or those who are one catastrophic illness or one natural disaster away from going below the poverty threshold. Our goal, to push them further and further away from the poverty line and to empower them to improve their own lots in life.
The President also recognized the need to mitigate the effect of climate change. He added that the country attained a 7.2% growth in 2013 despite the devastation brought by Zamboanga siege, killer quake in Bohol, and Super Typhoon Haiyan in the Visayas.
At the end of the day, however, we recognize that the power behind all our efforts, whether in pursuing inclusive economic growth, improving competitiveness, food security, or disaster risk management, comes from any individual, but from our people. This is why inclusive growth is not just a mantra for us. It is the yardstick by which we measure any government undertaking. After all, it is a participatory public, one that is empowered, and one that gives government their trust and confidence, and a government that never misplaces that trust, that ultimately makes equitable progress possible. It is truly a symbiotic relationship. As we empower our people to improve their lots in life, they empower us to battle the vested interests that remain in society. Ultimately, it is our countrymen who give us the confidence to continue blazing the path of reform.
Good governance has been the backbone of the administration's campaign. President Aquino renewed his commitment to end graft and corruption in the country.
We pursued all those who committed wrongdoing, regardless of their power, wealth, or influence. As you may have guessed, tangling with these very wealthy individuals and sectors with vested interests was not an easy task. But those in our administration were not shaken. Dismantling the culture of corruption was a promise we made to the people. If we truly wanted to improve the lives of our people, we could not possibly shirk away from this challenge. We had to take on all those who had a misplaced sense of entitlement, who believed that they had more rights than their fellow Filipinos. So we went after every individual who committed wrongdoing, and look at the results. My predecessor is now undergoing hospital arrest as she undergoes 2 serious charges, with another one being evaluated by the Ombudsman. The Congress and the Senate removed a Chief Justice from office for failing to declare over 98% of his assets and is in his statement of assets and liabilities and net worth, contrary to our Constitution and our laws. Our efforts were not limited to those in the highest positions. We want to institute integrity throughout the bureaucracy.
President Aquino added that reforms are visible through the investment grade status given by the 3 international credit rating agencies.
The result of all our collective efforts in the Philippines is what you see now. One instilled with a newfound optimism, one that believes in its capacity to help its people, and one that is widely considered to be among the world's emerging economies.
The Philippines will officially turn over to Indonesia the hosting of the 24th World Economic Forum East Asia in 2015. For the People's Television, Rocky Ignacio.
Thank you very much, Rocky Ignacio. As according to her report, what really stood out yesterday was the fact that all the leaders of East Asia who were there during the plenary were saying that a participatory public is the key towards integration. Yeah. So that's why I think the President Aquino has given so much credit on the ordinary Filipino people who have done their part the best that they can in order to make our country, our economy, our policies be at its best during its implementation.
Yes, as we discussed earlier, it's really an integral part on nation building that, government can do only so much in terms of building infrastructure, building the economic fundamentals and all that. We will now go back to Malacanang, Kathy, where President Aquino will be
Para sa kanyang
Indonesian President.
state visit dito sa Pilipinas. Nahalal po bilang Pangulo ng Indonesia noong 2004 si Dr. Bambang Yudhoyono matapos po ang landslide victory. Ito po ang kauna-unahang peaceful elections sa Indonesia matapos ang mahabang panahon. Panoorin po natin ang state visit ni His Excellency Dr. President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono.
Tanghal! Ta! Bueno, tanghal. Ta! Dadala. Please. Baba! Ta! Your Excellency, the Honor Garden is now ready for inspection. Excellency, colors, ready, up. Tanghal! Ta! Ang pinuno, tanghal. Ta! Baba, ta! Anda dala. Bilis. Baba! Ta! Your Excellency, the ceremony is over.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ito po ang special coverage live mula dito sa Palasyo ng Malacanang ng state visit ni Indonesian President Dr. Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. Katatapos lang po ng welcome ceremony para sa bumibisitang Pangulo ng Indonesia. At matatandaan po natin na ilang taon na nakalilipas ay bumisita rin si Pangulo Aquino sa bansang Indonesia. Ngayon naman po, ito po ang kauna-unahan at huling pagbisita ni President Yudhoyono dahil nakatakda siyang bumaba mula sa pagkapangulo sa susunod na taon din po ang kanyang pagbisita sa kasalukuyang ginaganap na 23rd World Economic Forum on East Asia dito po sa ating bansa na dinaluhan din ng Prime Minister ng Vietnam, siyempre po ni Pangulong Aquino at ng Vice President ng Myanmar. Ang pagbisita po ng Pangulo ng Indonesia ay nataon sa pagdiriwang ng ika-65 anibersaryo ng bilateral relations sa pagitan ng Pilipinas at Indonesia. Ito po ay nag-umpisa noong November 24, 1947 na tumuloy para malagdaan ang Treaty of Friendship ilang taon ang makalipas. Sa ilalim po ng nasabing kasunduan ay nakasaad ang pagpapaigting ng relasyon sa pagitan ng bansang Pilipinas at Indonesia, ang maintenance of peace and friendship, settlement of disputes by diplomatic and peaceful means at cooperation in political, social, economic at security matters. Patunay po sa mabuting relasyong meron at Indonesia ang pagtatapos sa matagal ng usapin tungkol sa overlapping exclusive economic zone sa pagitan ng Mindanao Sea at Celebes Sea na sa wakas po ay nabigyan linaw matapos ang halos 20 taon ng negosasyon sa pagitan ng dalawang bansa. Sa tulong din po ng mabisang pakikipag-ugnayan at dialogo sa ginanap na Philippine-Indonesia Joint Commission on Bilateral Cooperation o JCBC sa Jakarta noong nakaraang Pebrero ay nabigyan linaw kung hanggang saan ang boundary ng Indonesia at Pilipinas para protektahan ang economic zones nito. At pumasok na po sa loob ng palasyo ng Malacanang ang Pangulo Aquino at si President Yudhoyono. Matapos po ito ay lalagdaan ni President Yudhoyono ang guest book na siya pong tradisyon o kasama sa protocol sa isang state visit. Matapos po ang signing ng guest book, ay magsasagawa po ng courtesy call si Pangulong Yudhoyono kay Pangulong Aquino sa music room ng palasyo. Kasama po ang ilang mga miyembro ng gabinete tulad po ni Executive Secretary Paquito Ochoa, Foreign Affairs Secretary Albert Del Rosario at Indonesian Ambassador o Philippine Ambassador to Indonesia, si Ginang Aguinaldo. Magkakaroon din po ng isang state dinner para sa bumibisitang leader ng Indonesia mamayang gabi dito sa palasyo ng Malacanang. Marami pong nakatakdang talakayin sa kanilang magiging expanded bilateral meeting. Ilan po dito ay patungkol sa trade at edukasyon at maging sa territory at isa rin po sa mahalagang aspeto na inaasahan ng magkabilang panig ay patungkol po sa ang pagtugon ng dalawang bansa sa issue ng terorismo. At gagawaran din po mamayang gabi dito sa Palasyo ng Malacanang ni Pangulo Aquino si President Yudhoyono ng Order of Sikatuna Rank of Raha Grand Collar. Ito po ay iginagawad ng Pangulo ng Pilipinas sa mga dati at kasalukuyang leader ng mga nasyon. Nandito rin nga po para sa 23rd World Economic Forum on East Asia ang Pangulo ng Indonesia, kasama rin po ang Vietnamese Prime Minister na nagkaroon din po ng isang working visit dito sa palasyo noong nakaraang araw. Nandito rin po sa ating bansa ang Vice President ng Myanmar para nga po sa forum na ito na kauna-unahang pagkakataon po na ginaganap sa ating bansa. Kahapon po dumating dito sa Pilipinas si President Yudhoyono kasama ang kanyang may bahay na si Mrs. Annie Bamba Yudhoyono. At isa po sa mahalagang aspeto na nagkaroon po ng linaw sa pagitan ng ating bansa at ng bansang Indonesia ay ang pagsasettle ng usapin patungkol sa overlapping exclusive economic zone. At ito po ay nagpapatunay ng hakbangin ng pagnanais ng Pilipinas na ma-settle ang mga disputes sa teritoryo sa pamamagitan ng mapayapa at diplomatikong paraan. Ito po ang nakita natin sa naging kasunduan ng ating bansa at ng Indonesia kamakailan nang matapos po ang mahigit 20 taon ay nagkasundo na po ang dalawang bansa patungkol dito sa exclusive economic zone na siya pong matagal ng issue sa pagitan ng dalawang bansa. Ito po yung sa area ng Mindanao Sea at Celebes Sea na noong Pebrero po ay nasettle na po ng ating bansa at ng Indonesia. Patungo na po sa music room ng palasyo si Pangulo Aquino at si President Yudhoyono para sa signing ng guest book na susundan naman po ng isang courtesy call. Ang nakikita niyo po ay live feed mula sa loob ng Palasyo ng Malacanang. Ito po yung sa reception hall kung saan katatapos lamang po ng lumagda sa guest book ni President Yudhoyono. Ang Indonesia po ay isang mahalagang partner ng Pilipinas bilang isang kasapi ng Association of Southeast Asian Nation. Si President Yudhoyono po ay itinuturing na isang icon of democracy sa Indonesia matapos siyang mahalal sa kauna-unahang pagkakataon noong 2004 na tinuturing na isa sa mga peaceful elections sa Indonesia. At matapos po ng kanyang termino ay siya po ay muling nahalal noong 2009. Ito po ang eksena sa loob ng music room kung saan kasalukuyan pong ginaganap ang courtesy call ni President Yudhoyono kay Pangulong Benigno S. Aquino III. Kasama po dyan ang ilan sa mga miyembro ng gabinete ng Pangulo at maging ilan sa mga delegasyon, miyembro ng delegasyon ng bansang Indonesia. Matapos po ang courtesy call ay magkakaroon po ng expanded bilateral meeting ang leader ng dalawang bansa kasama po ang kanilang mga miyembro ng gabinete na inaasahan po nating magtatagal ng humigit kumulang 1 oras. Ang state dinner po ay igagawad mamayang alas 7 ng gabi para kay President Yudhoyono dito sa Palasyo ng Malacanang. Matapos po kasi ang kanilang expanded bilateral meeting at joint press statement ay inaasahan pong tutungo muli sa Makati Shangri-La Hotel si President Yudhoyono para umattend po ng kasalukuyang ginaganap na 20th World Economic Forum on East Asia na dinadalahan din po ng iba't ibang mga leader ng bansa at maging mga miyembro ng business community and academe. Ito po yung ikalawang araw na ng 23rd World Economic Forum on East Asia na ginaganap po sa ating bansa sa kasalukuyan. Mamaya po ay magbabalik po tayo mula dito sa Palasyo ng Malacanang para ihatid po sa inyo ang magiging resulta ng napagkasunduan sa expanded bilateral meeting sa pagitan po ng Indonesia at ng ating bansa. Kaya antabayanan po yan. Magbabalik po kami. Magandang umaga.
You know, JJ, the timing is just right with this event of the state visit of Indonesian President Susilo Yudhoyono as we go to the, the government prepares itself for the ASEAN integration with, increasing the bilateral ties between these two countries.
That's right. And the maritime boundary delineation that they're going to talk about. Meanwhile, we go to the Makati Shangri-La Hotel to witness the sessions on Asia Security Outlook, wherein they will talk about cultivating national resilience to conflicts.
Countries will not have a chance to really independently decide what they want to do. They will be asked to join. And that's a question that's very hard to answer because it usually includes trade-offs, economic trade-offs as well. And so this is what I really worry about. Just think about transnational corporations right now more or less being present globally, having to redefine their position in another 2 or 3 way competition in the world. You have to close down presences, you have to open up other ones. You have to think about your supply chains, you have to think about your distribution networks. You will have more competition inside of those newly formed blocks. You will have a different type of competition between blocks. You will have all kinds of completely different strategic implications that will seriously affect the way how we conduct business. Not only, of course, about the security environment. And being a specialist on North Korea in particular, of course, you wonder how those countries will actually react to that. I think in particular, someone like North Korea will actually benefit from a Cold War 2.0. They will find themselves back again inside of one camp, where they will be under the umbrella that is formed, where their leverage will definitely increase. And if you see recent developments, especially improvement of relations between Russia and North Korea for giving 90% of their debt. On the other hand, also joint military exercises between Russia and China just recently. All that seems to point in a direction that I find very, disturbing. I think there's also a way out, but I think for framing the problem, that should be enough for the moment.
Thank you very much. So that's a very interesting start. Let me just quickly challenge that with one line, because the original Cold War was a geopolitical competition of influence, but it was also a competition between economic systems. Do we see this second today as well, or is there a difference because actually Russia and China both have embraced capitalism in a sense? So the mutual dependence is higher than it was back in the Cold War days.
Oh, I strongly believe that that will also involve an ideological competition, perhaps not between socialism and capitalism, but between different forms of capitalism. So that is quite clear that we also see that. Certainly an emphasis more on a centralized, state-led economic development, an emphasis on welfare and all these things, even leading to how democracies are being created. Different kinds of countries all call themselves democratic. So I clearly see room even for ideological competition in those fields.
Okay. To stay on that one, do you agree with this?
Largely, I think what Professor Frank has said that is most significant is the role of traditional great powers that have not been as active in the region coming back in. You mentioned Russia, and I think you're absolutely correct, both in terms of the role in North Korea increasing, but also, of course, the energy supply and the energy agreement that's just been signed with Russia. And also India now, after its new election, one expects a much more confident and consistent strategic orientation that's going to include the Far East more prominently than before. So the role of 7 major world powers in this region simultaneously does have the potential for there to therefore be some kind of a Cold War 2.0. I would only differ in that I see a lot of fluidity within those dynamics. For every action, there is a reaction. When we speak about America's pivot to Asia, at the same time, the counter-reaction becomes how can ASEAN have a voice of its own? What is China going to do to potentially re-engage with codes of conduct and calm the waters? When we talk about the American shale gas revolution, the ability to export cheap energy to reinforce relationships with Asian allies, then there's an effort, of course, to tie up with Russia, Australian production of gas all around the region to bring down regional prices, and that would mitigate the growing leverage that the U.S. has. When we talk about the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the idea of also embedding and strengthening alliance relationships, and this gets to the point about ideology and economic competition, then on the response is the RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which would be an equally robust intra-regional trade zone. So we can never say definitively, by giving those examples of the shale gas and the trade agreement and the military pivot, you see that you can make a last for 6 months or 1 year and say, oh, this is the new dynamic. But then things change on the ground and from within the region, and you have that restoration of fluidity. So I wouldn't be so certain that we will be clear about the camps. What I would say, though, is that the form that this ideological competition, if there is one, is going to take, and in a way what the competitive dynamics really are about, whether they seem to be 20th century territorial or about matters of technology and so forth, it really is about who controls the supply chains, right? Who controls the value added, who controls the access corridors and so forth. And the insecurities that we ascribe to these traditional territorial concerns and attitudes are really derivative of a concern for controlling the supply chains of energy and technology and other commodities.
Would you agree that we are seeing the end of the liberal order and the return of Westphalianism?
A return of?
Westphalian
no, I actually think that is a mistake. And I think a more accurate analysis is that whereas even countries like China are considered very statist and Westphalian in nature, that how they view the sanctity of their own borders differs from how they view the sanctity of others' borders, and therefore they are not entirely Westphalian per se. And that's why looking at things from the standpoint of it's a two-way street after all. That's why I think taking a sort of supply chain approach is very important. With the CNOC 981 oil rig off the Paracel Islands, the term that was used by the chairman of the oil company was that this is part of our mobile national sovereignty. So there's very novel language being used that isn't quite captured by Westphalian theory.
Neo-Westphalian, isn't it?
Yeah, it wouldn't even. I don't think we should use the word Westphalian, quite frankly, in this conversation. We should really be talking about again these supply chain nodes and what their implications are for what constitutes territory in the first place, and therefore what avenues or corridors for supply chains they want to control, and those can't really be grounded in traditional Westphalian legal theory at all. So we need to be much more, I think, creative.
Admiral, I'd like to move to you. The pivot were basically announced, I think, more or less when you took over Pacific Command. And of course, you are very central to the whole thinking of the U.S. presence in the region. And I'd like to hear your strategic outlook seen from your very important position in the Pacific.
Well, thank you. As you know, President Obama announced the pivot, or the rebalance to the Asia Pacific. Let me start by saying it's not just about security. It's about our military security. It's about all of government, all of humanity, all of the things that are important to the American people. And I think one of the main audiences for the rebalance was the American people. Was to once again reassure to them that we're a Pacific nation, that our interests for this century and beyond will lie here in the Pacific, and that we have historic alliances, growing partnerships. I mean, we have $1.2 trillion of two-way trade through this part of the world each year. So this matters to the American people, the security and stability of what happens in Asia. My role, though, is on the security side, on the military side. And I think that the underlying assumption in a global, growingly productive global economy, and it really is quite amazing what's happened in my lifetime, our lifetimes, as far as globalization. Just think about the things that flow in the maritime domain. Today, about 90% of everything that moves in the world moves on the oceans. And just in my lifetime, and as a career, that has quadrupled in volume. And it will continue to go up as we move energy and sources around and those types of things. So I think for that global economy to thrive in a very complex world that's growing with growing challenges, it has to be underwritten by a set of assumptions on what does that security environment mean. It's like your neighborhood at home. If you have a safe neighborhood, it's generally going to have a pretty good draw for businesses and families and good schools. Well, that's true for the global economy, I think, as well, and in particular here in the Asia Pacific. But there are some significant challenges here. One, you can't compare this to Europe or to NATO. That vastness of this region and the diversity of the cultures and diversities of the histories here across really what spans about half the world, I think to try to make that analogy too quickly is not productive. But there are challenges. First of all, is just the mass of humanity here. Today there's about 7 billion people in the world. 6 out of every 10 live here. In this century, they expect that to go to 9 billion, and 7 out of every 10 people in the world will live here. And as food sources have to be rethought about because of climate change and because of changing weather patterns, those have to be considered. As more and more of humanity move towards the oceans and to look for economic viability. You see today in all industrializing countries are moving closer to the maritime and littorals to get access to that economy, to those economic benefits. These start to put new on how we have to think through security. But of course there are those traditional security issues that seem to continue to plague us and probably will for some time. The situation in North Korea. The armistice was signed the year I was born, and not much has changed in North Korea except that you have the third generation of a radical regime that now claims to have nuclear weapons that can hold the rest of the world at hostage. And so this is a very important problem that must be dealt with and considered, because I believe that a disruption in the Korean Peninsula would have far-reaching implications for the security of the global economy. And then, of course, there's the rise of China that you mentioned. There's also the rise of India and a growing importance of Indonesia in the economic framework of Asia Pacific. And certainly the great economic prosperity that's happening in countries even like the Philippines here today. And, of course, then we've got the historic and traditional territorial disputes that you see going on that are kind of tearing at the fabric of what we was right, and now we're having to make some decisions about how we're going to deal with it. The Asia Pacific region, because of its economic growth, is also the most militarized region in the world. This is where the military navies, armies, you pick a piece of it, is growing the most rapidly. The 7 out of the 10 largest armies in the world are in the Indo-Asia Pacific region. All the large navies in the world are here. And so how these forces are managed to create a fabric of security that allows economic success here has not yet been determined. You know, in the end, I think you're going to have a historical group of bilateral relationships, alliances, a growing number of trilaterals, and a need to move towards more multilateralism, as painful as it is sometimes, to be able to ensure that you can create a security environment. I've described it as a patchwork quilt. You can't put, in this rural part of the world, you can't put a consistent framework together like you can in other more homogeneous part of the world. It's going to be a number of economic agreements, a number of alliances, a number of multilateral organizations, growing ones like ASEAN, who are going to have a voice in being able to hold the fabric of the security together. And what's going to underline that, the most important thing, is a commitment to rule of law, a commitment to international forums to solve problems, to solve disputes. You can't have a winner-take-all attitude. It will require compromise. It will require dialogue, and it will require. And I guess the bottom line is you will never stop having friction in this part of the world, because a good economic growth, a good competition is good for the region, and that springs competition. It springs friction. But we have to have a security environment that allows that friction to occur without tearing and then sending the region into what you described might have been a century ago.
Thank you very much, Admiral. Excellent points. A couple of takeaways here. One is, of course, this region is particularly dynamic. It has a large population. Most of the people on the planet live here. It's a young population for many countries' part. It has tremendous potential, but also the challenge that this potential will be undermined by security competition. The second takeaway, I think, is your reminder of the role of oceans for commerce and for commerce and trade, for contact between people. And I would say, historically speaking, the role of navies has been more about protecting the sort of free lanes of shipping in order to promote commerce than actually sea battles with other countries. So this is a continued relevance of the job that you and your colleagues are doing. And I think also another takeaway so far in the discussion is that while a more sort of European-centric or European North American-centric outlook on security for the last 20 years have been the assumption that we would go from classical competition between states to so-called new and threats, I think this theater, this region, shows that there is a continued relevance of the classical security challenges where big states compete with each other, and that's probably more a dominant theme in the 21st century than we might have thought when we were in the midst of Afghanistan and Iraq and so on.
Plus you're adding domains that are becoming more and more critical. So in this case of cyber, I mean, who would have thought 30 years ago that the cyber world would be so critical to the day-to-day operation of the global economy, including this part of the world. But yet it's one of the most ungoverned spaces we have, and it's at risk. And that puts risk on economic development. So Absolutely. We have to have that dialogue, not just about oceans and airspace and land masses, but we have to have that dialogue about how do we operate in cyberspace and then extrapolate that into space.
This is one of the dialogues that the World Economic Forum is trying to drive for precisely those reasons. This is basically now sort of a quick tour of the security landscape, but let's now move towards the solutions part. What can we do about it? How can we move ahead? And I'd like to start by inviting Secretary General Ibatani, Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat. What is your perspective, focusing on what to do?
Well, actually, Admiral put me in a rather difficult position because I was going to propose to follow the example of Europe. In this region, as Admiral just said, because of the diversified culture and so forth, we are trying to refrain from forcing Asian countries to accept one set of norm, legal institution, and try to be inclusive. And based on that assumption, there have been a lot of discussions have taken place as to security issues, military issues also. My feeling is that it is about time that we should to establish a certain solid, legally based institutional framework to talk about all these political military issues. And when we look at a European example, European Union is also, was of course much advanced than us. Maybe we can take the example of OSCE. As I was posted in Vienna before I came to Seoul, I observed how they function in order to create trust among the member countries. They can meet as often as they want, almost every day, to talk about these issues. So this kind of dialogue forum should be established in this region. And well, I think this will be the extension of ASEAN Regional Forum. They have been working on this issue for the past 20 years or so. And this work should be expertized, and in order to do that, they need a more solid institution so that they can meet more frequently. So that is my idea, and I belong to Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat. And eventual goal of trilateral cooperation is to establish the East Asian community. It is stipulated in the Vision 2020 of the trilateral cooperation. And definitely in this East Asian community, there should be security issues handled in this organization. And so we have to start preparation now.
Thank you very much. And you would your final is an East Asian security and economic political community, but you also suggest that you would build that on the ASEAN Regional Forum. Yes. If I get it right. Yes. When you make as a European, when you make the reference to the OSCE, I confirm that we can meet frequently, but it's still work in progress, as Ukraine has showed us. We're not really done with establishing trust in Europe, and actually, I think the last years have led to a reduction in strategic trust between main players in Europe rather than the increase. So even if you have institutions, you may have problems. So just want to point out that.
Yeah, I recognize this difficulty. Even in European Union, this political military side is still to be developed. They are now formulating this common security policy, but it does not cover everything, right? It's just part of it.
And I think it's fair for, if you want, to follow up on the historic analogy, the European Union would probably not have happened if it wasn't for the U.S. security guarantee to Western Europe. So although the EU as an economic political cooperation, it was under the umbrella of the U.S. nuclear and security guarantee. And of course, that's difficult to see that you will have kind of one driving force behind the unification of kind of a broader political agreement between Japan and China as things stand today. Question?
In order to establish the East Asian community, probably the key countries are this trilateral, Japan, China, and Korea. It is a very challenging task to establish a collaborative relationship among the three countries, particularly in the area of security. However, without this collaborative relationship, I don't think we can establish a very solid organization in this region. So it will take time, but we should make efforts.
Challenging, but even more necessary. Thank you. Undersecretary Rosario, let's move to ASEAN. host country and the host region, I think one of the most promising developments in the world, as I see it, is the coming together of the Asian ASEAN states, but also the way it's not only about the 10 countries, but also about the broader region. And the ASEAN Plus is probably the closest you get to a regional integration process in this part of the world. What can ASEAN do to solve the challenges that we were discussing, or at least mitigate them?
Yeah. Okay. For ASEAN, of course, we do want to encourage the major actors not to engage in unilateral actions that will create a narrower space for cooperation. I think the more strident some countries might become, the harder it is to look for those, as I said, the space in which we can work together. And of course, underlying our encouragement of this is we hope that all actors, including ourselves, should follow the norms of good behavior and a rules-based approach. Everything that we do, following international law. Added to this, of course, is that personally I believe that following rules or international law is the best confidence-building measure that one can have, because we believe that transparency eventually will lead to good governance. When there's good governance, everybody feels secure. On the ASEAN side, I think we need to study and re-examine and redefine what we mean by ASEAN centrality. More and more, I think people are beginning to see that there is tension now between the interests of ASEAN as a group and national interests. And if we cannot balance this, if we forget that paramount to our national interest also is, of course, the protection of the regional interest, then we can easily be divided. We might divide ourselves, or we might not even be able to work cooperatively. And of course, on the other side is this, that I believe that all of us, we should try to form strategic partnerships with all the major actors. We have one with China, and I think we should have one with India as well, as we should have one with the United States, and we should have one with Japan. Because in this case, as we can see, then we will be able to form more or less a network of alliances, and then we will not be used to play. We will not be played against the other. And at the same time, for us in our own region, we should also look at the involvement of our citizenry. I think moving along in foreign policy is becoming more complicated when the citizens get involved. What happened in China when they started to burn the Japanese factories, and in Vietnam when they started to act against the factories of other countries, it does create some kind of insecurity also for the investors. And of course, we are in this Asian paradox. As we grow economically, the tensions also grow. But I think if ASEAN will continue to take its role as a central core force, in the same way that we created ASEAN, or we believe that our ASEAN Regional Forum is also centered on ASEAN. The APEC also, we believe that ASEAN is also the core group in APEC. It's the core group in EAS. Then maybe we might be able to finally create a more stabilizing force in the Asia-Pacific region.
Thank you. And I think that there is a great expectation put on ASEAN from the outside, because everybody comes to ASEAN's meetings as the primary focus. I had the pleasure last year to take part in Brunei, and John Kerry was there, the EU security representative were there, the Chinese were there, everybody were there, and see this as a primary forum. But I think you point to a very important core challenge, that you need to make ASEAN more supported among your own public, because any integration process will have winners and losers, and you have to convince the losers up front that there's a long-term gain, even if you give up some of your privileges, for instance, from protected markets and so on. And I wonder, are you doing that? Is that happening, or is it more something you would like to see happening?
We, of course, I think there are also things here that, like the principles that we're trying to follow. Like Mr. Kano mentioned, RCEP. Okay, For us, that's one way, of course, of integrating the region through our ASEAN +1 economic partnerships. And it involves the RCEP involves all the major players, including the European Union eventually, when we, the FTA with the European Union. But as I have mentioned, if we cannot somehow get a strong hold on the ASEAN regional interest versus our national interest, then we might always be, getting into the tension among ourselves, because it cannot be avoided. ASEAN members themselves also compete with one another for investments, and I think that's also something that nobody can deny. And at the same time, also we also know that if there's a weak link in one of us, it might also discourage the investors to come to the region.
More specifically on security, just to follow up on ASEAN, one question. I think since 2010, I believe, there's been a defense ministers meeting in the ASEAN framework, initiated by, interestingly enough, by the Vietnamese chairmanship. And there's also discussions on the code of conduct where, for the South China Sea, which I personally find is very interesting. Yeah. But could you just update us on where these discussions are going?
Unfortunately, we haven't really started negotiations on the code of conduct. We do have the declaration on the code, and declaration on how we should behave in the South China Sea, and of course it means we should not do any unilateral action that will, destroy the status quo or the balance, and that of course we should always pursue peaceful settlement of disputes. But the code of conduct, it has been long in coming. I mean, we've been discussing about this, I think, for the past 7 or 8 years, and we're also wondering, why is there a delay? Because are we changing the environment so that when we're ready to discuss the code of conduct, the environment has changed? I mean, we're not acting fast enough. And there's so many changes happening now. So eventually, when we discuss the COC, as we call it, from what point are we going to discuss it? Because when we started talking about it, the changes now were not yet there. Now there's so many changes already. Talking about movements, on the claims especially. And there are a lot of build-ups, a lot of construction going on until we realize, are people already doing some kind of a fencing around already about what they're going to define as the baseline for the code of conduct?
I think it's quite urgent, because there is a significant military presence from many countries now in the South China Sea, in places of where there's a lot of disputes. I mean, and I think it's quite familiar for multilateral institutions that solving a problem and then the problem changes. You keep solving the old problem.
Yes, that's why we've been wanting to start the discussion on the code of conduct, because once the parameters have changed, or once the baselines will have changed, then I think that will influence the code of conduct.
Admiral, you think a code of conduct would be helpful if it came into?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, I think first of all, the role of ASEAN in basically this is your neighborhood. So the role of ASEAN in being able to manage neighborhood friction or neighborhood disputes, either at the economic, social, or military level, I think is really quite important. And they have made some progress. The code of conduct, however, if you take a look at the competing claims that are just in the South China Sea alone, I have to ask myself, why now? Why has this come in this decade, and why wasn't it in previous times? Probably has always been lingering for some time, but
they waited for you to take over command.
Well, maybe. But my personal observation is that it now for several reasons. One is the rapid economic growth of the region, the rapid rise of China, the rapid need to access resources. And then in the 80s, the UN Law of the Sea Convention and other mechanisms laid out how you then describe your economic zones and who would own what fish and who would control what seabed resources. And so once that happened, then there was a desire for independent nations to start defining what their access and what their economic zones look like. So when you lay all these together, it's very complicated. I mean, the chart of who owns what in the South China Sea, very, very complicated. And then you add what I believe is a rather ambiguous perspective from China of the 9-dash line, that has been challenged. Over the top of it, this just makes it hard. So over time, as things change, to deal with a hard problem, you have to baseline somewhere. And the U.S. position has been that we need to baseline it, that we need to maintain status quo, which was in the DOC, and not to move forward from that until there's been a legal ability to look at this. And it's happening in between other parts of the world where these are being, the tribunals are making decisions and are being abided by. But the code of conduct should have been here several years ago, and they're not, appear to be not any closer to it today. And underneath it, the status quo is changing.
Yeah.
Could such kind of a liberal order type of regime of behavior, like a code of conduct, could actually that trump the state interests, and would it be successful given the landscape you described?
It wouldn't be enough, and I think the code of conduct, I think the Admiral is absolutely correct. You needed to have the code of conduct prior, and there have been conversations about such codes of conduct actually since the 1990s Spratly Island disputes, which were sort of a precursor to what's happening today, but now in retrospect a lot smaller. I worry a lot about conversation in which we are focused so much on institutions, but without the strategic maturity to back them. You have layers and layers already. If you look at an institutional map of Asia, it does resemble the European Union already. But quite frankly, they have moved from multilateralism towards supranationalism in a wide range of functional areas, and that obviously has not happened here. But the stakes here are, as we know, even higher than they were a century ago in that part of the world. So I worry a lot that just talking about ASEAN, ASEAN +3, ASEAN Economic Community, ASEAN Regional Forum, East Asian Community. When Kevin Rudd was Prime Minister of Australia, he talked about the Asian Union. You can talk about these institutions and you can talk about codes of conduct, but you have to have the strategic maturity to back them. And I'm worried that given the fact that there are daily flashpoints in this region, you needed to have the code of conduct yesterday. You need to have proactive, resource sharing kinds of agreements in place already, or be executing and practicing them now rather than dialogue to emerge. And what disappoints me about this lack of strategic maturity is that there are examples going back a century in how to deal with these kinds of disputes. Your country, Norway, had a dispute with Russia over Svalbard Island in the Arctic Sea towards the end of World War I, and you had a solution in terms of demilitarizing the island and allowing any commercial entity to exploit those resources. And even Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and other sets of countries that have disputed maritime sort of assets have been able to find ways to go about this. So if Asia wants to be seen as a mature region, as that sort of third pillar of the world, a stable pillar of the world economy alongside North America and Europe and so on, it has to start doing these things already.
And how do we get there?
Well, I mean, I think that, again, these dialogues are fine. I prefer more novel solutions in which, of course, you have to have some de-escalation initially from the military standpoint, but I think the national oil companies should be involved in a collective sort of new vehicle, call it a special purpose vehicle of some kind, in which they're jointly which assets are exploited, which oil companies are involved, or gas companies, how the revenues are shared, perhaps listing such a company on an exchange, something like that. So a commercial approach that gets around the 9-dash line sort of issue, because when the national pride and sovereignty and these maps are at stake, it's incredibly difficult to have a kind of sort of compromise. But if you take a shared commercial approach in which everyone starts to enjoy the benefits in the short term, based on the need for, the demand for. The Admiral is right. We didn't have these disputes decades ago because the economies weren't growing as much. There wasn't the need to harness those raw materials as urgently as now. Well, if it is urgent, then in fact now is the time to collaborate on that and bring, of course, the best technology to the scene, the best management, and so that everyone can benefit from it.
And I think what you just said is also an important call for the audience here, because there are a lot of business people in the audience, and I think as a general rule, business people don't like conflicts, they want cooperation.
Absolutely.
It's much better for business and it's good for the people. Yeah. So I think, to take some responsibility, actually demanding solutions is part of your recommendation here. Rudiger, any comment on this?
Well, I mean, I think we shouldn't so quickly discard Europe as an example. Of course, I'm aware of all those differences, and I would never really go as far as comparing Europe and the EU with East Asia or ASEAN, for that matter. But I do believe that we have achieved a few things in Europe and that we can even take some historical lessons. Just think about it. I heard a lot about the reasons for, economic reasons for cooperation in Europe. But let's not forget that European integration started as a security alliance, especially mitigating that conflict between Germany and France that has created so many problems in European security for, I would say, centuries. And this is now over. And for East Asia, I would, for example, think about South Korea, Japan. Another complicated bilateral relationship between countries that should be cooperating. And they are, but they could do much better. And this would be a nucleus around which something else could emerge. And I've always seen that possibility of course, cooperation with ASEAN. What I like about ASEAN and the EU, and I think this is why, despite all difficulties, that's why they exist in the first place, they have been so successful, is that they do not include one power that is too strong. And even, you know, if you look at the sequencing of European integration, the EU as such, including the euro and all those things, came into being after German unification, clearly with the strategic goal of taming that potential re-emerging giant of Germany, and it worked. Of course it worked because Germany wanted to cooperate, and it worked because Germany is not a country of 1 billion people or 200 million, it's just 80 million. So that kind of works in Europe. I don't think we could form a stable regional integration body in East Asia that would include either the US or China. I think you mentioned the word strategic partnership. I think this is what we should be looking for. Forming an organization of small and medium-sized states that then, as an organization, as an alliance, as however you call it, develop a stable, peaceful, cooperative partnership with those powers.
Thank you. I will open up in a second for the floor because there are a lot of people who like to ask questions. But just before we do that, Mr. Iwatani, since as a Japanese living in Seoul, and given your job, you probably have some views on Korean-Japanese relations as well.
It's too difficult for me to talk about. As to this code of conduct, that reminds me of the effort made when they established OSCE. They adopted Stockholm final documents, final act. It took them, if I'm not mistaken, 20 years to agree on this document, and it stipulates about 10 principles that these members of the CSCE should observe. So this code of conduct is also very, very difficult to agree on. But instead of just focusing on this South China Sea, we should look at the bigger picture, and maybe more countries can join and talk about these basic principles, code of conduct. In this region, countries only talk about international law. We should follow, based on the international law, we should solve the problems. It is, of course, it's true, but if you look at the content of the international law, maybe countries have some, different idea as what is the international law. So we should have more principles which is more concrete than just international law.
Thank you. So we've set the scene, a challenging security situation, but also a number of attempts to deal with it, embryonic, but still moving. So we open up for questions from the floor, and any question is welcome, but short, crisp, provocative, and challenging questions are particularly welcome. So who has a provocative question, please? And please introduce yourself.
I'm Amina Rasul from the Philippine Center for Islam and Democracy, and for once, I'm glad that there's another global security issue that takes attention away from Muslims. So, but what I wanted to say, I've been in government most of my life, so I understand that when groups like this gather, they look at the policy formulation. But you forget that when people are embroiled, yesterday we were watching the television, and it showed, for instance, the harvesting of giant clams, the rioting that's going on in Vietnam. And in China, we've seen broadcasts that's really intended to make the blood boil of the Chinese citizens. Perhaps you should be looking at the impact of certain strategies of governments on peoples, because whereas it's very easy for states to change policy, once you've gotten peoples to rise up, it's very difficult to pacify that. And then you would have started a round of violence and enmity that will destroy any attempt at establishing cooperation when the security confrontation moves on to another issue.
A very valid point, and I think Undersecretary Lizardo, you did mention the challenge of nationalism.
Yeah, and the involvement of the citizens.
Exactly. So, I mean, do you have a comment on this?
Actually, that's something which my own government, I think, has been very conscious of. President Aquino, for instance, issued a statement, encouraging Filipinos, or rather discouraging them, from doing something that might even add to tension. Because we saw the effects in Ho Chi Minh. We also saw the effects in Beijing at one point, I think, when against the Japanese. But I think that's where we think that the media can play a role. Sometimes the media also, of course, should also be able to understand the issues. And sometimes I wonder, how much should they report and how should they report it, so that at least they're also adding to the, what they call that, to a better understanding and how they can promote also their own way of helping create a better picture of the situation.
Yeah, but I think the argument here is that governments has the responsibility to avoid, to incite. So the least thing they can do is not themselves to incite violence. And secondly is, of course, to avoid that others do it as well. Yeah, I think we all, it's a very valid point. Yes, please, Eric. Eric Belfrage from Sweden.
Eric Belfrage from Sweden. Admiral, when do you think that the United States will ratify the Law of the Sea Treaty?
You knew it was coming.
I knew it. I don't know that I can give you a date on when our Senate will act favorably on ratification. As you have probably read, it's been my position, the position of all the senior military leaders in the United States, the position of this current administration to press forward with ratification. Let me caveat it and say that from the security perspective, we are bound to abide by it. So from where I sit, we de facto support the security aspects of that. But I can't give you a date. I would hope it would be soon.
Yeah, it shows the power of the people in a sense, because the whole elite in the U.S. wants this to happen, and it's not happening. But I mean, it's a very important point that the U.S. is actually abiding by the rules. So it's not, by not signing, you're not able to claim your rights, but you can respect the rights of others, which you do. So I mean, that's the current U.S. position. Question over here.
Morning, Narayanan from Air Asia. I'm from the private sector, and obviously I'm not the same pay grade as the panelists, all of you in this room. I'm just a simple salaryman working at a low-cost airline. But from the private sector perspective, we started this discussion about, are we seeing the emergence of Cold War 2.0? The Cold War, original Cold War, major component, of course, was the ideological aspect of left-wing, right-wing. In my line of business, I'm only fully aware that we need two wings to fly. And to go on from that, the issue of South China Sea, I wonder if Undersecretary can explain a bit more, and I also wish to follow on from Admiral Locklear's comment of there's no winner-take-all solution in these kind of issues. If there's something from within ASEAN's own history that can make ASEAN more assertive in contributing to how we resolve this issue, in line with our notion of ASEAN centrality, I'm thinking about back in the 1970s when Malaysia and Thailand were engaged in a tit-for-tat over control of resources at the Isthmus of Kra. And let's face it, the whole South China Sea issue is not a nationalistic kind of issue. It's about resource control and accessibility to resources. At least that's how I perceive it from my level. And I wonder if the solution we used in how Malaysia and Thailand sorted out that issue essentially, it was discussions that led to a formula that was summed up in a single line. Let's all drink from the same well. So I wonder if that sort of perspective, ASEAN can do more to emphasize that sort of approach, that sort of perspective, and then actively work within the structures that are available, that everybody adopts that same approach. And just one passing comment about governments and nationalism. From our perspective, you know, despite all these headlines that you see, business goes on. Back in the 70s, 80s, it was China, Taiwan. Well, Taiwan is now what, the biggest foreign investor in mainland China. Business goes. Coup, that's not a coup, that's now a coup in Thailand. Well, all I can tell you is that from our perspective, bookings to Bangkok are up on AirAsia. So business goes on.
Into or out of?
Both ways. Both ways. We make money each way. Which, you know, sometimes we just wish, you know, governments and all these leaders involved in all these issues, why don't they just go to some isolated island, throw stones at each other, and leave us all alone to go on with our daily lives and make more money?
That's a good one. There's strong support in the audience. Other questions? A question here. We will collect a couple of questions.
Thank you, and I appreciate your point, Balitaan, but I appreciate Parag's point about the possibility of joint development. But we in Indonesia, we've been trying to get claimant parties to agree to joint development on any resources. And after almost 15 years, we found that all the claimants talk about joint development, but when it comes down to it, they don't want to do it because no one is ready to put the jurisdictional issues. So maybe I can follow up with a question to this Undersecretary. When the Philippines talk about joint development, how serious is it? And if do you think joint development of oil is possible? And if so, with which claimants would that be possible?
Yeah, I think the issue here is when they talk about joint development, I think some people remember what China has said, that they do want joint development. So it's becoming like China and another country. So it's China plus one. And what we were thinking of is, if it's just China plus one or 1 plus 1, who will decide, you know, the kind of equitable distribution? It can be complicated because, like in our case also, when we go into our own joint ventures, we're guided also by the rule on how much should be given to the other side. And you're right in that sense. Unless, of course, they're thinking of joint development as, you know, kind of thing. But that's something that has to be explained to the people themselves. And as you said, people are thinking of sovereignty. Now, going to the Chinese, for instance, the Chinese students have been taught from childhood that the whole of the South China Sea is theirs. So, I mean, for them, it's a harder thing. They also have to deal with their own domestic problems. They have to deal with their own citizens. Now, for us, people ask us, why did you have to go to the arbitration court? It's not a matter of us going against China, but rather trying to gain some clarity on maritime entitlements of the claimants. We hope that by bringing our case to the ITLOS, or rather to the court for arbitration, we'll be able to get a definition on what can we claim as ours, and hopefully this will also reverberate and will trickle down to the other claimant countries. And for us, that's one way really of settling the matter in a more peaceful way, giving legal clarity.
I think one of the key questions is this a set of bilateral relations, a more general multilateral issue? And obviously a great power like China would prefer bilateral solutions, and smaller countries would probably prefer multilateral
That's the other thing too. We want to deal with the issue as ASEAN, as a group, rather than on one arm, because considering the other side is big. But again, we have to have some clarity on the maritime entitlements. We have to also get some clarity on the 9-dash line. As the Admiral said, it's not defined, you know, there's no coordinates. We don't know how far it can go and how wide it can be.
Yeah, one question from behind here, over there first. Okay. Next.
I'm Trevor Moss with the Wall Street Journal. I'd just like to ask the Admiral Locklear a question. One of the panel mentioned that it's important that we avoid forming blocs of opposing countries in the region. But through the pivot to Asia, isn't the US essentially doing that by encouraging anti-Chinese countries, or maybe not anti-Chinese, but concerned about China's rise, to form a bloc with the US through the new defense power with the Philippines, for example, doing more with Japan and even Vietnam? Is the US essentially forming just the kind of bloc that one of the panelists warned against?
Yeah, well, that's a great question. Of course, let's remember the U.S. has been in the Asia Pacific for 70 years and has generally underwritten the security of Asia Pacific for 70 years through allies, partnerships, presence, things that we've done here. It's helped our economy, helped the global economy, and I would say it's helped China, it's helped everybody else in this region as well. So as we enter into this century and you have a rising China that is, for whatever reason, with historical reasons, has kind of coming into a fairly mature security environment late in the game, and may not necessarily be happy with the rule sets that it is coming into. So the U.S. position, the U.S. position, is to welcome China into the security environment as a productive partner. I mean, look at it from a U.S.-China economic perspective. I mean, we share so many interests. I mean, I tell my counterparts, you know, there's probably about 80% of the things that we deal with each day where the U.S. and China converge on. And we have to, because it's important for everybody that we do. And we work hard to keep that convergent. And then there's a part of it that we diverge on, but it's a lesser subset of that. And none of that divergence happens to be in this part of the world that China would consider, I think, as their kind of their backyard. So I will say again that the U.S. position out here is not to contain China. Militarily, we welcome them in. We welcome more transparency. We welcome more exercises. We have Chinese, as of today, come into Rim of the Pacific exercises next month, historic, where they'll participate with 23 nations. So we're working these types of things. But in my opinion, the person that can contain China is China. And it's the decisions that China makes about what they do in their neighborhood here. And you can have your own opinion about whether that's happening or not.
Before we go to the next question, I'll just quick comment on
add to that. I think the Admiral's been very sort of diplomatic in pointing out that I've had my own concerns about the original formulation of the pivot and the rebalancing. It was accused of being vague and thus susceptible to interpretations that go in the direction of Cold War 2.0. But I think he and other U.S. officials have been very, very clear about the fact that having a strategic presence in the region is A, not something new, and B, creating the conditions of strategic balance is an opportunity for Asian indigenous nations to develop their own institutions and stability, and the U.S. is there simply to support that and not to take sides. And I think day after day, week after week, American officials have been very, very clear about that. And that does bring us back to the sort of post or the early Cold War European history. If we want to draw lessons from NATO, even though it's a completely different sort of historical period and geography, but it's that the U.S. presence in the NATO alliance creates the conditions for something like the European Union to emerge, and that really is going to be up to to all of the players in the room. And I'm glad that you mentioned earlier not just the governmental, but also the corporate. I mean, to the gentleman from AirAsia, I think AirAsia has done as much or more for unity, culturally, commercially, and otherwise in Asia than any ASEAN treaty has.
Next question is here.
Thank you. Good morning, Mabuhay. My name is Imtiaz Mukbul from Travel Impact Newswire in Bangkok. My question is for the Admiral. Can I just take you away from naval security to aviation security, Admiral, and ask you what the U.S. military knows about what actually happened to MH370? A lot of people find it very difficult to believe that with all your satellites around you, nobody knows what happened.
Well, I think they'll have to believe that it was a worldwide effort. We took, after the assessment of what happened in coordination with the Malaysians and then in partnership with the Australians, almost every country in the world came together to bring the most sophisticated capabilities that we had to bear to be able to determine what the circumstances might have been around what happened to around that tragedy. And I think it points out to the world that that we're still a pretty large world. There's still some areas of the world, particularly our oceans, which are vast, which are, many of them remain uncharted. And that when we do bring even our most sophisticated capabilities together, we're not always successful. It doesn't mean we won't find that airplane at some point in time. I believe the world will be committed to finding that airplane. It will happen at some point in time. And there'll be some resources continue to be dedicated to it. You've seen that play out in the media. But I watched this very carefully, and I can tell you, I think that just about everything that could have been done has been done, and we just haven't found it.
Thank you. Floor is open. If anybody else has a question. Otherwise, I have one. We had so yesterday one question on institutional development. Yesterday we had the Vice President of Myanmar and a big delegation. That's a country we're celebrating a very positive development towards democracy, kind of a controlled transition into a much more open society. That's great news for the country, but also I think for ASEAN. But then just to learn that yesterday there was a military coup in Thailand. It's the second biggest economy of ASEAN. It's a quite significant, dramatic event. Some perspective on what that means to ASEAN integration, that you suddenly have a military coup in the midst of a democratic development?
And I think I forgot to mention that in my initial discussion. I think we really have to strengthen the institutions in ASEAN. For instance, the democratic institutions. We say that we believe in democracy, the core values of freedom, market forces, and all that. And yet at the same time, there are forces within our own individual, countries that seem to shape those institutions. I think we do need to strengthen them. Not just the government institutions, but even the civil society, NGOs, and even maybe the strategic thinkers.
And that was the symposium on the Asia Security Outlook. Meanwhile, we shall go to Malacanang for the visit of the Indonesian president. What we are seeing now is DFA Secretary Albert Del Rosario together with the President of Indonesia and President Aquino, witnessing them sign the agreement between two countries.
President Aquino and President Yudhoyono, honored guests, that completes the signing of the second agreement, which is a memorandum of understanding on higher education. The third agreement to be signed is the Memorandum of Understanding between the Anti-Terrorism Council of the Republic of the Philippines and the National Counter-Terrorism Agency of the Republic of Indonesia on combating international terrorism, to be signed for the Philippines by the National Security Advisor, the Honorable Cesar P. Garcia Jr., and for Indonesia by the head of the National Counter-Terrorism Agency, the Honorable Ansiad Mbay. The agreement aims to enhance counter-terrorism cooperation between the officials of security, defense, intelligence, and law enforcement agencies of the Philippines and Indonesia. Your Excellencies, President Aquino and President Yudhoyono, honored guests, that completes the signing of the third agreement, a Memorandum of Understanding on combating international terrorism. Their Excellencies, the Presidents of the Republics of the Philippines and Indonesia, will now deliver their statements. His Excellency Benitez Aquino III, President, Republic of the Philippines.
Your Excellency, Susilo Bambangin, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The Philippines welcomes President Yudhoyono and his delegation on his first state visit to our country. With our shared history, heritage, and aspirations, Indonesia stands as an invaluable friend and a reliable partner of the Filipino people. As staunch advocates of the ASEAN community, our two nations share a partnership that grows from strength to strength. Ladies and gentlemen, President Yudhoyono and I had a productive set of discussions today as we shared thoughts on how we can deepen the areas of cooperation between our two nations and strengthen the mechanisms that will not only redound to the advancement of Indonesia and the Philippines, but will also contribute to the growth of the ASEAN region. With regards to political cooperation, we discussed opportunities brought about by the recently held meeting of the Philippines Joint Commission on Bilateral Cooperation, which took place last February in Jakarta. This meeting saw the signing of, among others, the Philippines-Indonesia Plan of Action from 2014 to 2016, which provides for a wide range of economic, social, and cultural exchanges between our countries. I am pleased to note that the three working groups on political security issues, on economic issues, and on social-cultural issues, which follow the framework of the Plan of Action, conducted their first meetings. The President and I also exchanged views on enhancing economic cooperation as we both look forward to the realization of the ASEAN economic integration. We took note of Indonesia's being the Philippines' 11th largest trading partner in 2013, with total trade $3.51 billion US. We both share the belief that much more can be done to maximize the prospects of equitable growth. In this regard, we took note of the commitment of the plan of action to double bilateral trade by 2016. Climate change is another common concern, not only for Indonesia and the Philippines, but also for the entire ASEAN region. The vulnerabilities we face cannot be addressed by our nations alone. What is needed is enhanced cooperation and a firm resolve to tread the path to sustainable development for all our peoples. And we took this opportunity also to express our undying gratitude to His Excellency the President, the Government of Indonesia, and the people of Indonesia for their very generous and timely assistance when we were beset by our own typhoon, Haiyan or Yolanda. The President and I also believe that strengthening bilateral cooperation is key to fully maximizing the advantages we enjoy today. One such area that we can enhance collaboration is people-to-people connectivity, especially given our shared maritime borders. We discussed efforts to develop air and sea linkages between our two countries. I believe such linkages will spur trade, accelerate S.M.E. development, and strengthen community empowerment in the southern Philippines and Sulawesi region. We also discussed the importance of pursuing continuing cooperative activities between Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines within the BIMP-IAGA framework. This will ultimately redound to more doors of opportunity opening for all our peoples, enabling them to contribute further to the advancement of our nations and our region. Our two nations continue to express mutual support for each other's candidacies in various international organizations. The unwavering solidarity of Indonesia with the Philippines and vice versa only reaffirms the strong ties we have as brothers in ASEAN and as responsible members of the international community. Finally, we are pleased to say that our two nations signed 3 agreements today, the most noteworthy of which is the agreement between the Government of the Republic of the Philippines and the Government of the Republic of Indonesia concerning the delimitation of the exclusive economic zone boundaries. This is a milestone agreement that is founded on the principles of international law, particularly the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. It serves as solid proof of India's commitment to uphold the rule of law and pursue the peaceful and equitable settlement of maritime concerns. We also signed a Memorandum of Understanding on Higher Education Cooperation and a Memorandum of Understanding on Combating International Terrorism, which you just witnessed. Without a doubt, these agreements reflect the strong resolve of both our nations to not only deepen our bilateral engagements, but also, and more importantly, enable our peoples to be true partners in achieving prosperity. Lastly, I convey to the President, again, the heartfelt gratitude of the Filipino people for the overwhelming humanitarian assistance extended to us by the government and the people of Indonesia in the aftermath of Super Typhoon Haiyan. We also thank President Yudhoyono for his personal efforts to raise awareness as regards the humanitarian concerns brought about by Haiyan. And as we build back our nation for the better, the Filipino people will continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with our Indonesian brothers and sisters as we continue to build an ASEAN community where no one is left behind. On a more personal note, I congratulated President Yudhoyono on Indonesia's upcoming hosting of the 24th World Economic Forum on East Asia, and for the Global Statesmanship Award, the first for an Asian leader, which you will receive from the World Economic Forum today. This award is yet another affirmation of the visionary leadership of His Excellency, both as President of his people and as a voice of reason to all of us in Southeast Asia. Your visit, Mr. President, is a reaffirmation of the strong bonds that Indonesia and the Philippines share as brother nations. It adds to the reservoir of goodwill between Filipinos and the people of Indonesia. Today's meeting indeed was comprehensive, productive, and meaningful. Both Indonesia and the Philippines will continue to work hand in hand in creating a truly inclusive ASEAN, in advocating for the primacy of the rule of law to help maintain peace and stability in the region, and in empowering our peoples to be partners in building our respective nations and the ASEAN community. Thank you and good day.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will now hear from His Excellency Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, President, Republic of Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang mulia Bapak Presiden Aquino, para hadirin dan para wartawan yang saya cintai. Sebelum saya menyampaikan statement pada acara yang penting ini, saya ingin menyampaikan dua hal. Pertama, Indonesia mengucapkan selamat kepada Filipina atas capaian yang luar biasa dalam dua bidang. Pertama adalah kinerja perekonomian Filipina menjadi satu negara yang memiliki pertumbuhan ekonomi yang tinggi dan tentunya akan mengubah jalannya sejarah bagi perekonomian Filipina yang lebih kuat di masa depan. Yang kedua, Indonesia juga mengucapkan selamat atas perdamaian yang baru diraih di wilayah Filipina Selatan atau Mindanao. Itu merupakan tonggak penting bahwa konflik apapun bisa diselesaikan secara damai, yang tentunya menjadi harapan bagi siapapun. Dan dengan dua hal itu, ini membuka peluang yang lebih besar bagi kerjasama serta kemitraan antara Indonesia dan Filipina. Selama ini hubungan bilateral kita kuat, baik, dan terus berkembang. Saya yakin dengan capaian Filipina di bidang perekonomian, juga progres perekonomian Indonesia, kita akan menemukan peluang-peluang baru bagi kerjasama dan kemitraan kita untuk meningkatkan perekonomian kedua negara yang akhirnya meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat, baik rakyat Filipina maupun rakyat Indonesia. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, saya hanya ingin menggarisbawahi dan menambahkan dua hal apa yang disampaikan oleh Presiden Aquino tadi dalam pertemuan bilateral yang baru saja kami laksanakan. Saya sepakat dengan Presiden Aquino bahwa telah diselesaikannya negosiasi yang berlangsung selama 20 tahun untuk menentukan delimitasi batas maritim berkaitan dengan zona ekonomi eksklusif, yang itu merupakan tonggak baru dan insya Allah akan membawa manfaat yang nyata bagi Indonesia dan Filipina. Dengan telah ditetapkannya delimitasi batas maritim itu, kita bisa bekerja sama lebih erat, misalnya kerjasama di bidang kelautan dan perikanan, kerjasama di bidang menghadapi kejahatan transnasional, kerjasama di bidang ekoturism, dan lain-lain yang tentu membawa benefit bagi baik Indonesia maupun Filipina. Ini juga sebuah model dan contoh yang baik bahwa sengketa perbatasan termasuk batas maritim itu bisa diselesaikan secara damai, tidak harus dengan penggunaan kekuatan militer yang akhirnya mengganggu stabilitas dan perdamaian di kawasan kita atau dimanapun di dunia ini. Kami juga membahas perlunya peningkatan kerjasama di bidang perdagangan dan investasi, maupun kerjasama ekonomi yang lain. Sebagaimana Presiden Aquino sampaikan tadi, trade relations Indonesia-Filipina kuat, dan saya yakin kita masih bisa meningkatkannya lagi.
Further enhance that strength in the years to come because
Ekonomi
both
kita
our
tumbuh dengan baik. Dan berkaitan dengan itu pula, investasi kedua negara juga perlu digalakkan. Dalam pertemuan bilateral tadi kami sepakat untuk menyiapkan sebuah forum sehingga komunitas bisnis Filipina dan Indonesia bisa duduk bersama beberapa bulan mendatang agar mereka bisa mengenali peluang baik yang ada di Filipina maupun di Indonesia untuk peningkatan investasi dan perdagangan kedua negara. Kami juga menggarisbawahi pentingnya kerjasama di bidang penanggulangan bencana. Indonesia dan Filipina adalah dua negara yang rawan bencana alam. Apakah tsunami, letusan gunung berapi, tofan, banjir, maupun juga gempa bumi. Itulah kami ingin lebih efektif lagi kerjasama di bidang penanggulangan bencana ini. Kemudian satu hal yang juga kami garisbawahi, baik Indonesia maupun Filipina memiliki migrant workers, memiliki tenaga kerja yang bekerja di luar negeri. Kita perlu bekerja sama seerat-eratnya agar tenaga kerja kita mendapatkan perlindungan yang baik dan diberikan hak-haknya oleh negara tuan rumah. Selama ini kerjasama kita baik, kita ingin ke depan lebih kuat dan baik lagi. Saudara-saudara, kita juga sepakat bahwa kerjasama di bidang anti-terorisme serta kejahatan transnasional itu perlu digalakkan. Di masa lalu ada riwayat bahwa kejahatan transnasional terjadi di wilayah Filipina dan Indonesia, bahkan di perbatasan dua negara. Oleh karena itu solusinya adalah kita tingkatkan kerjasama itu lebih konkret dan lebih lagi. Di bidang kerjasama kawasan dan region dan internasional, kami juga sepakat untuk meningkatkan efektivitas kerjasama dalam kerangka BIMPI IAGA. Kemarin di Myanmar, Presiden Aquino dan saya melaksanakan pertemuan untuk memastikan bahwa kerjasama BIMPI IAGA itu makin efektif dan makin konkret. Kami merasakan bahwa kerjasama, proyek-proyek yang dibangun itu benar-benar membawa manfaat bagi kedua rakyat kita Filipina dan Indonesia, tentu termasuk Brunei Darussalam dan Malaysia. Misalnya, meningkatkan konektivitas, menggerakkan ekonomi.
We have motivated local economy. We have established local sector transport and the tourism industry. Therefore, we want to further enhance this cooperation, utilizing this BIMPIAGA, inviting the business community, empowering they may be more proactive and they may lead the initiative so that they may further enhance cooperation that is more concrete in the field of BIMPIAGA. We both also exchange views on the importance of ASEAN and also the countries in Asia so that we may truly guard and safeguard the stability, the security in our region. We know that there are challenges at the geopolitical level at this time in Asia. The situation in Asia, in East Asia, is filled with tension, and so too the situation in Southeast Asia, including on the South China Sea. The position of ASEAN is clear. The position of Indonesia is clear, that any of the tension must be resolved peacefully without the use of military force. We must return to the spirit that we have on the Declaration of Conduct to becoming a Code of Conduct, a COC, which we can refer to international law, which refers the resolution and using political and diplomacy as a tool. Therefore, it is my view that it is time that we call upon all parties who have an interest to maintain order, to maintain stability in our region. They should return to the spirit that we have agreed upon and that we have in possession. Those are my views, ladies and gentlemen, the important points that we discussed during the bilateral meeting, and I, on behalf of the government and the people of Indonesia, Mr. President, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your leadership, President Aquino. Thank you for the government of the Philippines, who have always safeguarded the close relation, in fact, further enhanced the bilateral relations, the cooperation, and the partnership between our two countries. Now is the time. Now is the time, with this new mindset, with this new spirit, we may further enhance and improve the bilateral relations, Indonesia-Philippines, and in fact, we may cooperate to make a better region, be that in the regional cooperation of ASEAN and also in other regional forums or other forums. We want our people to be more prosperous, more welfare and more advanced, and our region to be more peaceful. And so too I convey my views. Thank you very much.
The meeting between the presidents and the members of the press is now concluded. Your Excellencies, President Aquino and President Yudhoyono, honored guests, members of the press, thank you and good morning to all.
Inyo pong natunghayan ang joint press statement ng Pangulong Aquino at ni Indonesian President Dr. Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono na sa katatapos ng kanilang expanded bilateral meeting dito po sa Palasyo ng Malacanang. Ito pa rin po ang special coverage sa state visit ni President Yudhoyono dito po sa ating bansa. Sa kanilang naging pahayag ay unang-una ay naging, ayon kay Pangulo Aquino, ay naging matagumpay ang kanilang naging pagpupulong ni President Yudhoyono. Tinalakay din umano sa kanilang naging pag-uusap ang Plan of Action 2014 to 2016 sa pagitan po ng Pilipinas at ng Indonesia sa mga aspetong pang-ekonomiya, edukasyon, kalakalan at maging ang nalalapit na ASEAN integration ay kanilang natalakay din. Pinasalamatan ng Pangulo ang Indonesia sa kanilang naging tulong sa ating bansa noong pananalasan ng Bagyong Yolanda. At ayon pa rin sa Pangulo, inaasahan nilang matapos itong bilateral meeting ay mapapabuti pa ang people-to-people relations sa pagitan ng dalawang bansa. Isang pinakamalaking tagumpay umano sa pagitan ng dalawang bansa ang katatapos lamang na paglagda sa delimitation of the exclusive economic zone ng dalawang bansa. Ayon kay Pangulo, ito po ay patunay ng commitment ng Pilipinas sa pagsettle ng territorial dispute sa isang mapayapa at diplomatikong paraan. At matapos yan ay nagbigay rin ng kanyang statement si President Yudhoyono. Umaasa umano siya na mapagtitibay pa ang relasyon ng Pilipinas at Indonesia matapos ang kanilang naging matagumpay na pagpupulong. Umaasa rin si Yudhoyono na ang ASEAN integration ay magpapatibay pa ng proteksyon sa mga teritoryo ng mga kasaping bansa ng ASEAN. Iginiit din ni Yudhoyono ang posisyon ng Indonesia na nararapat ang settlement ng territorial dispute sa pamamagitan ng mapayapa at diplomatikong paraan at ang pagsunod sa Code of Conduct on the South China Sea. Napapanahon na umano, ayon kay Yudhoyono, ang pagpapatibay ng Indonesia at Pilipinas at lahat ng mga bansang kasapi ng ASEAN tungo sa kapayapaan at kaunlaran sa rehiyon. Pero bago po yan, natunghayan din natin yung paglagda po sa 3 agreements sa pagitan ng Pilipinas at ng Indonesia. Unang-una dito yung agreement between the government and of the Republic of the Philippines and the government of the Republic of Indonesia concerning the delimitation of the exclusive economic zone boundary. Ito po ay nagsasaad ng hangganan ng teritoryo ng Pilipinas at ng Indonesia sa bahagi ng Mindanao Sea at ng Celebes Sea. Ito po ay nasettle matapos ang mahigit 20 taong negosasyon sa pagitan ng dalawang bansa. Nilagdaan po ang agreement na ito ni Foreign Affairs Secretary Albert del Rosario at ng Foreign Affairs Minister ng Indonesia na si Dr. R.M. Marty Natalegawa. Sumunod pong nilagdaan ay ang Memorandum of Understanding between the Commission on Higher Education of the Republic of the Philippines and the Ministry of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia on Higher Education Cooperation. Nakasaad po dito sa Memorandum of Understanding na ito ang palining at impormasyon ng dalawang bansa tungo sa pagpapabuti ng kalidad ng edukasyon. Ito po ay nilagdaan ni Foreign Affairs Secretary Albert del Rosario at Minister of Education and Culture Dr. Mohamed Nu. At nakita po natin na matapos ang joint press statement ng dalawang leader ng bansa ay papaalis na po dito sa Palasyo ng Malacanang si President Yudhoyono para po umattend naman ng 23rd World Economic Forum on East Asia na kasalukuyan pong ginaganap sa Makati Shangri-La Hotel. Mamaya po ay gagawaran si Dr. Yudhoyono ng Pangulo Aquino ng Order of Sikatuna, Rank of Raha. Ito po ay isa sa mga pinakamataas na paggawad sa isang leader ng bansa. Mamaya po ay babalik dito sa palasyo si President Yudhoyono para naman po sa isang state dinner. At ikatlong nilagdaan po na kasunduan sa pagitan po ng ating bansa at ng Indonesia ay ang Memorandum of Understanding between the Anti-Terrorism Council of the Philippines and the National Counter-Terrorism Agency of the Republic of Indonesia. Dito po ang kasunduan po ito ay nagpapabuti ng ugnayan sa pagitan po ng Pilipinas at ng Indonesia tungo sa information exchange para po masawata ang terorismo sa rehiyong ASEAN. Ito po ay nilagdaan ni National Security Advisor Secretary Cesar Garcia at ang head ng Anti-Terrorism Agency ng Indonesia na si Mr. Ansayad Mbay. At ayon nga po sa Pangulong Aquino, naging productive and meaningful ang naging pag-uusap po sa pagitan ng Indonesia at ng Pilipinas na po na expanded bilateral meeting ngayong araw dito po sa Malacanang. Pero bago po nagtungo dito sa Malacanang si President Yudhoyono at ang kanyang asawa na si Mrs. Annie Bambang Yudhoyono ay bumisita po sa Rizal Park si President Yudhoyono para po sa isang wreath laying ceremony. Ito po ipapakita po natin ang video na yan. Ilang sandali po lamang. Ito po ay kuha kanina bago po nagtungo sa palasyo dito si President Yudhoyono at si Mrs. Annie Yudhoyono. Ang wreath-laying ceremony po ay isinasagawa ng mga bumibisitang heads of state dito po sa ating bansa. Siya po ay sinalubong ni dating Pangulo at Mayor Joseph Estrada, pero kapalit po niya ay si Vice Mayor Isko Moreno po ang sumalubong kaya President Yudhoyono sa Rizal Park. Nag-alay po sa monumento ng ating pambansang bayani si Indonesian President Yudhoyono bago po siya tumungo dito sa Palasyo ng Malacanang. Binigyan din po siya ng symbolic key to the city ni Vice Mayor Isko Moreno. Matapos po yan ay tumungo na nga po dito sa Malacanang si President Yudhoyono para sa kanyang courtesy call kay Pangulong Aquino. At inaasahan nga po na mamaya ay magkakaroon ng isang state dinner dito sa Palasyo ng Malacanang para po sa bumibisitang Pangulo ng Indonesia. At bago po kami tuluyang magpaalam, may nais po naming pasalamatan ang lahat po ng tumulong sa aming special coverage ngayong araw, ang PBS-RTVM, IBC, PTV at ang Radyo ng Bayan. At magandang araw po, maraming salamat sa pagtunghay sa aming special coverage. Muli ako po si Cathy San Gabriel. Isang magandang umaga, Pilipinas.
Thank you so much, Cathy San Gabriel. And that was a very comprehensive report regarding the state visit of the Indonesian President, His Excellency Yudhoyono.
You know, JJ, it's really gives us hope, as the Philippines prepares for ASEAN integration in 2015, 2016. Bilateral talks like this and agreements, are very integral for that. Meanwhile, the ongoing forum is attended by top government leaders, among whom is Indonesian President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. He sees government as vital in effecting change in people and in countries, including his own. Ara Perez tells us more.
Indonesian President Susilo Yudhoyono urged the government to be a catalyst of change through working for social mobility. Speaking before the crowd in the World Economic Forum East Asia held at the Makati Shangri-La, the Indonesian president believes social mobility should be enjoyed by all parts of society, adding that a pro-poor, pro-job, and pro-environment administration is key to equality and to action. In a generation blessed with the means to respond to poverty and conflict, Yudhoyono cited education as a factor in social mobility and as the best means to fight poverty, abolishing tuition increase and offering rates at a modest amount, mainly for the poor. In response to this, Indonesia released $11 million worth of microcredit loans offered to residents at a low rate of 4%. Yudhoyono also believes in the potential of small and large-scale entrepreneurship, citing a 75 million job generation target for the next decade. The government has allotted more than $26 billion for infrastructure, including electricity and telecommunications, set to be released come 2015 to 2017. Meanwhile, Yudhoyono praised the Philippines for being the new tiger economy of Asia, saying that the decision to hold the forum in the country was a vote of confidence among leaders in the region. Indonesia has a projected economic growth of 2.2 to 4.4 trillion by 2030, with an expected poverty rate dip from 18% to 9.3%. For the People's Television, this is Ara Perez.
Thank you, Ara Perez. Now we bring you back to Makati Shangri-La Hotel Bacolod Room for the Rethinking Economic Growth session.
Managing Director of Markets in the Asia Pacific for Jones Lang LaSalle. He is a fellow resident of Hong Kong. And to my immediate left, Mr. Naoyuki Shinohara, the Deputy Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund in Washington, D.C. Directly in front of me, Ms. Shinta Wijaya Kamdani, the Chief Executive Officer of Syntesa Group in Jakarta, and also a member of the Global Agenda Council for Southeast Asia. I'm Wayne Arnold. I'm the Asia Economics Correspondent at the Wall Street Journal in Hong Kong. So let's get started. We'll go around the room. I think we should start with Professor Fu Jun. Professor, tell us what is wrong with the approach we've had. Have we put too much emphasis on GDP as an indicator of progress, and how do we achieve a better balanced and more sustainable growth model going forward?
Thank you very much, and I'm very happy to have this opportunity. A bit of the work we've done for the new growth model. It's a part of the Global Agenda Council of the World Economic Forum. The way we approach that question is we look at existing models. Well, at the risk of simplification, we look at the standard textbook model of growth. Growth is a function of land, labor, capital. It's a standard growth model. And under that model, you can think of two modes. One is extensive mode of development. The other is intensive mode of development. So we begin by identifying holes and the gaps in the existing model. And what we found is now if you sort of go systematically by looking at that model in the variable of land, the practice of that model has not been sensitive enough to the carrying capacity of the earth. In other words, we need to have better mechanisms to balance resources, given the economic principles of prices a function of scarcity. If we move on from that variable to labor, you're talking about human capital. It seems to us there are many labor-saving technologies instead of technology progress, but not enough earth-saving technologies. So there is a hole there, there's a gap there. And in the variable of capital, if not theoretically, but in practice, if the return rates of capital is systematically higher than real economic growth rates, then the model cannot be sustained. Or if the growth rates of highly leveraged investment is systematically higher than real return rates of capital, the model cannot be sustained. But either way, it's a case of inflation, and in the case of inflation, a secretive and a powerful way of transfer of wealth. Okay. And the result being, you see a widening gap between rich and the poor. It's a question not just domestically, but internationally. So another gap that we see is now, if you look at a standard model, that model looks Einstein, very mechanical. It's not sensitive to the field, and there we are talking about institutions. Now, if you have really level playing ground, you can gain in terms of allocative efficiency. So in that report, we have a special chapter on institutional learning and institutional innovation. So this is the sort of diagnosis we have of the existing model. Now, we come up with a new model. I quote new here. But as a tool of communication, effective communication, I would call our new model a give model, a model that gives. G stands for green, I stands for inclusiveness, V stands for value. We need to have a change of mindset. Growth is not only about efficiency, it's also about equity, fairness. Well, if you talk about human well-being, you're talking about health, education, employment, political freedom, social relationship, environmental quality and security. And E, give the last term, E stands for ecosystem. And we need to build a better ecosystem to promote entrepreneurship and innovation at the micro level, and more at the macro level. We need to better calibrate the role of a state or global governance, for the same matter, vis-a-vis the role of the marketplace, because in terms of the environment, it's a public good, and we need to have a hierarchy, a better global governance to deal with externalities and what we have. But we have a report out early this year in the annual Davos meeting there. So I guess I have to stop here.
Please, we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Shinohara-san, can I turn to you? Can you elaborate a little bit more on sustainability, both in terms of the inequities of incomes we've seen, in terms of the environmental sustainability? How has GDP as a measure failed us?
Well, as we all know, GDP is a very, how do I put it, wonderful, delicate set of indexes that covers a whole range of economic indicators. But of course, it has its own limitations. For example, it doesn't measure the transactions that are not through the market mechanism, like household work that doesn't go out of the house. It is not measured in the GDP. How the income is distributed is not the issue to the GDP. That is not included. As Dr. Fujin says, environmental degradation, so-called externalities are not in the GDP. So GDP has its own limitations, but GDP is still a very elegant instrument to measure how the economy is working. From the IMF viewpoint, we work on GDP mainly, but if you look at programs in Europe, after the European financial crisis, we have had several programs in Europe. And increasingly, the issue of social inclusion, the issue of unemployment, the issue of income inequality is a big issue. in order to make the program successful. When in the program we talk about fiscal consolidation, we talk about monetary tightening, but it has certainly impacts on the people, especially on the poorer section of the society. And that is why there are huge demonstrations in the countries, and that makes it very difficult for the program to go through. And that is why the program design has to be very carefully calibrated in order to measure the impacts of those macroeconomic policies on the poorer section of the economy. So the program includes lots of measures for social protection and things like that. So the issue of social inclusion, the issue of inequality is part of our agenda now in order to make the economic growth sustainable. So it is not just the GDP, but other measures that we need to take into account in our activities as well.
Let's come back to you on that issue as well. Nandu, let me ask you about this. You have often talked, and Nestle has often talked about the real costs that need to be factored in of resources. Can you address this when it comes to sustainability and equitable growth?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. You've often talked about the real cost of resources, particularly water. Can you talk about how that fits in the debate about sustainability and equitable growth?
Okay, I'll be happy to talk about that. Let's first start with some of the concepts that Fu-Jun and Shinohara-san already introduced. This whole conference is focused on the theme of inclusive growth, where we need to move GDP is elegant, but we need to move beyond that to other measures on longer health, education, employment, Millennium Development Goals, and so on. Now, one of the fundamental, and this of course has responsibilities for all stakeholders, government, industry, and so on. One of the fundamental beliefs in Nestle of the way we approach business is that the only way we can sustainably create value for our shareholders, and the word sustainably is very important. The only way we can sustainably create value for our shareholders is if we simultaneously create value for the society in which we operate. It includes all stakeholders. In the case of Nestle, if I refer back then to some of the themes that Fu-Jun touched upon, and then I'll come to your sustainability point. Fu-Jun touched upon the theme of employment, health, and education. Let's talk about these three themes. In the case of Nestle, we focus what we call our creating shared value efforts on rural development, on water, and on nutrition. Why these three? First, rural development. What people tend to overlook is when it comes to employment as a measure of inclusive growth, 90% of all employment in the world is created by the private sector. And one of the largest employers in the world is the rural agriculture sector. In ASEAN, something like 37% of people are employed in the agriculture sector. Nestle, as a food and beverage company, has a natural linkage back into the farm. We work directly with 700,000 directly who get paid on a daily basis and have cash transfers on a daily basis. And that's the best way to provide them a livelihood, provide them sustainability, education to make sure they improve productivity and income, and eventually the dignity that allows them to live a full life. So that's a huge pillar of how we work. Let me talk about nutrition, then I come to sustainability and water. Nutrition is core to Nestle, and it's part of our DNA. Now, if I go to the measures of inclusive growth and health, for instance, one of the a few facts. Today we have something like 1.5 billion people, particularly in the subtropical belt, who are malnourished, where you have stunting rates in children of the order of 35 to 40%. And this is a public health crisis that is shameful, which can be prevented simply by addressing micronutrient deficiencies and macronutrient deficiencies. And this is something we in Nestle are able to help government by fortification of our products, removing the bad stuff, the sugar, the salt, the trans fatty, saturated, and adding some of the good stuff, the micronutrient deficiencies that are really required by these populations. And we have, for instance,
something like 200 million servings a day of fortified products sold only in West Africa, which helped to alleviate some of the micronutrient deficiencies in population, whether it's iron or zinc or iodine or vitamin A. The other burden of disease is the obesity and non-communicable disease crisis. And again, it's ironical that you have 1.5 billion people who are overweight or obese, and these numbers are rising. The fastest growing disease we have in society is diabetes. And this is a very important measure of inclusive growth. How do we cope with health? This requires science, it requires an understanding of nutrition science, human physiology, it requires educating stakeholders, governments, opinion leaders, civil society, consumers, and it requires a complete reformulation of the kind of products that are offered to society. And that's a huge area that we work in. Then I come to water, which was the question that you raised. The world, I heard a startling statistic 2 days ago in the Grow Asia Forum, which I was co-chairing. In the next 40 years, simply to cope with the increase in population, today 7 billion going to 9.5 billion by 2050, in the next 40 years, the world has to produce as much food as we have produced in the last 4,000 years. Let's think about that. The next 40 years, as much food as the last 4,000 years. Yeah. For many reasons, we basically need to double our production of food on an annual basis between now and the year 2050. What do you need for food production? Well, akin to the economics model, the growth model put forward, you need land. We aren't making any more of it. In fact, we're degrading it. Yeah. We need sunshine. There's plenty of that around. We need people, and we need water. And these are the two scarce resources. People, because children of farmers don't want to be farmers. Farmers don't want their children to follow them simply because of lack of sustainability and the high risk nature of the entire agricultural model, smallholder farm model that exists today. But water, 70% of all the fresh water used by mankind is used for agriculture, to grow food. Today, already as mankind, we use fresh water, which is 10% in excess of the replenishment level. So we're tapping into aquifers that have been built over millennia. The forecast is that by 2030, we as mankind, to grow food, will be using fresh water at a rate that is 60% higher than replenishment levels. So survived for millennia without iron, without silicon, and without oil and carbon. We can't survive more than 2 days without water. And yet we are looking at a scenario where over the next 30 years, the most precious commodity in the world will be water.
So pricing and access will become huge political issues. They already are.
To start with, sustainability is the first issue. To make sure that water use is sustainable in order to produce the kind of food so we can feed the world and we have food security. Not only food security, to go back to the previous point of the double burden of disease, we have nutrient security in the right measure in the right place. And to produce that, we need really to very closely create a multi-stakeholder engagement platform to make sure the use of water resources is sustainable. And that's one of the key platforms, the 3 platforms I mentioned: rural development, nutrition, and water, that Nestle works part of our Creating Shared Value program to make sure that we create value for society, and that's the only way we can sustainably create value for our shareholders.
Let me come back to you then on how you can apply that in some of the countries in this region. Jeremy, let me turn to you. We're on the subject of sustainability, and you talked about some of the human rights of water and nutrients being one of them. You mentioned land specifically. Jeremy, what's been happening in that space, and how is that contributing to the increasing disparities of income and the unequal levels of growth we're seeing in the region? Access to property.
Jones Lang LaSalle are a property advisory company, so we advise on various elements related to the built environment primarily. And I think that within the industry as a whole, what we have been endeavouring to do is to greenify, for want of a better word, the built environment. 30% of carbon emissions globally come from buildings. And therefore, from that perspective, we are, the development are looking very closely at how to measure their impact. And so there is a significant push from governments as climate change is being acknowledged as being a big issue, to work out how one can do that efficiently. How do we make sure that we take that carbon footprint down within the built environment? Within the workplace, you're finding a lot of individuals, especially the younger generation, are wanting a more productive workplace. So from their point of view, there's a interesting, I was at a conference last week where talking about wellness and very much related to the human capital piece, we're getting to a point now where obviously sitting at work is perceived as one of the issues related to obesity and such like. People are now having desks that you stand up. Well, actually in America you've got desks with treadmills, and they are fixed at 4 kilometers an hour.
This is why we're in the round here. So
yeah, exactly. As soon as we get up, so I think from that point of view, the real estate industry is endeavouring to make sure that both from a development standpoint and from an occupational standpoint, that one is aware of it, and it's being driven both from a government standpoint but also from an investor standpoint. The reality is, as we go forward, as more regulation is provided in this area, the reality between those buildings that cannot provide that sort of sustainable measurement versus those that can are going to see, I think, in due course, a premium. And so that you start to find that those impositions are being put in, and it's important that there's strong governance from that point of view at a political level, so that you understand exactly what you do and where you may be able to, as I say, get benefits as a consequence of that.
Okay. Shinta, I have to turn to you on Indonesia then, because this is obviously the largest region, one of the most important, and obviously one of the most challenging environmental problems and sustainability problems. And as I mentioned, even though its Gini coefficient is better than Thailand's, it's by no means considered, I think, acceptable. How would you address this issue?
Well, first of all, I think the timing, right? If you see 2015 is last year of the UN MDG, as mentioned, and also at the same time we are approaching AAC, which is ASEAN Economic Community. And if we look at all the work that has been done as far as the MDG is concerned, of course we have halved the extreme poverty level. We have increased significantly, even in Asia, in terms of attendance of primary school. So I think you have seen some progress in that area. Now, we understand that now we're moving from the MDG to the Sustainable Development Goal. So I think this is something that in Indonesia we're trying to put this as basically our aim. Indonesia can be part in achieving these Sustainable Development Goals. And when we look at the three basic components of sustainable development, on the economic growth, on the social inclusion, as well on the environmental sustainability, we see that Indonesia is perhaps one of the countries that is still far behind in this sense. But what we're trying to is now having an alignment between the different component of stakeholders in achieving this. So when we think what kind of growth, of course we no longer focus on just economic growth. So we want to focus on this, but how then we can align between the different stakeholders in Indonesia. So one area that I would like to share is now the government have the National Development Agenda. And we realize that one area, if we want to make this happen on a more concrete programs, is how to bring this SDG inside of our national agenda. So that's what we did. I'm actually the vice chairman also of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and I've been asked to champion sustainable development actions. And I think one of the areas that is important is this putting this as the national development agenda of Indonesia, and then bringing in some of the programs that we can develop in achieving the SDG. So we are happy now to kind of aim the same goal, you know, and then from the private sector side, we also have created what we call the Vision 2050. Because we look at all this demography issue, we see the increase of, we will have a bonus demography, and I think globally, as mentioned, we will reach 9.5 billion people, and that's a huge number. So what are we doing in anticipation of that? And I think it is very important because we've been talking a lot about, you know, how we want to go, but it's important that this alignment is taking place. That when we talk about the government, private sector, NGO, academia, we're talking about the same language and we are driving to the same direction. And I think this is where I feel is very important when we discuss, you know, education, when we talk about jobs, when we talk about social security, you know, this all will involve. I mean, it cannot be just a government driving it, you know, it has to come from the multi-stakeholders. And I think enough said, you know, enough has been said, and I think we really in Indonesia want to see how we can bring this forward. And we are also integrating with the region, and I think this is why I mentioned about the AAC, because it's part of what we're doing in WEF, and I'm part of the Global Council member of WEF in Southeast Asia. We're trying to facilitate this process as well on the ASEAN integration aspect, because we feel there's a big gap and where the government is sitting right now with thinking that they're achieving 70-80% of KPI. The private sector is lying, thinking that we're only achieving like 10-20%. So how can we then, you know, sit and see what is missing here, you know? And I think definitely the role of WEF is very important in facilitating some of this integration process.
Thanks. I'm interested in this issue of government KPIs. And in your report, Professor Fujun, you mentioned several different alternative indicators that we could be looking at to sort of augment our understanding of how governments are doing at their job of trying to create not just growth, but quality growth. And three of these I noticed were from the World Bank. There's an adjusted net savings indicator, there's a human opportunity index, and there's a shared prosperity indicator. Now, are these the silver bullets that we need to sort of reevaluate government progress on growth?
Well, these certainly are the indicators that we have included in our report. And our report actually starts with a chapter on mutual. And we think it's important because a change in mindset is very important. Growth should not be exclusively driven by efficiency. For a country or for a nation to move forward, they face simultaneously the goal of efficiency, the goal of justice or equity, and the goal of freedom. So if you think of human development, human wellness, social dimensions, economic dimensions, and also be sensitive to environmental quality and security.
Shinohara-san, can we use these indicators in terms of evaluating, I mean, if you were to do your annual analysis of policymakers, would it be possible to incorporate these indexes into their progress in the Article 4 consultations and various meetings?
There are many indexes being developed by various institutions, so each of them has its own good. But overall, I think it is very difficult at this moment to pick up some of the indexes to be used for policy purposes. I just want to emphasize the importance of income distribution. In Asia, for example, Gini coefficient you talked about, income inequality is rising in most of the countries in Asia, especially in countries with large populations. I don't want to pick up names here, and this is the issue that the countries in Asia need to deal with one way or another. Needless to say, this is not the issue particular to Asia. It is the global issue now, and it is at the center of the global public debate at this moment. but and this debate applies to Asia as well. If you look at the countries in Asia, the size of the government is relatively small. That means that the role of the government that plays in allocation of income is relatively small compared to other regions. Why is that? I think it is partly the choice of the governments, the choice of the people to have smaller tax revenue, to have smaller size of the government. But at the same time, it has a lot to do with not enough tax revenues, weak tax administration, huge amounts of tax exemptions. What else? Those things, and lots of red tapes, things like that. I think that are discussed among us a very long time. But that is one area that the governments in this region has to deal with. The other issue that we need to take a look is that fiscal policy plays a big role in addressing the issue of income inequality. In advanced economies, we have enough data to do some empirical studies. But it shows that taxation and income transfer in the area of social programs would reduce the income inequality by 1/3. I don't know how it applies to developing countries at this moment. Fiscal policy plays a big role in addressing the issue of inequality, and that is clearly related to the issue of sustainability. I just want to point out another empirical study that shows that if income inequality is high, and that income inequality is associated with the shorter duration of high economic growth. That means that if you have a situation with high income inequality, you might be able to enjoy a very high growth for a short period of time, but it is not sustainable. It doesn't last for a long period. And that issue is related to, for example, middle income trap and things like that.
Can I add something to that?
Before we do that, let me turn. This is a perfect opportunity to turn to Nishimura-san, because I think Japan is undergoing a very important experiment. It reminds us this is not a developing country issue. This is an issue that developed countries also face, and Japan is undertaking a lot of policies that address exactly what I think you talked about. And what's interesting also to me is that Japan, which has for decades had a reputation for having one of the most egalitarian societies or homogeneous societies from an income base, it's also seeing a rising income disparity. And now in April, Nishimura-san, I know you raised your value-added tax. And value-added tax, I know, is being considered by the Asian Development Bank, and I believe also by your colleagues at the IMF, as one way to try to increase the tax base and use that money to spread the wealth. So I want to get your perspectives on how that's working out, what your thinking is. It was very unpopular, and a lot of economists worry that this is going to upend your recovery. So is it justified from the point of view of sustainability and sustainable growth from Japan, for Japan going forward?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let me talk about first our efforts towards inclusive and sustainable development, growth. So as you said, Japan is traditionally a very inclusive society with a low unemployment rate and small income gap and advanced environmental technology. So now our government is working to enhance this advantage in the new growth strategy. And for example, the unemployment rates currently stays at 3.6%, which is relatively low by international standard, partly reflecting the efforts of companies to keep their employees in their own company. The farmers' efforts to keep their employees contribute to the society. But on the other hand, it tends to reduce their profitability. And yes. So now what we are trying to do is to facilitate the transfer of our labor force to new growing industries. although $1 billion have been spent for supporting companies to keep their employees. Now we are changing the disallocation of resources so as to spend $1 billion for supporting job creation and labor mobility in the future. And now we are facing the big challenge we are facing is demography. So population is decreasing in the world, but our population is increasing in the world. Population is decreasing, and now our population is 125 million people. But in 2060, naturally it will be 86 million. So it's a big decrease. So we are now thinking how to manage and overcome this challenge. And so what we have to do is increase the female participation in labor force, which is relatively low by the international standards. So we are increasing our social child care services and also supporting the women who want to work and who want to work. So that's a big challenge for us. And we have to implement fiscal consolidation. So we need to increase consumer tax relatively low in the international standard. We added the tax 3% to 8% in the last month, April. Now the 8%, and we are planning to add 2 more next year, October next year, to 10%. But it depends on whether we increase this another additional 2%. It depends on the economic situations, because we are trying to get out of the deflation, which has been continuing last 15 years in Japan. So we are our economic policy, Abenomics, is trying to get out of deflation and also implement fiscal consolidation. So it's a tough, narrow path. So we are doing 3 arrows policies. So as you know very well about Abenomics. So it's a big challenge for us, but what I want to emphasize is innovation, technology, and among them the big, strong resolution, strong intention to reform our society, reform our restructure of our economy. So Prime Minister Abe is showing a very good, very strong leadership, and Japanese people are now our policy, because we are in the deflation long time. So Japanese people understand we have to do new and we have to do challenge. So that's we're trying to do. Yes.
It's a fascinating problem that Japan faces, and one that's very different than most of Southeast Asia, where we have younger populations. Tsunohara-san and Fujin, I want to get you to talk about this a little bit, because you mentioned fiscal consolidation, and we've just seen the Australian Parliament decide to take a path towards fiscal consolidation. But it seems that, and in your report you allude to this, that there is a danger that in trying to maintain a balanced budget and to protect the savings of people my age and above who have saved for a long time and don't want to see that savings inflated away, that we neglect the needs of the growing younger population.
more of a problem that Indonesia has. How do we balance this emerging disparity between not just rich and poor, but the old and the young? The needs of the young need inflation, nominal growth in Japan, for example, or faster growth in Indonesia, versus the needs of savers who, like in Japan, are looking now to sort of phase themselves out of the workforce and retire.
Well, there is a long-term issue and a short-term issue. A long-term issue, it would be good to have a balance sheet. But short-term, given the ups and the downs of an economy, fiscal policy need to be counter-cyclical. We do not make an argument, it's cut. But the process should be nuanced, sensitive to the long-term goal that you have a balanced sheet. Long-term growth should be looked at as a asset management model. You do not look for cash returns by a deep discount on the underlying assets. Now, this is very important. So the fiscal side, we should be sensitive, it should be counter-cyclical. The investment side, good investment, not highly leveraged investment that will have a reasonable return. I mentioned earlier on, if the growth rates of investment is higher than real growth rates, it's problematic. Now, if you look at the case of China, we probably are suffering from that case.
But isn't that what every single fund manager wants to achieve?
Well, it's we need to build a that has to do with the term I give you. It's GIF model, green, inclusive, value, ecosystem, and in that ecosystem, I talk about at the macro level, there should be a better calibration of the role of the state vis-a-vis the role of the market. To elaborate on that side is, now even when we look at the market, if there's a case where you only have a market for goods and services without a market for factors of production, including capital, factors of production, land, labor, capital, and the political power continue to control factors of production. So this is the institutional environment. In that institutional environment, it will be very easy for someone to get rich very quickly. But that won't allow the whole population to have what we call shared prosperity.
Okay.
So with those kind of skewed institutional environments, it will give two issues. One is the issue of inequality. The other issue is the issue of corruption. So in that GIF model, ecosystem, we need to be sensitive to both the micro ecosystem as well as what I call the micro ecosystem to promote entrepreneurship and innovation.
Is it just a question of having longer time horizons on your return on investment? Is that what we need to focus on? We've talked about that a lot in different meetings. My concern is that most of the things that we're thinking are good for raising equality are issues that we talked about for a very long time. It seems like the issue is really pulling those into standard policy-making agendas, not just sort of talking about improving the environment and getting stakeholder support for it, but actually making it part of the evaluation of policymakers' progress. The other question, and it's a very scary one, I realize for a lot of people, is it sounds like what you're saying is what we really need is a much more redistributive system. So is the answer just raising taxes, Shinohara-san?
I can talk about this for an hour.
Please don't. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Redistribution of income can have positive contribution to growth if the design is right. I think that is the conclusion. Redistribution means lots of things, right? Tax system can be designed to be more progressive, right? In order to make redistribution of income, expenditure on social programs, the cash transfer mechanism and things like that will contribute to the distribution of income. The problem is, if the design is not right, it could harm the efficiency of the economy. We have to find a good balance between the efficiency based on the market mechanism and whatever the social value that we have to protect. So in order to do that, it seems to us that fiscal policy plays a very important role. Not just fiscal policy, there are labor market policies and other things, but for example, in this country, in the Philippines, they have introduced a so-called conditional cash transfer mechanism. They will transfer cash to the poor people, conditional upon their children's attendance in school, or they pay regular visit to healthcare services and things like that. It has been very popular in Mexico and Brazil, and the Philippines have introduced that. It is still in the process, in a process of expanding the program. But there are measures like that. If the design is good, that is not harmful to the development of the economy and things like that. The same applies to consumption tax that Mr. Nishimura talked about, value-added tax. Value-added tax is very friendly to economic growth.
I want to stop you there and ask you to explain that in 2 sentences to the room, why, if you talk about the need for progressive taxes, we think of a VAT, a value-added tax, as being a regressive tax by its very nature. Why would you recommend that Asia have more value-added tax? Does it mean we should be paying less income tax? I hope so.
Actually, if you look at the tax structure here in Asia, they rely more on value-added tax than value-added tax. So if you look at the countries in this region, especially in ASEAN countries, you might want to recommend that you should rely more on income taxation rather than consumption taxation. But besides that, what I want to talk about is that, of course, value-added tax or consumption tax is regressive, right? It hits the poor more than the rich. But if it is combined with the appropriate social transfer mechanisms, it should be okay. For example, in case of Japan, what they are trying to do is to raise tax revenues by raising the consumption tax and use that revenue for social security programs, right? That is that has an redistributive impact. So how can you combine the tax issue and the spending issue? That is another issue that you have to look into very carefully.
Jenny, you mentioned that there's an aspect of this in terms of property rights is a very potent too that has contributed to inequality. Can you address that a little bit, the issue of very thorny issue of land title across Asia?
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is property rights should be, in most cases, an inalienable right. The reality is that in a lot of cases, people can have their land expropriated and therefore they can't build any security for themselves and for their future. These things have got to be protected. I think the other piece of it is that if you look around the region, there are your ability to own real estate as either a resident or a foreigner is very different depending on where you are, and that has an impact on your ability to provide FDI into that country. And I was in a conversation last night about it in relation to the Philippines and Indonesia, which was interesting because the amount of FDI going into real estate in Indonesia is far greater than the amount of FDI coming into the Philippines because of the land title and what you're able to achieve. At the same time, when you've got very open property rights, the likes of Hong Kong and such like, when everybody's looking to invest in real estate, all of a sudden you create bubbles, and that's what's happened recently in both Hong Kong and Singapore. And they've provided taxes, which in theory is to stymie speculation, and actually, interestingly, it's had, and the idea of that is to then bring down the price, but actually it's had a different impact, which is that it's pretty much stopped any sort of transactions in that space because the entry price is too great. So those two, I think, go hand in hand, it's important that in order to create stability in a property market, those sorts of things are very, very clear, and the more open one can be, the greater chance one has, both from investors and developers because they get security, but also from an occupier base where you can bring to our whole issue around sustainability best practices from elsewhere in the world into this part of the world, and ultimately the whole issue of then better built environments comes about. I think the other piece of it is also a lot of Asian cities, Singapore's a great example, which have done, as a consequence of planning and those best practices, have managed to densify themselves in such a way that actually they're a more sustainable city than a lot of others. Because
densify.
Densification, yeah. I mean, you don't want the urban sprawl that exists, because ultimately that uses resources, it takes up time and energy that ultimately, if you densify and plan properly, that can be advantageous both to society, to the individuals living in it, but also resources as a whole.
Okay. We want to open it up for questions. I meant to do that a lot earlier, actually. I would encourage you to put your hand up, and a mic will be sent to you, and just inject yourself into this conversation. Otherwise, we will just dominate it. There's a hand over there. Would you like to ask a question or make a comment? Please identify yourself before you do.
Yes, thank you very much for the insights. My name's Lauren Anderson. I'm a Sydney global shaper, and I work in the space of collaborative consumption or the sharing economy, which includes businesses like Airbnb or car sharing, and essentially is about increased efficiency of the assets rather than the production of new assets. So I'm wondering, and perhaps the question is mainly to Professor Fujun and Mr. Shinohara, how can we actually look at growth, maximizing the efficiency of existing assets as a stronger contributor to growth as opposed to the production of new assets? And potentially for everyone, in the East Asian region, obviously there is an aspirational wealth mindset. Can a model like collaborative consumption actually overcome this mindset to increase access to things that are needed? Thank you.
Which of you would like to handle that one?
Certainly, though.
Fujun?
Certainly, these are steps in the right direction. If I say the gift model, these can be under the green. I mentioned many labor-saving technologies vis-a-vis earth-saving technologies. So the way I look at what you do is earth-saving, institutional technology. We also come up with the term called institutional technology. That's the kind of method that we human beings coordinate our behavior, shape our value, coordinate behavior more towards the green economy. More welcome in a way.
I think it's interesting that the problem that we face with sustainability and equality or income inequality challenges so much of the fundamentals that we've all taken for granted when we're talking about economics for the last 20 years. And one of them is this notion of trade being beneficial for everyone. We probably all remember that, I think it was not even 10 years ago, most of these meetings were met with great protests because there was a movement against globalization and its impact. And yet now we're looking at trade as an aspect that could actually improve or reduce income inequality. This is in your report. But it seems that there's a problem between the way the trade can improve the equality between nations and within nations. It can become a great disruptor, right? And the way it's perceived. And so I actually think, Nishimura-san, you're considering this now, the TPP. Do you think that this has potential to apply a sort of a pressure for reform in Japan that could transform industries and make business more open and egalitarian?
I think TPP is a good momentum for our reform and restructure. And I think trade will increase each country wealth. So and also we develop new rules of intellectual property rights, IPR, and investment protection or government procurement. So it's transparent new rules. So and if some country is not in this kind of global supply chain made by TPP, it will be excluded. It may be excluded of this supply chain. So this country needs to keep this, accept this new rule. IPR and investment protection or and so on. So this TPP is, I think, driving force for developing new rules all over the world, especially Asian and Pacific region.
Faces great opposition among your domestic constituents, no?
Right. But
so how do you better sell the idea that free trade is actually good for you?
Yes, but each country has kind of sensitive issues, so we have to. We need to hear and accept some sensitive issues from each country. So we don't want 100% free and complete. Framework. We need 80% or 85% is fine. So we are now negotiating in the last stage. And please look at the EU. EU is integrated, economically, one area, region. But each country has each culture and each, yes. So we need the economically integration. But each country has each sensitive issues.
Right.
So yes.
Could you? It's sometimes hard to keep your mind around, get your mind around this concept of free trade, not sort of leaving people behind that are already disenfranchised or on the wrong side of the income disparity. What is the rationale for why free trade would help this?
Well, theoretically, the benefits we get from free trade is based on the idea of specialization. A more concrete expression of that is comparative advantage of different nations. But one way to look at markets is to look at domestic markets. Then you look at the global markets. What's wrong with the concept of comparative advantage is previously we tend to take that advantage as a static comparative advantage. But static has a beauty of elegance, so sort of see a static picture. But what is important is for us to understand that concept as a dynamic advantage. So do you have a comparative advantage? You say yes. Tomorrow, will you have a comparative advantage? You say yes, but less so. But you gain time so that you can learn new tricks. So the world, the economy, the marketplace continue to move forward. So if the thinking is correct, what is important is to have the concept of opening up of market, not open market right away, so that you gain time to adjust your labor skill sets. You are better positioned to have for jobs that have higher value added.
Shinta, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I have to say that this issue of nationalism versus regionalism versus globalization, as is definitely very apparent. And when we talk about in the ASEAN context, we're looking into how to do more trade creation rather than trade and I think we're managing in terms of each of the country as a center of excellence of certain sectors, but how then we can create this single market. And I think when we talk about opening market, there is still a very big dilemma in terms of the nationalism itself. That Indonesia, for example, at the moment we're going through, where foreign investors start looking into Indonesia as more protectionist, regulation, trade regulation coming out. Our negative list has just been issued, in which we are closing some of the sectors, all the openings.
Your mining export.
Yeah, and this is a big issue at the moment that we're facing. And on one side we want to open up. We're negotiating right now CEPA, Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, with different countries, Korea, South Korea. EU is we are launching with EU, with Australia, and yet we're not ready for that, right? I mean, TPP is very far off, of course, from the agenda, but I think this is a big dilemma that a country like Indonesia is facing. we don't have that kind of concept of what is really the positive impact if we open our market.
Do you think it would have a catalyzing impact in a country like Indonesia? I know Japan and China have often looked at, China would be very interested to get into TPP. It was welcomed, and I think it has an alternative agreement as a result. But they've looked at these agreements as ways that they can say, well, we had to sign this and now we have to implement reforms that would otherwise be domestically, politically impossible. I'm thinking about, the land acquisition situation in Indonesia has been talked about often as a deterrent to foreign investment, to infrastructure investment. You have a sense of this as a business person and entrepreneur. What's the situation there? Is that getting better? And do you think that there's a way to increase foreign investment by signing on to trade agreements that would help catalyze, get more legislation through Parliament than otherwise would happen?
Yeah, I think of course, as you know, our election is July, so at the moment everything seems to be on hold. We are very optimistic that the new government hopefully can really bring us to a new direction of Indonesia, new hope for Indonesia. But I think what is crucial to say is, it seems like there's a number of homework that Indonesia needs to fulfill before we even can look at more opening up of Indonesia. And I think this is really, reflected in the regulatory framework aspect. Decentralization is a very big issue. So while we are talking about globalization, this is a major issue in front of us, which is decentralization, which impact like the land acquisition and so forth is still a big issue till today. So I think unless we kind of address those challenges that we face internally, I think we will continue struggling to want to be a player in this global arena. And I think this, obviously, the timing is very important, and that's why we are looking how this effort can done simultaneously and address the home issue as well as the global issue. And I think, we need to really, I think Indonesia new government has a very big assignment in their head, so they really have to move forward with this.
Okay. Let's open up to some more questions. I see a couple of hands going up. Anyone from the other sections of the right? And I have a whole bunch of people behind me I can't see, so you just have to throw something at me. In the back.
Yeah, my question is for Nishimura-san. And in articles I read about the TPP content, there are extraordinary shareholder rights to ignore laws in member countries related to environmental regulation, to bring lawsuits if regulations are more severe in their home country, to recover lost profits, to challenge labor laws that they don't like. And I don't hear much about that in the debates, and I'm wondering if those issues have been addressed and taken out of the TPP. Japan, with its incredible history of environmental protection, of strong labor laws, is accepting those parts of the TPP agenda that I read about in some of the underground press that we don't talk about publicly. I'm wondering, is TPP really something that you should be moving toward, and how does it address, or how might it impact Japan's environmental record, Japan's labor law going forward?
Good question. And how will it affect, before you, can you identify yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Alan Miner. I'm a venture capitalist based out of Tokyo.
Okay.
What I can say here is so limited, and also it is sensitive issue, sensitive matter. Yes, so let me talk a little bit about this, but may I speak in Japanese, so please put the headphone. Ready? You can understand Japanese? Okay. 言うまでもなく TPP は21世紀型のフレームワークを目指していますので、環境とか労働とかこれまでの通商協定にないそうした新しい項目を付加しようとしています。だからこそこれまでの例がないがゆえに交渉に時間がかかっているという面があります。で、 これは12カ国が環境とか労働とかもう21世紀にまさに今日の議論と気を一にしますけれども、新しい貿易投資のルールを決めていこうという中で、合意をして議論をしてますので、一定のルールが貿易投資の中で
There will be a set of rules in investment as well, and that would be a common shared rules 12 member countries would comply with. But then, when it comes to specific rules, what would be the dispute settlement mechanism, and then how much time is allowed for the actual introduction of such set of rules? We are in the midst of negotiation right now. And recently there was a ministerial meeting in Singapore, and to what extent a discussion has been sorted out, and then there will be a chief negotiators meeting in July, and by then all these items will be sorted out. And when the chief negotiators meeting is held in July, all these will be worked on and lead on to the ministerial meeting scheduled to be held in July.
I have the complete message. And there was another question there in the green.
Thank you. I'm Vivian Lau from Junior Achievement Asia Pacific, non-profit organization in 120 countries focused on supporting young people. On the topic of sustainable and inclusive growth, I think Professor Fu, you call for a change of mindset. I think sometimes it's more than just the change of mindset. We need to have the enabling system and process to support that. Now, on the real cost of resources, I think what we are seeing right now is that our current generation is actually getting a discount. Our future generation is going to pay a premium. So I know I have this wild concept that I think would terrify politicians and economists in this room. Is there a chance that we can look at real cost of pricing with a different perspective, really long-term pricing? So maybe it's a new form of GST, but the G and the S stand for global sustainability. We can call it tax because tax is a dirty word. So maybe it's global sustainability fund or something, which means that we should really pay for the true cost, so that by the year 2060, future generation, when they look at us in this room, they know that we've done something to support them. I know it's a wild card, and I like to hear comments.
Is it a wild card? I think this, I may be wrong, but I think this is the concept behind the carbon tax, behind carbon trading. And Indonesia, please go ahead.
May I come in on this one? I kind of get where you're going with this. And let's take the issue of water, which is where Wayne started, and you referred to that. Water has many dimensions beyond the economic. There's political dimensions, there's even spiritual dimensions, environmental dimensions. And we see, indeed, water use is unsustainable. We see water tables, if you look at the state of Punjab, for instance, in India and Pakistan, water tables have depleted to a level. The farmers know what's happening. They are unsustainable. And we go and talk to them, they tell you, listen, this we know beyond the next 10, 15 years it won't last. But if I don't do this, all my neighbors are going to take the water anyway. Right? The depleting groundwater levels in Bangladesh have led to levels of arsenic in the water supply system that has then entered the food chain and have a huge healthcare cost for humanity. So there is no doubt that there has to be some way of appropriately recognizing this cost that this resource has. Unfortunately, the moment you talk of cost as allocated to a resource like that, the first reaction is always emotional. Yeah? And there's no doubt that water, access to clean, safe drinking water is a fundamental human right. But that usage of water for drinking, for cooking, for personal hygiene is not more than a couple of % of the total freshwater resources we have. The bulk of the resources we have are actually used in agriculture, 70%. And the research seems to indicate that the amount of water used in agriculture is 2 to 2.5 times the physiological requirement of the plants themselves because of losses due to transpiration, losses because of percolation, and simply overuse of water. So a proper pricing mechanism in some way with communities participating, because they see the cost. Communities, farmers know the cost. Participating in this would definitely go a long way, but it's politically a very difficult transition to make.
No, I think the issue of pricing these commodities would take us about 6 hours to even cover the basic issues.
Absolutely.
But very quickly, I wanted to try to draw you back to something you referred to earlier, which is Fujun talked about, and Shinohara-san's talked about wealth transfers. Is there a way, in the context of your investment, you talked about investment in the rural sector and the agricultural sector, is there a way to get the private sector involved more directly in looking at a longer time horizon for returns and in getting engaged with governments in trying to create these wealth transfers on a commercial level?
Let me give you a simple example, yeah, and then you tell me. And this is an example from our business in Pakistan, right? We have a business that's about 80 billion rupees, Pakistani rupees. Of this 80 billion rupees, where does the revenue go? 80 billion rupees cash. 20 billion goes to farmers directly, wealth transfer, form of cash that is transferred on a daily basis for the milk and raw materials they supply. Another 20 billion goes for other raw materials and packaging materials. 20 billion goes to indirect taxes, transportation, interest costs, etc. And 20 billion that's left over is split 3 ways between employee salaries, direct taxes, and shareholder profits. Now, if I look at that as a model, as a capitalist, and I put this equation, wealth transfer that's happening into the rural economy, into the hands of individual small farmers, yeah, and the money that's actually being split between direct taxes and profits and employees, this is a sustainable business model because you have wealth transfers integrated into the way you operate. And that is a sustainable business model that we need to work with.
Shinta, what do you think? I want to get your opinion because you're from a country that is still largely rural. Do you think that that resonates with you in terms of a workable business model in Indonesia?
Well, actually, the government has tried, as you know, a few years ago. They tried to reduce subsidy and then creating a program of what we call the wealth transfer. I mean, a cash transfer program for for the poor. Unfortunately, it didn't really work very well, you know. And I think this concept of wealth transfer as a model seems to be good, but in actual implementation, it's not as simple as what it's appearing to say. Coming back again on what the government is doing, these policies, I think it has to be clear that, for example, at the moment we're negotiating in terms of the social security for labor, and for employees, and where does the cost go? Okay, and they want to say this is all employer responsibility. So basically, 5%, all employers' responsibility, and so they want to basically the cost will lies on the employers, not the employees, and this is an ongoing problem in Indonesia because you're trying to create policies and that is really pro specific, of course the major population in where the labor is, and then yet it's impacting negative to the employer side, which is a certain segment of the society. So I think how can you create this balance in terms of when we look at the wealth transfer, how can this be implemented properly, and how can you can have a fairness in terms of, yes, of course certain cost needs to go here, but how do you actually execute it, I think is the problem. So
let me stop you there and open up we have time for just one more question, and I want to make sure we do get a couple of those in, and then we'll all be heading off for that. I know everyone's eager to get to the lunch. Over the back.
Thank you. My name is Yosef from the Auckland Hub Global Shapers community. We're talking about ecosystems, and ecosystems come from a natural world, sort of our understanding of the natural world. And ecosystems work towards equilibrium. When you think about growth, have we become overly obsessed with growth that it's affecting us negatively?
Is the question, how do we become so obsessed with growth affecting us negatively?
Is our obsession with growth affecting us negatively?
Okay.
Should we?
Gujin, you want to take that one?
Well, that's when we look at the existing model of growth. Well, we did not make a very strong argument against the existing model, but in practice of the existing model, land, labor, capital, land, of course, stands for, it's a more concrete term for the celestial constraints we all face. It's land, including water. In the practice of existing model, we have not been sensitive enough to what we call the carrying capacity of Earth. Now, consistent with the economic principles, if resources are limited, there must be better mechanisms for better pricing of those resources. But now we are probably conceptually more clear. The next for us is to communicate that message to governments, to business, to every sector of society, so that we have a better chance for the growth to be more sustainable. Of course, it will be a challenge, but the better to start talking about what we call GIVE model. Green, inclusive, new value, a better ecosystem for entrepreneurship and innovation, so that we have a better chance to survive altogether.
All right, why don't we try to wrap it up there, and I'll try to sum it before we all head out. I think, I'm not sure if your acronym will necessarily take off, but I think the spirit behind it definitely will. There needs to be a clear alignment and a recognition. And I think these kind of conversations will help that to some extent. The governments realize it's not just enough to come up with a positive growth figure, because for years we thought if you can produce the growth, you can stay in power. That's clearly no longer the case. I think every government in the region, from Japan to China to Southeast Asia, recognizes that. Obviously, get more serious about trying to create a more realistic pricing model for scarce resources, a smarter tax structure, some kind of conditional wealth transfers should be explored that can help mitigate the impact of freer trade and developed capital markets. Property rights, I think, is a paramount issue for Southeast Asia and most of Asia. Land reform was never really fully implemented in much of the region. I think in this country in particular, it's a process and hasn't been fully completed. Japan, I think politicians there will also have to engage others in the region about trying to create a better awareness and understanding of why free trade is good. And as our audience suggested, I think that more has to be done to try to not only just explain this to the public, but to find ways to create those opportunities so they can move and adapt and benefit fully from those agreements. So why don't I leave it there? And I'm sorry we had to run out of time, but I know there's a big motion to go to the lunch, the Indonesian lunch. I'll thank the panelists for their time and taking part in their insights, and I'll thank all of you for coming and sharing your thoughts too. Thank you.
And that concludes the plenary session, or the session regarding rethinking economic growth.
You know, JJ, it's really complicated when you think about it, economic growth. And, you know, when you try to rethink it and talking about wealth, you know, how do you really define wealth and wealth transfer and, you know, growing economy and inclusive growth? Where do we,
exactly,
you know, how
that's
do we
the
define
question
that?
that comes to mind. That's why there were very active participants during that session, because there was someone who asked whether CCT or the conditional cash transfer was indeed successful as a model for all the other countries in the region. Surprisingly, Robert, one of the participants or one of the panelists answered, the one from Indonesia, said that the concept of wealth sharing and the concept of conditional cash transfer is actually very not good on paper.
Yes.
But in the actual implementation, she said that much, that Indonesia had quite a hard time implementing the desired results thereof. And so we come to the question of what is indeed wealth or wealth sharing. If I may say my personal piece on this matter, wealth doesn't translate to living comfortably for each individual in a country, but I think it should be the sustainability of each resource or the resources of a country. I don't know if you would agree with me, Robert, on this.
Yeah, well, you know, it does look good on paper, but I guess it's case-to-case basis. In some countries it would work, some countries it won't. Depends on the infrastructure, depends on the culture, and depends on the personalities involved and how, you know, how engaging the government and the public are in terms of trying to really talk about wealth transfer from the top to the bottom. You know, if you look at it on the micro level, you look at a corporation, they say sometimes, you know, if you grow too fast, it's bad. If you grow too slow, it's good. So where's the middle ground?
That's what our leaders should define. But one of the leaders or the participants in that session said that what the region needs, or what the leaders of the region need, is to develop a certain kind of mindset in order for us to have an enabling system and process that is effective in order to bring about a successful wealth sharing for the region. But as what Robert said, I think most of our leaders have to look into how we could start it, and when do we say it's the start, and when do we say that everyone in the region is ready towards wealth sharing.
That's going to be a big challenge when we go through the ASEAN integration, because not everybody is equal in this region. You know, some will be lagging, some will be on top. So how do we do this? How do we help each other gain that momentum, you know, in this ASEAN integration, to get their economies to, you know, get up and running, but also not sacrificing what we call inclusive growth.
All right. Meanwhile, Robert?
Meanwhile, let's then see how our legislators are reacting to the current discussion at the World Economic Forum from our Senate reporter, Sam Ramirez. Sam?
Hosting the World Economic Forum on East Asia opens many doors of opportunities for our country, according to some lawmakers.
Ipakita natin yung kagandahan at mga oportunidad dito sa ating bansa kasi para sa ating mga kababayan din.
Malaking bagay yan. Unang-una ay para tayo makapag-host sa World Economic Forum. I hope that we will be able to showcase what is the best of the country has to offer.
Senate President Franklin Drilon says the said forum is also a platform for Philippine leaders to tell the great comeback story of the Philippine economy and the efforts of the government to better infrastructure and create an environment viable for successful investments. From being the sick man of Asia, the world witnessed how the Philippines transformed into one of Asia's fastest growing economies, next to China. But despite the economic growth enjoyed by the country for the past years, the government still faces the challenge of addressing unemployment. In 2013, more than 12 million individuals out of jobs, according to a survey done by the social weather stations. Lawmakers believe there is still so much more to be done. Trickling down the effects of the economic growth to the ordinary one in WANA is one of the challenges that Drilon sees. Aside from inclusive growth, lawmakers see infrastructure, public utilities as among the other aspects that the government has to improve on.
Sa aspeto ng turismo, hindi tayo uusad dyan kung patuloy nating ninineglect yung ating airport. Pangalawa, yung mass transit system natin, yung MRT, yung LRT. Kung di natin inayos yan, how can we attract workers more to the urban centers? Power din, isang malaking issue yan sa mga negosyante.
Hindi naman pwedeng honest good governance lang. Diba? Poverty alleviation, diba? Yung ating poverty incidence is very high. Joblessness, wala namang bagong trabaho na-create. No? Mula 2010. The problem right now, not only is power generation very expensive in the Philippines, we are now facing a shortage come 2050.
This is the first time that the World Economic Forum on East Asia is held in the Philippines after over 2 decades. For the People's Television, Sam Ramirez.
Thank you so much, Sam. What really struck me in that report regarding the reactions of all these senators?
There's a mixed reaction. Some say, you know, this is a chance for us to showcase the gains, and some say there's still a lot to do.
Exactly, and they have identified the things or some of the components that we need to put our attention on, like infrastructure, tourism, environment,
IT,
mass transport system, power, poverty alleviation. As what Senator or Senate President Drilon said, it is our chance to showcase our development growth, but there is much more that needs to be done regarding all of these factors that we need to improve on. Infrastructure, for one. I think one of the highlights is the airport.
Yes.
Because we are...
What Senator Angara, we have to focus on tourism, fix the transit system, the airports, to gain both local and foreign tourists in, to get more economic value.
Exactly, but as the tourists flock to the Philippines, we must also not lose sight of the fact that we have to take care of the environment, garbage management and all that. Meanwhile, we shall pause for a gap. PTV will be with you to cover the World Economic Forum and the more exciting parts as we go on later in the day.
Kasing kulay ng kultura nating Pilipino ang piyesta. Pagkakataon ito ng iba't ibang komunidad na magkaisa. Ang Mayo ay buwan ng piyesta. Ito ay nagmula sa ating mga ninuno bilang pasasalamat sa masaganang ani. Ang pagdiriwang na ito ay hinaluan ng nobena, prosesyon, sayawan at musika ng mga misyonaryong Kastila upang engganyohin ang mga Pilipino sa Katolisismo. Kwento ng kasaysayan, tradisyon at kultura. Pagkakakilanlan nating Pilipino ay sinasalamin sa piyesta. ASEAN is the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, a family of 10 nations found in the southeastern sub-region of Asia. It is composed of Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Indonesia, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. A forerunner of the ASEAN is the Association of Southeast Asia, or ASA. ASA is a regional bloc of the Philippines, Malaysia, and Thailand that was formed in 1961. ASEAN, however, was born on August 8, 1967 in Bangkok, when the foreign minister of Asia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and the Philippines met in Bangkok to sign the ASEAN Declaration that formally established what is now known as the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. These 5 ministers are referred to as the founding fathers of the ASEAN. Their vision was to unite all Southeast Asian nations, which was realized when ASEAN expanded to include Brunei Darussalam on January 8, 1984, Vietnam on July 28, 1995, Lao People's Democratic Republic, and Myanmar on July 23, 1997, and Cambodia on April 30, 1999. From 5 countries, ASEAN now encompasses 10 member states with a diversity of cultures, but united in a common yearning to be one ASEAN community. ASEAN, we are many, but one. Welcome to ASEAN.
And those are the happenings this morning, Robert, during the different symposia held at the Makati Shangri-La Hotel. And of course, we brought to the nation the signing of the agreement between Indonesia on 3 important matters such as anti-terrorism, higher education, and the other one is...
Well, there's still more to come after lunch. There's still going to be a lot of symposiums, and even President Aquino will be attending the World Economic Forum this afternoon.
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned at PTV4. We will just be taking a few moments of break from the World Economic Forum. But first, we will have an hour of news from your government station. We will be back at 1:30 to cover the more important events of the 3rd and last day of the World Economic Forum in East Asia 2014.
ASEAN is the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, a family of 10 nations found in the southeastern sub-region of Asia. It is composed of Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Indonesia, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. A forerunner of the ASEAN is the Association of Southeast Asia, or ASA. ASA is a regional bloc of the Philippines, Malaysia, and Thailand that was formed in 1991. ASEAN, however, was born on August 8, 1967 in Bangkok, when the foreign ministers of Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and the Philippines met in Bangkok to sign the ASEAN Declaration that formally established what is now known as the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. These 5 ministers are referred to as the founding fathers of the ASEAN. Their vision was to unite all Southeast Asian nations, which was realized when ASEAN expanded to include Brunei Darussalam on January 8, 1984, Vietnam on July 28, 1995, Laos People's Democratic Republic, and Myanmar on July 23, 1997, and Cambodia on April 30, 1999. From 5 countries, ASEAN now encompasses 10 member states with a diversity of cultures, but united in a common yearning to become one ASEAN community. ASEAN, we are many, but one. Welcome to ASEAN. The ASEAN region straddles 10 majestic countries. And from each of these countries sprang a union of government that, when placed side by side with the rest in the region, would be a study in contrasts and similarities. Today, this dynamic and bustling region embraces a diverse collection of governmental systems of no less than 3 constitutional monarchies, 1 absolute monarchy, 2 socialist republics, and 4 democracies. Brunei Darussalam is an independent sultanate headed by a sultan. Its government is an absolute monarchy, which makes the sultan both a head of state or a ceremonial leader, and a head of government or an actual ruler. Cambodia is a constitutional monarchy. It is headed by a prime minister and the king, who is elected from a number of candidates with royal blood. Under a constitutional monarchy as well, Thailand is ruled by a king who currently is the world's longest-serving head of state and longest reigning monarch in Thai history. Thailand also has a prime minister for its head of government. Malaysia's form of government is a federal parliamentary under a constitutional monarchy. Its king is known as the Yang di-Pertuan Agong, who is elected to a 5-year term by and from among the 9 hereditary rulers of the Malay states. Its head of government is a prime minister. Laos People's Democratic Republic is a single-party socialist republic, where the Lao People's Revolutionary Party is the only legal political party. Lao PDR is led by a president as head of state and a prime minister as head of government. Vietnam, likewise a single-party socialist republic that is ruled by the Communist Party of Vietnam. It is also led by a president as head of state and a prime minister as head of government. Singapore is a parliamentary republic. It has a president, who is the head of state, and the prime minister, who is the head of government. Myanmar is a constitutional republic headed by a president as both head of state and government. Indonesia, the largest among the countries in the ASEAN region in terms of territory, is a republic led by a president who is both the head of state and head of government. The Philippines, which is also known as the oldest democracy in Asia, is also a republic headed by a president as both head of state and government. 10 countries, 10 governments, sharing differences, sharing similarities. A place where each nation's life and destiny are inextricably linked to the rest of the other ASEAN member states in the region. This is ASEAN. We are many, but one. Welcome. ASEAN. The ASEAN, or the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, is a formidable regional organization and boasts some of the world's most vibrant economies. Today, the gross domestic products of the ASEAN's 10 member states total $3 trillion. The ASEAN region's vast wealth is as noteworthy as the stories behind the currencies of each of the 10 countries that make up the ASEAN. In 1967, Brunei dollar, also known as the Ringgit Brunei, became Brunei Darussalam's official currency. Interestingly, there is the same amount of Brunei and Singapore dollars in circulation because they are being managed together at 1:1 ratio. Cambodia's official currency is. However, since 1993, it is the US dollar that has become the most circulated currency in the country. The Rial notes, on the other hand, replaced US coins, which are not in circulation in Cambodia. The rupiah is the currency of Indonesia. It is also known as perak, or silver, in Indonesian. In 1946, the first Indonesian rupiah notes were issued when it declared its independence. Lao People's Democratic Republic's official currency is the Lao Kip. The highest banknote denomination of Lao Kip is 100,000, which was issued for the 450th anniversary of its capital Vientiane and the 35th anniversary of the Lao People's Democratic Republic.
susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Magandang tanghali, bansang minamahal. Ngayon po ay araw ng Biyernes, ika-23 ng buwan ng Mayo 2014. Samahan niyo po kami sa paghahatid ng mga balita at impormasyon. Ako po si Kirby Cristobal, kasama sina Princess Habiba Sarip at JC Tihano. Ito ang News at 1. Samantala, sa labas ng himpilan, kasama natin sa Balitaan si Harry Bayona, mag-uulat mula sa Pag-asa DST. Si Bench Mondok mula naman sa MMDA Traffic Metro Base sa Makati at ang mga reporters ng Telebisyon ng Bayan sa iba't ibang larangan. Kami po ay bahagi rin ng media ng Bayan. Una po sa Una po sa ating mga balita, inaasahang ibayo pang uunlad ang ugnayan ng Pilipinas at Indonesia. Ito ay matapos lagdaan ng dalawang bansa ang kasunduan sa maritime boundary. Nasa bansa ngayon si Indonesian President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono bilang imbitasyon ni Pangulong Aquino at para na rin sa World Economic Forum. Sa pamamagitan ng nasabing kasunduan, natukoy na ang boundary ng teritoryo ng Pilipinas at Indonesia sa Mindanao Sea at sa Celebes Sea. Antabayanan po ang detalye ng balitang yan maya-maya lamang.
Ibinid naman ni Pangulong Aquino ang tagumpay ng ekonomiya ng Pilipinas matapos ang mahigit isang dekada. Ito ang inihayag ng Pangulo sa formal na pagbubukas ng World Economic Forum on East Asia kahapon. Dito inilatag din ng Pangulo ang malaking potensyal ng Pilipinas sa larangan ng kalakalan sa bansa. Narito ang report ni Rocky Ignacio.
Formal nang nagbukas ang 23rd World Economic Forum on East Asia, Shangri-La, Makati City, kung saan inilatag ni Pangulo Aquino ang pagbangon ng ekonomiya ng Pilipinas matapos ang mahigit isang dekada. Kasama ng Pangulo sina Indonesian President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono at Vietnamese Prime Minister Nguyen Thanh Dung.
I cannot overstate our country's gratitude for the opportunity to host all of you here, and it gives me great pride to say, on behalf of my countrymen, indeed, welcome to the Philippines. Over the course of your visit, I am hopeful that you can make time in your busy schedules to visit our tourist attractions and historical landmarks, which makes us one of the most fun countries on earth.
Nakasentro ang pulong sa mga hakbangin para mapatatag ang ekonomiya sa East Asia. Ito ang unang pagkakataon na ginawa ang pulong sa Pilipinas na naging oportunidad para maipakita ng bansa kung paano nakabawi ang ekonomiya ng bansa. Inilatag ng Pangulo ang malaking potensyal sa larangan ng kalakalan, pagpapabuti ng kondisyon ng pamilyang Pilipino at pagtiyak sa mura at sapat na supply ng pagkain. Partikular na dito ang pagpapalakas rin ng Pilipino para magpatuloy ang pag-angat ng ekonomiya ng bansa kasabay ng pag-aalis sa maraming Pilipino sa kahirapan.
Our people are the be-all and end-all of this government, and we are not content with waiting for the benefits of growth to just trickle down the social pyramid. This is why, from the beginning of our term, most of our efforts have been targeting the poorest of the poor. This year, however, we have expanded the scope of our efforts and are now likewise targeting those who are deemed near poor, or those who are one catastrophic illness or one natural disaster away from going below the poverty threshold. Our goal, to push them further and further away from the poverty line and to empower them to improve their own lots in life.
Binigyan din rin ng Pangulo ang kahalagahan ng pagtugon sa epekto ng climate change. Ayon sa Pangulo, matapos makuha ang mabuting bunga ng reforma, natamo pa rin ng Pilipinas ang 7.2% growth nitong 2013 sa kabila ng pinsala ng Zamboanga Siege, lindol sa Bohol at pinsala ni Super Typhoon Haiyan.
At the end of the day, however, we recognize behind all our efforts, whether in pursuing inclusive economic growth, improving competitiveness, food security, or disaster risk management, comes not from any individual, but from our people. This is why inclusive growth is not just a mantra for us. It is the yardstick by which we measure any government undertaking. After all, it is a participatory public, one that is empowered, and one that gives government their trust and confidence, and a government that never misplaces that trust, that ultimately makes equitable progress possible. It is truly a symbiotic relationship. As we empower our people to improve their lots in life, they empower us to battle the vested interests that remain in society. Ultimately, it is our countrymen who give us the confidence to continue blazing the path of reform.
Hindi rin anya nagpatinag ang pamahalaan para linisin ang lipunan laban sa korupsyon upang mapanagot ang umano'y sangkot sa paglustay sa pondo ng bayan. Bukod sa paghahain ng kaso laban sa nakaraang administrasyon, naging transparent ang kasalukuyan sa paggamit ng pondo sa pamamagitan ng website ng pera ng bayan at budget ng bayan.
We pursued all those who committed wrongdoing, regardless of their power, wealth, or influence. As you may have guessed, tangling with these very wealthy individuals and sectors with vested interests was not an easy task. But those in our administration were not shaken. Dismantling the culture of corruption was a promise we made to the people. If we truly wanted to improve the lives of our people, we could not possibly shirk away from this challenge. We had to take on all those who had a misplaced sense of entitlement, who believed that they had more rights than their fellow Filipinos. So we went after every individual who committed wrongdoing, and look at the results. My predecessor is now undergoing hospital arrest as she undergoes 2 serious charges, with another one being evaluated by the Ombudsman. The Congress and the Senate removed a Chief Justice from office for failing to declare over 98% of his assets and is in his statement of liabilities and net worth, contrary to our Constitution and our laws. Our efforts were not limited to those in the highest positions. We want to institute integrity throughout the bureaucracy.
Git ang Pangulo ang mabuting pamunuan na naging kaakibat ng malakas na ekonomiya na kinilala na rin ng international community kung saan ipinagkaloob ang investment grade status ng 3 international credit rating agencies. Dahil dito gagamitin anya ng Pilipinas ang panibagong pag-asa para ipagpatuloy ang pagpapabuti ng kalagayan ng mga Pilipino.
The result of all our collective efforts in the Philippines is what you see now. One instilled with a newfound optimism, one that believes in government's capacity to help its people, and one that is widely considered to be among the world's emerging economies.
600 political at business leaders ang dumalo sa taunang pulong. Para sa Telebisyon ng Bayan, Rocky Ignacio.
Sumang-ayon ang aabot sa 600 business leaders na dumalo sa World Economic Forum na ginaganap sa bansa na Pilipinas nga ang Asia's next. Tama raw na ang bansa ang napiling host sa kasalukuyang WEF para magsilbi tayong modelo sa ibang ekonomiya sa buong Southeast Asia. Sinabi ni Philip Rosler, Managing Director ng WEF, na Pilipinas ang magandang destinasyon para magnegosyo dahil sa mabilis na paglago ng ekonomiya nito. Ibinida naman ni Tourism Secretary Ramon Jimenez ang nangingibabaw na kakayanan ng Pinoy sa kahit anumang larangan ng trabaho. Ayon sa kanya, isa itong bagay na nakapagbibigay kumpiyansa sa mga mamumuhunan para pumunta sa ating bansa.
Kaugnay naman yan, tiwala naman ng ilang senador na isang malaking oportunidad ang World Economic Forum para makahikayat pa ng mga mamumuhunan. Sa kabila nito, naniniwala naman ang ilan sa kanila sa mga hakbang na dapat pang paigtingin para sa patuloy na paglago ng ekonomiya. Narito ang ulat ni Sam Ramirez.
Isang malaking oportunidad para mahikayat ang mga foreign investors na mamuhunan sa Pilipinas. Yan ang nakikita ng ilang mga senador sa pagdaraos ng World Economic Forum on East Asia sa Pilipinas.
Ipakita natin yung kagandahan at mga oportunidad dito sa ating bansa kasi para sa ating mga kababayan din ito.
Malaking bagay yan. Unang-una ay para tayo makapag-host sa World Economic Forum. I hope that we will be able to showcase what is the best of the country has to offer.
Para kay Senate President Franklin Drilon, pagkakataon rin ito upang maipakita ang pagbangon ng ekonomiya ng bansa. Gayon din ang mga hakbangin ng pamahalaan upang mapabuti ang infrastruktura at maging kaaya-aya ang bansa para sa pagnenegosyo at pamumuhunan. Dating sick man of Asia, ngayon ang ekonomiya ng Pilipinas ay isa sa mga bansa sa Asia na may pinakamabilis lumago, sunod lamang sa China. Ngunit nananatiling hamon para sa pamahalaan ang pagtugon sa unemployment. Sa pagtatapos ng 2013, may mahigit 12 milyong Pilipino ang walang trabaho, ayon sa isang survey ng social weather stations. Naniniwala naman ang mga mambabatas na marami pa ang kailangan. Kabilang dito si Drilon. Ayon sa Pangulo ng Senado, dapat ipagpatuloy at paigtingin pa ang mga hakbangin upang maisama sa paglago ng ekonomiya ang mga kababayan nating kapuspalad. Maliban sa inclusive growth, nakikita ng ilang mga mambabatas na dapat din pagtuunan ng pansin ang infrastructure at cost of doing business.
Sa aspeto ng turismo, hindi tayo uusad dyan kung patuloy nating ninineglect yung ating airport. Pangalawa, yung mass transit system natin, yung MRT, yung LRT. Kung di natin inayos yan, how can we attract workers more to the urban centers? Power din, isang malaking issue yan sa mga negosyante.
Hindi naman pwedeng honest and good governance lang. Diba? Poverty alleviation, diba? Yung ating poverty incidence is very high. Joblessness, wala namang bagong trabaho na-create. No? Mula 2010. The problem right now, not only is power generation very expensive in the Philippines, we are now facing a shortage come 2050.
Ang kauna-unahang pagkakataon na idinaos ang nasabing forum sa bansa sa loob ng 2 dekada. Para sa Telebisyon ng Bayan, Sam Ramirez.
Kalinisan tungo sa pag-unlad tatangkaing tugunan ng Asian Development Bank sa kanilang 3 araw na palitan ng kuro-kuro. Ang buong ulat ihatid sa atin ang aming kasamang si George Bandola live via phone patch. George, magandang hapon sa iyo.
Magandang hapon, JC. Tatangkaing solusyonan ng Asian Development Bank ang problema ng sanitation o kakulangan ng kalinisan at kaayusan sa mga palikuran at rin sa mga tamang paggamit ng mga duming tubig at malinis na tubig dito pa rin sa Asia Pacifico. Sa 3 araw na dialogue na tatangkain ng Asian Development Bank, layunin itong makakuha ng mga sapat na innovation, mga technology at mga idea upang mapondohan nito ang pagsasaayos ng mga tamang at mga pagsasaayos ng mga duming tubig sa Asia Pacifico. Base sa isinagawang pag-aaral ng Asian Development Bank, umaabot din sa 1.7 billion na tao sa Asia Pacific ang walang access sa maayos na sanitation. 850 million ang gumagamit ng maruming tubig o wala pa rin access sa malinis na inuming tubig, habang 780 million naman ang di umano'y wala pa rin personal o tamang palikuran at dumudumi lamang sa ilang mga open spaces. Ito yung lumalabas sa pag-aaral ng Asian Development Bank, kung kaya't kasabay na rin ang pagpapaunlad ng mga bansa sa Asia Pacifico, dapat na may sayos din ang sanitation ng mga nasabing bansa. Para sa Telebisyon ng Bayan, George Bandola.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, George Bandola.
Magandang hapon, Pilipinas. Live mula rito sa Pag-asa DOST, narito na latest sa lagay ng ating panahon. Magandang balita, dahil ngayong hapon wala po tayong namamataang bagyo o low pressure area sa loob o labas man ng Philippine Area of Responsibility, so makakaasa po tayo na magiging maganda ang ating panahon ngayong araw na ito. At talaga namang magiging magandang tunay ang lagay ng ating panahon dahil ang weather system lamang po na nakaka-apekto sa atin ay ang ridge ng high pressure area, at ito'y mag-e-extend dito po yan sa may northern Luzon. Kapag sinabi nga po nating ridge ng high pressure area, associated po yan sa fair weather, at yan nga po yung mararanasan natin dito yan sa Metro Manila at ganun din sa buong bansa. Kaya nga lamang po mga kababayan, posible pa rin tayong makaranas ng mga isolated rain showers or thunderstorms ngayong hapon o gabi, so magbaon po tayo ng payong kung tayo'y lalabas ng ating mga bahay. Pero walang dapat alalahanin dahil itong mga pag-ulan na ito tatagal lamang po ng 1 hanggang 2 oras. Samantala, ito nga pong ridge ng high pressure area associated din sa maiinit na temperatura, rather matataas sa temperatura, at nga nga po natin yung mainit na panahon, silipin po natin yung highest temperature na ating naitala kahapon. Nangunguna nga pa rin po sa listahan ang Tuguegarao City, meron tayong 39.8 degrees Celsius. Pangalawa naman Cabanatuan City with 37.6 degrees Celsius. Naiya Parañaque kasama rin po with 37 degrees Celsius at kasama sa listahan ng Isabela State University, tayo po yung nakapagtala ng 36.8 degrees Celsius at bilang panguli ang Port Area Manila at Sangley Point Cavite parehas na nakakuha ng 36 degrees Celsius. At yan nga po yung highest temperature na ating naitala kahapon. Ayon nga po sa ating Weather Bureau mga kababayan, no, magsisimula na rin naman po yung pagbaba ng ating mga temperature, no, pero gradual po natin itong mararamdaman dahil nalalapit na rin naman po yung onset ng rainy season o panahon ng tag-ulan. At sa ating pagbabalik, aalamin po natin ano nga ba yung sinasabi nating heat index at ano nga ba yung epekto nito kapag sinabi natin kunyaring mataas ang ating heat index. Anong magiging epekto nito sa lagay ng ating kalusugan? Antabayan ng mga kasagutan sa pagbabalik ng ating ulat panahon.
Worried kung nasaan ang package mo? Sa Air 21, worry-free! May real-time SMS updates kaya alam mong status ng padala mo every step of the way. Why worry? Pwede namang worry-free. Sa Air 21, sagot ko, padala mo!
At bago po natin pag-usapan ng heat index, meron lang po tayong hatid na trivia para sa inyong lahat, no? Alam niyo po ba na yung highest temperature na ating naitala for this year so far ay ating nakuha sa Tuguegarao City? Tayo po yung nakapagtala ng 39.8 degrees Celsius noong May 22, araw po yun ng Huwebes. At pangalawa naman po, ang Isabela State University sa probinsya po ng Isabela na naitala po natin ng May 15, araw din ng Huwebes. Ayon po sa Pag-asa, dahil ngayon ay nasa panahon pa rin tayo ng tag-init, posibleng mas tumaas pa rin yung ating mga temperatura, but then again, nakataas na rin yung posibilidad ng pagbaba ng ating temperature gradually. Dahil nga po yan magsisimula na rin para sa papalapit na onset ng rainy season. Samantala, nabanggit ko nga po yung heat index. Ito po yung, pag sinabi nating heat index, ito po yung actual na init na nararamdaman ng ating katawan. Ito nga po yung pinaghalong air temperature and relative humidity. At napag-uusapan nga po natin yung heat index na ito, no? Atin pong sisilipin yung heat index forecast para sa Metro Manila, Metro Cebu, and Metro Davao. Ngayon nga po sa Metro Manila, dito po sa atin, tayo po yung may forecast temperature na 36 degrees Celsius. Kapag po ganyang kataas yung temperature, ibig sabihin po niyan, ang translation po sa ating heat index, meron tayong 39.7 degrees Celsius. Sa Metro Cebu naman po, dahil tayo may maximum temperature na 33 degrees Celsius, inaasahan po natin yung heat index papalo ng 38.4 degrees Celsius. At bilang panguli sa Metro Davao, tayo may temperature na 34 degrees Celsius. Sa makatuwid, ibig sabihin po niyan, inaasahan po natin na yung init na ating mararamdaman ay aabot ng 37.5 degrees Celsius. Ngayon, kapag ganyang kataas yung mga figures na ating inaasahan sa heat index, nakataas po yung babala ng extreme caution. Kapag sinabi po natin extreme caution, tayo magkaroon ng heat exhaustion, heat cramps, at kapag nagpatuloy po yung matagal nating exposure sa mainit na panahon, posible tayong magkaroon ng heat stroke. So ang aming paalala ngayong mainit na hapon na ito, kung wala naman po tayong gagawing importante sa labas ng ating mga bahay, manatili na lamang po sa ating mga tahanan ng sa gayon, mapresko ng ating pakiramdam at ugaliin po natin yung pag-inom ng 8 to 10 glasses ng water kada araw. Or kung kaya po nating masigitan pa, pwede po yan para ng sa gayon ay manatiling hydrated ang ating katawan. At yan po muna latest mula rito sa Pag-asa DOST. Please follow us on Twitter at Panahon TV and please like our Facebook page. Pwede rin bisitahin ang ating website. It's www.panahon.tv. Mula rito sa Panahon TV kung saan walang pinipiling panahon ang pagbibigay impormasyon, kaagapay ninyo para sa News at 1. Ang inyong weatherman, Harry Bayona, nagpapaalalang tiwala lang. May tamang panahon ang bawat pagkakataon. Magandang hapon and happy weekend.
Iba pang balita, ATA community naman sa Capas, Tarlac, bibisitahin ng COMELEC sa Lunes. Satellite registration posibleng isagawa doon ng poll body. Ang buong ulat ihatid sa atin ng aming kasamang si Haji Caaminio, live via phone patch. Haji, magandang hapon sa'yo.
Magandang hapon sa iyo, Kirby. Magandang oportunidad ang naghihintay para sa mga AITA na naninirahan sa paanan ng Mount Pinatubo sa Lunes ng umaga dahil bibigyang prioridad sila ng Commission on Election sa pagpaparehistro at pagpapabiometrics para sa 2016 presidential elections. Bibisitahin ng Waka Waka team na pinangungunahan ni COMELEC spokesman Director James Jimenez at Commissioner Louie Guia ang mga AITA sa Barangay Santa Juliana sa bayan ng Capas, Tarlac. Kung sa isasagawang voters education doon, isang satellite registration din ang isa-set up ng COMELEC para sa mga AITA upang makaboto nga sila sa darating na eleksyon. Ayon kay Provincial Election Supervisor Attorney Randy Cotom, inaasahan 300 AITA ang i-accommodate sa Lunes. Kasabay nito handang-handa na rin at puspusa na ang ginagawang paghahanda ng COMELEC Tarlac para sa gagawing aktibidad sa Santa Juliana. Sa ngayon, Kirby, ay nagpapatuloy ang Waka Waka Information Drive kung saan dinaanan natin mga bayan ng Moncada, Paniki at Hirona. Maganda ang naging vote turnout sa mga naturang bayan. Para sa weekend break naman ay mananatili tayo dito sa Tarlac City bago tumungo ng Capas sa Lunes. Kasama ko pa din si Romel Tagbas mula dito sa Tarlac City para sa Telebisyon ng Bayan, Haji Caaminyo.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Haji.
Mariing pinabulaanan ngayon ng COMELEC na may halong politika ang desisyon nitong i-disqualify si Laguna Governor E.R. Ejercito. Inihayag ito ni COMELEC Chairman Sixto Brillantes. Ayon sa kanya, may sapat na ebidensya laban kay Ejercito na lumabag siya sa batas kaugnay ng kampanya noong 2010 elections. Pinag-aaralan din umano ng COMELEC na sampahan ng kasong kriminal si Ejercito dahil ang disqualification ay administratibong aspeto lang. Nanindigan ng COMELEC na hindi na ito tatanggap ng anumang apela mula sa gobernador. Si Ejercito qualify ng COMELEC dahil umano sa sobra-sobrang paggasto sa 2013 elections. Sa iba pang balita, pinabulaanan naman ng Malacanang na may bahid politika ang pagsampa ng mga kaso laban sa pamilya ni dating Pangulo at ngayon Manila Mayor Joseph Estrada. Inihayag ito ni PCOO Secretary Sunny Coloma bilang reaksyon na rin sa pahayag ni Senator J.V. Ejercito na inuubos na silang mga taga-oposisyon sa pamamagitan ng pagsampa ng kaso. Ang kapatid nitong si Senator Jingo Estrada ay naharap sa kasong plunder kaugnay ng PDEP scam. Naharap naman sa disqualification case si COMELEC o sa COMELEC ang amang si ERAP samantalang pinababa na sa pwesto ng whole body ang pinsang si Laguna Governor Ejercito o E.R. Ejercito dahil sa election overspending. Tiwala naman ng palasyo na may batayan ng mga kasong kinakaharap ng pamilyang Estrada at ipinatutupad lamang ng COMELEC at ng pamahalaan ang batas ng bansa.
Samantala, pinag-aaralan ng COMELEC sa Camarines Sur ang paglalagay ng registration center sa tabi ng simbahan, malls at mga universidad upang makapagparehistro ng mga botante para sa 2016 national elections. Ang buong ulat mula sa aming kasamang si Grace Refama Simando ng Radyo ng Bayan, Davao. Grace, magandang hapon sa iyo.
Yes, JC, magandang hapon. This is from Naga, no? Pinag-aaralan na ngayon ng COMELEC Camarines Sur ang mga mungkahing mula sa mamamayan na maglagay na rin ng mga registration centers sa mga lugar na malapit sa mga simbahan, malls at mga universidad upang walang kawala ang mga dapat na magparehistro. Kinokonsidera na rin ng COMELEC ang pagbibisita sa mga paaralan, sa mga kolehiyo at universidad upang irehistro ang mga kabataang nasa edad na. Sabi ni Alex Marpuri, spokesman, ang lahat na ito ay posible nilang gawin upang mapataas lamang ang turnout ng mga registrants. Hindi lamang mga simbahang Katoliko kundi pati ang mga simbahan ng INC, Mormon, Sabadista at iba pang sekta na marami ang tao tuwing Sabado at Linggo ay pwede lagyan ng registration table. Nananatili pa rin bukas ang mga tanggapan ng COMELEC kahit Sabado at Linggo. Ito ay upang mapagsilbihan naman ang mga weekends lang ang day off. Radyo ng Bayan, Naga, Grace Refama Simando para sa Telebisyon ng Bayan.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Grace Refama Simando ng Radyo ng Bayan, Naga.
At wag po kayong aalis dahil marami pa kaming ihahatid na mga balita at impormasyon sa pagbabalik po yan ng News at 1. Babalik po ang News at 1. Didesisyonan ngayong araw ng hukuman kung papalawigin pa ang pananatili ni Janet Lim Napoles sa ospital. Ito sa urgent o inihaing urgent motion ng company Napoles na nagsasabing kailangan pa niya na manatili sa ospital dahil sa kanyang pagdurugo. Una nang iniutos ng Makati RTC Branch 501 na ibalik na si Napoles sa piitan nito sa Fort Santo Domingo.
Samantala, nagbigay naman ng reaksyon si NBI Director Virgilio Mendez sa sabina ng Senado sa kanya kaugnay ng issue sa PDAF scam. Alamin natin ang buong ulat mula sa aming kasamang si Noel Perfecto live via phone patch. Noel, magandang hapon sa iyo.
Magandang hapon, JP. Tama ka diyan sa katatapos lamang na interview natin kay Director Virgilio Mendez. Ang NBI, sila ay tatalima dito nga sa hinihingi ng Senate Committee na nagdumidinig dito sa naturang PDAF scam. Ayon kay Director Mendez, sila ay maghahanda na at nihahanda na nila ang mga documents na hinihingi ng naturang komite. Particular, ito yung may kinalaman sa hard drive disk na hinihingi nito, yung nilalaman nito, sang-ayon na rin sa ginagawang investigasyon ng Senate Committee. Ayon sa kanya, ang posibleng nilalaman at tinitignan nila maigi ay itong mga listahan na iba pa mga personalidad at saka yung operasyon mismo na nasabing katiwalian na ginawa ni Janet Lim Napoles. So by Monday, they'll try to submit itong hinihingi mismo ng Senate Committee na dumitingin sa naturang kaso. Yun muna ulit, kasama pa rin si Ricky Reyes, Noel Perfecto, Television ng Bayan.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Noel Perfecto.
Sa iba pang balita, 2 mga Filipino pa ang namatay sa Saudi Arabia dahil sa Middle East Respiratory Syndrome Coronavirus o MERS-CoV. Batay ito sa ulat na kinumpirma naman ng Department of Foreign Affairs. Sinabi ni DFA spokesman Charles Jose, natanggap nila ang impormasyon mula sa Consulate General sa Jeddah. Namatay umano ang 2 Filipino noong May 12 at May 18. Pinoproseso na ng pamahalaan ang pag-uuwi sa mga labi ng mga naturang Filipino at naipagbigay na rin ito sa kanilang mga pamilya.
Pinaalalahanan ng Embahada ng Pilipinas ang mga Pilipino sa Thailand kaugnay sa ipinatutupad na curfew matapos ideklara ang martial law sa nasabing bansa. Nitong Huwebes lang ay idineklara ng militar ang curfew at dahil dito nagsara mga eskwelahan at mga tanggapan ng gobyerno. Gayon din ang malalaking istasyon ng telebisyon ay pinasara rin. Sa susunod na 3 araw pa inaasahang magbubukas muli ang mga ito.
Naglaan naman ang Commission on Higher Education ng 826 million pesos para sa 26 na state colleges and universities na nasira dahil sa mga kalamidad. Ayon kay CHED Executive Director Attorney Julito Vitriolo, bukod sa mga biktima ng bagyong Yolanda, ang naturang pondo ibigay din sa mga pampublikong higher education institutions na winasak ng magnitude 7.2 na lindol sa Central Visayas. Layunin nito na matulungan ang mga kolehiyo at universidad na makapagbigay ng sapat na edukasyon sa kanilang mga estudyante sa kabila ng pagtama ng mga kalamidad.
Magandang hapon Pilipinas, magandang hapon Metro Manila sa pagtatapos ng isa na namang linggo naway hindi natatapos ang pagpapala at biyaya sa ating mga buhay. At ngayong Fun Friday may magiging masaya kaya ang biyahe ng ating mga motorista sa mga pangunahing kalsada ng Metro Manila. Yan ang ating aalamin sa tulong ng MMDA Traffic Metrobase. Makikita niyo po ngayon sa inyong mga TV screens ang ilan sa kanilang mga CCTV windows. Sa Balintawak po muna tayo dito sa lungsod ng Quezon kung saan mukhang magiging happy talaga ang biyahe ng ating mga motorista dyan, na magdadaan dyan sa magkabilang panig ng Balintawak southbound lane gawing kaliwa patungo ng Muñoz North Avenue, Trinoma, SM North EDSA at ng Quezon Avenue. At maging dito sa may gawing kanan, yan naman po yung northbound lane para sa mga papasok ng monumento sa lungsod ng Caloocan at luluwas naman sa mga lalawigan sa Hilagang Luzon at dadaan ng North Luzon Expressway. Lipat po naman tayo ng lungsod ng Makati, sa Orense, dyan po sa mismong tapat ng tanggapan ng MMDA, kung saan makikita naman natin dito sa may gawing kaliwa yung southbound lane na papasok ng Ayala at ng Buendia. Sa ngayon, tuloy-tuloy lamang yung mabilis na daloy ng mga sasakyan, bagamat ipinapayo sa ating mga motorista na iwasan muna yung mga kalsada dyan sa paligid ng Makati Shangri-La Hotel dahil nga sa ginaganap na World Economic Forum on East Asia. Samantala, ito namang nasa may gawing kanan, yan naman po yung ating northbound lane patungo ng Reliance, ng Boni Avenue at ng Shaw Boulevard. Sa ngayon, bagamat makikita natin na kumakapal na yung volume ng mga sasakyan na nagdadaan, moderate pa lamang naman po ang ating traffic situation na mararanasan dyan ngayong pasado 1:00 na ng hapon. Lipat po naman tayo ng ibang bahagi ng lungsod ng Quezon, Katipunan, Berkeley. At para nga po sa mga naghahanap ng alternatibong daan, maipapayo ko pa naman po sa ating mga kababayan na gamiting alternate route itong ang kahabaan ng Katipunan, Berkeley, lalo na kung kayo po ay papasok ng bahagi ng Makati, ng Pasig at ng Taguig at magdadaan dito sa may southbound lane na patungo ng C5 at ng Green Meadows Avenue. Ito namang nasa may gawing kaliwa, yan naman po yung northbound lane na patungo ng Tandang Sora at ng University of the Philippines. Sa ngayon, tuloy-tuloy lang naman po ang light to moderate na traffic situation natin dyan sa oras na ito. At samantala, Quezon Avenue, Araneta naman po tayo. Itong nakikita natin na vertical road ay yung kahabaan mismo ng Araneta Avenue kung saan makikita natin yung nasa may kaliwa. Yan po yung northbound lane patungo ng C3 at ng A. Bonifacio Avenue at ito namang nasa may gawing kanan, yung southbound lane na papasok naman ng San Juan at ng Santa Mesa. Light to moderate lamang po yung ating traffic situation na mararanasan dyan. Samantala sa pagpapalit naman ng stop and go signals, ito namang crossroad sa may gawing gitna ng ating CCTV monitor. Yan po yung kahabaan mismo ng Quezon Avenue kung saan makikita po natin sa may gawing itaas yung eastbound lane na patungo ng Fairview, ng Elliptical Road at ng Quezon Memorial Circle at maging itong nasa may gawing ibaba. Yan naman po yung westbound lane patungo ng Espanya at para sa mga mamamanata dyan sa Quiapo Church ngayong Quiapo Day Friday, wala naman po kayong mararanasang pagbibigat sa traffic situation sa oras na ito. At paalala sa ating mga motorista, hanggang mamayang 3:00 na lamang ng hapon ang window hours ng number coding scheme para sa mga sasakyang may plakang nagtatapos sa 9 at 0. Pero iwas po tayo sa lungsod ng Makati at Las Piñas dahil buong araw nilang ipinatutupad ang number coding scheme. And for more traffic updates, just visit the MMDA Traffic Mirror at www.mmda.nowplanet.tv or follow MMDA on Twitter at MMDA. Yan ang latest sa lagay ng trapiko sa mga pangunahing kalsada ng Metro Manila. Kaagapay ang MMDA Traffic Metro Base para sa Telebisyon ng Bayan. Ako po ang inyong Road Top Prince Bench Bondok. Sa biyahe ng ating mga buhay, ang patnubay ng Diyos ang ating gawing gabay. Magandang hapon at happy weekend!
Samantala sa iba pang mga balita, artificial coral reef naman sa Lubao, Batangas, inihulog sa karagatan. Alamin natin ang detalye ng balita mula naman sa aming kasamang si Joseph Parafina, live via phone patch. Joseph, magandang hapon sa iyo.
Magandang hapon sa iyo, kasama ang Kirby. First time ko makakita ng ganitong klaseng artificial coral reef. Ang hugis nito, parang yung tinatawag nating mga dice, ang mga kwadrado na pwedeng daanan ng isda sa loob at labas sa giliran o harapan. Para po ito sa lalong maging marami raw ang pagbabahayan ng mga isda dito sa karagatan o baybayin ng Lubao, Batangas. Muling naghulog ng may 27 artificial cube ngayong araw na ito ang lokal na pamahalaan para naman mas lalong marami pa ang pangisdaan at ang mga titirhan ng mga isda. Pag kasi nakakuha rin ako ng video sa ilalim ng dagat, Kirby, lumalabas na pantay na buhangin at walang matira ng mga isda dito. Ito'y lumalabas sa pangatlong pagkakataon na ng unang gawin ito noong November ng 2012 at ito naman ay ng 2013 na maghulog nga ng mga nasabing mga cubes na ito. Tinataya pong mahigit na 1,000 mga artificial reef ang ihuhulog sa mga susunod na linggo bago matapos ang summer. 3 barangay po ngayon ang pinagkakaguluhan dito dahil laganap na ang mga matitirhan ng mga isda dito sa Ulo-Ulo at dito sa Sulok at iba pa mga lugar dito. Sa ngayon po ay katulong naman ng Rotary Club Makati na sa nasabing proyekto at nakakuha na ako ng video ng mga tinitirhan mga isda natin doon. Madami na, nakakatuwa at talagang parang dagdag tirahan ito
sa ating mga isda at siyempre dagdag hanap buhay sa ating sa pangalan po ni Joel Cavile at itong ating piloto si Noel Contreras, Joseph Arabino po, Telebisyon ng Bayan.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Joseph. Samantala sa iba pang balita, 5 miyembro naman ng New People's Army ang nasawi sa operasyon ng militar kaninang madaling araw sa bahagi ng Sorsogon. Naaresto naman ng mga otoridad ang 2 miyembro ng NPA. Alamin natin ang detalye sa ulat naman ng aming kasamang si Waywaya Makalma, live via phone patch. Aya, magandang hapon sa iyo.
Kirby, 5 miyembro ng New People's Army ang nasawi matapos makaengkwentro ng 903rd Infantry Brigade ng Philippine Army sa Sitio Hukdong, Balocawe, Matnog, Sorsogon kaninang pasado alas 5 ng umaga. Bukod dito, 2 NPA ang nadakip at isa naman sa mga rebeldeng nadakip ay nasugatan sa engkwentro at siya naman ay nabigyan kaagad ng agarang lunas bago dinala sa ospital. Umabot lamang sa 30 minuto ang sagupaan sa pagitan ng mga rebelde. Naabot sa 25 mga rebelde ang kanilang nakasagupa. Na-recover naman ng militar ang matataas na kalibre ng baril, 2 M16 rifle, 2 M653 o Baby Armalite at isang M203 grenade launcher ang kanilang na-recover. Matapos ang insidente ay kaagad na nagsagawa ng security operation sa lugar ang mga sundalo at mas pinaigting ang seguridad upang hindi na muling makapangikil ang mga rebelde sa lugar. Ayon sa 9th Infantry Division Public Affairs Office, isinumbong ng isang residente ang pangingikil ng grupo na naging dahilan ng kanilang engkwentro. Sa ngayon ay inaalam pa ng PNP SOCO ang pagkakakilanlan ng mga nasawing rebelde. Sa linggong ito ay nakapuntos ang pamahalaan sa kanilang patuloy na operasyon laban sa mga rebelde. Katunayan, itong linggo lamang ay maraming engkwentro ang naganap. Araw ng Martes, 3 ang nasawing rebelde sa Rojas North, Cotabato dahil sa ginawa nilang pangahara sa isang police station. Nitong Miyerkules naman, mahigit 70 rebelde ang sumuko sa militar ang kanilang mga armas. At Kirby, yan ang pinaka-latest mula rito sa Campo Aguinaldo.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Waywaya. Samantala, mga basyo naman ng bala na na-recover nitong nakalipas na Mayo 11 sa shooting spree sa lungsod ng Quezon galing lamang sa iisang baril ayon sa QCPD. Narito ang report ni Alvin Baltazar.
Na-establish na ng PNP na iisang baril ang ginamit sa pagpatay sa 4 na biktima ng naganap na walang habas na pamamaril itong nakaraang May 11 sa Quezon City. Ayon kay QCPD PIO Chief Inspector Maricar Takeban, pinatibay ng naturang findings na iisang grupo lang ang nasa likod ng nasabing pagpatay gaya ng lumabas sa mga pauna ng investigasyon. Lalo lang din anyang pinalakas ng nasabing resulta ang naging testimonya ng mga saksi kontra sa mga suspect na kung saan ang isa ay patuloy na nagtatago na nakilalang si Muhammad Sandigan alias Walad.
Result po ng cross-matching examination is na-conclude na po na yung mga cartridges na na-recover dun sa scene of the crime nung shooting rampage sa Fairview ay galing sa iisang baril.
Nadiskubre din ng QCPD na ang baril na ginamit sa pagpatay sa 4 nitong May 11 ay ang baril din na ginamit sa 3 kaso ng murder noong 2012 at 2013. Bukod sa sangkot sa droga at karnaping ang grupo ni Sandigan, lumalabas na dawit din ang mga masasamang loob sa gun for hire activity.
Same po yung mga, na-compare yung mga recovered na fire cartridge dun sa fire cartridge na na-recover din dun sa shooting incident sa Regalado. Positive po na iisa. Well-known sila dun sa lugar na drug activities nila. And then may mga kaso rin sila na karnaping. Meron din silang, may itinitingnan rin kami na maaring pwede rin si gun for hire.
Sa ngayon ay nagpapatuloy pa rin ang manhunt labang kay Walad na siyang gunman sa walang pakundangang pamamaril noong Mayo 11. Magandaan niya ang itinatakbo ng operasyon sa paghahanap sa nagtatagong suspect at niya silang lead dahil na rin sa mga impormasyong kanilang nakakalap. Para sa Telebisyon ng Bayan, Alvin Baltazar.
Inaasahang ibayo pang uunlad ang ugnayan ng Pilipinas at Indonesia matapos lagdaan ng 2 bansa ang kasunduan sa maritime boundary. Nasa bansa ngayon si Indonesian President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono bilang imbitasyon ni Pangulong Aquino at para na rin sa World Economic Forum. Sa pamamagitan ng nasabing kasunduan, natukoy na ang boundary ng teritoryo ng Pilipinas at Indonesia sa Mindanao Sea at Celebes Sea. Alamin natin ang detalye ng balita mula naman sa aming kasamang si Elena Luna. Elena, magandang hapon.
Magkasamang sinalubong ni Pangulong Aquino at Presidential Sister Maria Elena Bolsi Aquino Cruz, sina Indonesian President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono at First Lady Annie Bambang Yudhoyono sa Palasyo ng Malacanang sa pangalawang araw ng kanyang state visit sa Pilipinas. Nasa bansa ang leader ng Indonesia sa imbitasyon ni Pangulong Aquino. Nasa Pilipinas din siya para makibahagi sa nagaganap na World Economic Forum on East Asia. Ito ang kauna-unahang state visit na Yudhoyono sa Pilipinas na tumapat sa ika-65 anibersaryo ng bilateral relations ng dalawang bansa.
Your visit, Mr. President, is a reaffirmation of the strong bonds that Indonesia and the Philippines share as brother nations. It adds to the reservoir of goodwill between Filipinos and the people of Indonesia. Today's meeting indeed was comprehensive, productive, and meaningful. Both Indonesia and the Philippines will continue to work hand in hand in creating a truly inclusive ASEAN, in advocating for the primacy of the rule of law to help maintain peace and stability in the region, and in empowering our peoples to be partners in building our respective nations and the ASEAN community.
Higit pa itong naging makasaysayan sa paglagda ng kasunduan sa maritime boundary na inabot ng 20 taon ang negosasyon. Naging saksi sina Pangulong Aquino at President Yudhoyono sa pagpirma sa Agreement on the Delimitation of the Exclusive Economic Zone Boundary kung saan natukoy ang hangganan ng Pilipinas at Indonesia sa Mindanao Sea at Celebes Sea.
This is a milestone agreement that is founded on the principles of international law, particularly the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. It serves as solid proof to our steadfast commitment to uphold the rule of law and pursue the peaceful and equitable settlement of maritime concerns.
Nilagdaan din ang kasunduan sa larangan ng higher education at paglaban sa international terrorism. Hindi rin nakalimutan ng Pangulo na pasalamatan ng Indonesia sa tulong na ibinigay nila sa mga Pilipino nang manalasa ang bagyong Yolanda.
I convey to the President, again, the heartfelt gratitude of the Filipino people for the overwhelming humanitarian assistance extended to us by the government and the people of Indonesia in the aftermath of Super Typhoon Haiyan. We also thank President Yudhoyono for his personal efforts to raise awareness as regards the humanitarian concerns brought about by Haiyan. As we build back our nation for the better, the Filipino people will continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with our Indonesian brothers and sisters as we continue to build an ASEAN community where no one is left behind.
Ipinaabot rin ng Pangulo kay President Yudhoyono ang pagbati sa pagiging susunod na host ng kanilang bansa sa World Economic Forum on East Asia at sa tatanggaping Global Statesmanship Award na kauna-unahan para sa isang leader mula sa Asia. Mamayang alas 7 ng gabi ay babalik ng palasyo si Yudhoyono para sa state dinner. Mamayang gabi rin ay gagawaran siya ni Pangulong Aquino ng Order of Sikatuna na may pinakamataas na ranggong raha bilang pagkilala sa mga kapuri-puri niyang ginawa para sa mga Pilipino. Para sa Telebisyon ng Bayan, Elena Luna.
Para sa ating balitang pangkalakalan, binigyang diin ni Business Titan Manny Pangilinan sa roundtable discussion na ginanap para sa World Economic Forum ang mga kasalukuyang humahadlang sa pagpili ng bansa ng malagong ekonomiya. Isang bagay na binigyan niya ng pansin ay ang mabagal umanong pag-aaproba bago tuluyang payagan ang pagtatayo ng mga proyekto. Ikinumpara niya sa Singapore kung saan inaabot lamang ng 5 buwan bago sila pinayagang magtayo ng isang planta ng kuryente. Sinabi naman ni Guillermo Luz sa parehong forum na ginagawa na ng administrasyon ang mga hakbangin para gawing kanais-nais ang bansa sa pagnenegosyo. Naglaan ang pamahalaan ng inisyal na 2 bilyong piso para mapondohan ang pagpapatayo ng 2 runway sa Ninoy Aquino International Airport o NAIA. Sinabi ni Transportation Secretary Joseph Abaya na ang itatayong 2.1 kilometer runway ay para bigyang daan ang mga malalaking eroplano tulad ng Airbus A320 na makalapag sa naturang paliparan. Binigyang diin ni Abaya na ang proyektong ito ay makakatulong para madagdagan ng hanggang 70 landing at take-off bawat oras ang sumisikip nating airport. Nagbabala ang ADB o Asian Development Bank kahapon sa ginaganap na World Economic Forum sa bansa na sa kabila ng lumalagong potensyal ng Southeast Asia sa ekonomiya, hindi pa rin daw tuluyang nakaahon ang rehiyon sa sektor ng infrastruktura sa nakalipas na 2 dekada. Ayon kay ADB Vice President Stephen Groff, sa taong 2010 umabot lang sa 25 bilyong dolyar ang pinondohan ng pribadong sektor sa pangkalahatang infrastruktura ng rehiyon. Halos kalahati ito sa pondong nilaan noong 1997. Kaugnay naman sa plano para pag-isahin ang ekonomiya ng mga bansa sa rehiyon, katulad ng European Union, tinatayang aabot sa 60 bilyong dolyar ang taunang pondo na kailanganing ilaan ng ASEAN para marating nito ang seguridad sa infrastruktura sa darating na 2020.
Balitang panlalawigan naman po tayo, hinihikayat ng Electric Company o ng VECO ang kanilang consumers na magtipid sa kuryente tuwing peak hours. Ayon sa VECO, ito ay bilang paghahanda na rin sa posibleng rotational brownout sa rehiyon, bunsod ng preventive maintenance ng ilang power plants. Samantala, nag-abiso umano ang mga business firms na gagamit sila ng generator sets upang maibsan ang limitadong supply ng kuryente at maiwasan ang mas mahabang oras na brownout. Sa ngayon ay nasa 22 establishmento ang nasa ilalim ng Interruptible Load Program na nakakatulong upang mapaliit sa 16 megawatts ang power shortage. Dream program naman, prioridad ang mga bayan ng Davao Oriental para sa disaster risk reduction. Ang detalye, kunin naman natin sa aming kasama si Peng Alinio ng Radyo ng Bayan Davao. Peng, maayong hapon.
Maayong hapon, Princess. Magiging prioridad sa implementasyon ng Disaster Risk Exposure Assessment for Mitigation o DREAM program ang mga bayan sa may baybaying karagatan Oriental sa loob ng 3 taon. Ayon kay Dr. Enrique Paringit, leader ng DREAM program, na ang 6 na ilog sa bayan ng Baganga, Katingin at Boston sa Davao Oriental ang kanilang prioridad dahil sa dito na namalas ang matinding pagbaha sa kasagsagan ng Bagyong Pablo noong ika-4 ng Disyembre 2012 at ang walang humpay na pag-ulan dahil sa low pressure area o LPA nitong unang buwan lamang ng 2014. Kung natandaan, nagkalat ang marami mga debris at malalaking bato na dumauslo sa ilog at pagtaas ng tubig sa mga lugar na nagdulot ng pagbaha sa mabababang lugar at maaring maulit na naman ang pagbahang ito. Ang malalaking ilog sa Compostela Valley Province, ilog sa Tagum City, Davao del Norte at ang Davao River sa lungsod ng Davao ay nasa ilalim na ng DREAM program. Sa ilalim nito, ang Department of Science and Technology o DOST ay mag-iipon ng topographic data ng mga flood-prone areas bilang proyekto sa mga ganap na pagbaha gamit ang light imaging detection and ranging o LIDAR system. Ng Bayan, Peng Alinio, Radyo ng Bayan, Davao.
Sa ibang balita, isang miyembro naman ng media pinaslang sa Digo City sa Davao del Sur. Nagpapatuloy naman ang investigasyon ng mga otoridad sa nasabing insidente. Nagbabalik ang aming kasama si Peng Alinio. Peng.
Patuloy pa sa pagtugi sa investigasyon ang mga miyembro ng pulisya sa pagpaslang sa isang mamamahayag bandang alas 7 kanina sa Digo City, Davao del Sur. Ayon kay Police Superintendent Kervin Manalang, hepe ng pulis sa Digos Police Station, na galing umano sa palengke ang isang announcer ng Radyo Ukay UMPN na si Samuel Oliverio, 57 taong gulang, na nakasakay sa kanyang motorsiklo kasama ang asawa nito. At dito binaril ang biktima ng di pa kilalang sararin na nakasakay din sa motorsiklo. 2 basyo ng kalibre 45 umano ang natagpuan sa pinangyarihan. Nakaligtas naman ang asawa ni Oliverio. Inaalam pa ng pulisya kung may kinalaman sa politika o sa kanyang trabaho ang pagpaslang dito. Nang inatasan ni Police Regional Office of PRO 11 Regional Director Police Chief Superintendent Wency Pascual, ang Provincial Director ng Davao del Sur Provincial Police Office o DDS-DTO na palawigin at palalimin pa ang investigasyon upang mapanagot kung sino man ang nasa likod ng pamamaslang at dagdagan ng checkpoint sa lugar at pag-itingin ang pagbabantay upang madakip agad ang mga responsable sa pagpatay sa isang media man. Para sa Telebisyon ng Bayan, Peng Alinio, Radyo ng Bayan, Davao.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Peng. Muli na namang nakaranas ng aftershock sa probinsya ng Negros Occidental kaninang umaga. Ayon sa PHIVOX na itala ang unang pagyanig ilang minuto bago mag-alas 3 kaninang madaling araw na may lakas na magnitude 2.9. Ang sentro nito ay naitala 53 kilometro timog kanluran ng bayan ng Hinubaan at may lalim na 25 kilometro. Samantala naitala naman ang ikalawang aftershock 4:17 ng madaling araw na may lakas naman ng magnitude 4.4. Ang sentro nito ay naitala 68 kilometro ng Hinubaan at may lalim na 31. Sa iba pang balita, magsisimula na bukas ang masayang Kamsur Kaugma Festival. Alamin na natin ang detalye ng balitang yan mula naman sa aming kasamang si Grace Refamasimando ng Radyo ng Bayan Naga. Grace, marahay na hapon.
Maraming na hapon, Princess. Asahan ng makulay at maingay na pagbubukas ng isang linggong Kaugma Festival dito sa Camarines Sur bukas, Sabado. Maraming mga sikat na artista, politiko at iba pang mga sports celebrities ang nakatakdang makisaya sa mga Camarinenses upang ipagdiwang ang kasaganaan, tagumpay, pagmamahalan at pag-unlad ng lalawigang ito. Sa opening tomorrow, tatampukan ito ng trade fair na kakikitaan ng mga sariwa at masasarap na produktong Bicol. Tampok din ang Kaugma Jobs Fair, kung saan halos 50,000 mga trabaho local at abroad ang pwedeng applyan ng mga job seekers at tampok ang Miss Kaugma, Miss Kamsur, Miss Tourism at marami pang ibang masasayang programa. Pangungunahan ng mga aktibidad na ito ni Governor Migs Villafuerte, El Rey Villafuerte at ng buong sangguniang panlalawigan ng Camarines Sur. Muli, Grace Refamasimando para sa Telebisyon ng Bayan.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Grace.
Kambyo naman tayo sa sports. Tambalan ng mag-amang Nonito Donaire Sr. at Jr. nakikitang mas epektibo ng mga eksperto. Alamin natin ang detalye sa ulat ni Snowband.
Buo ang kumpiyansa ng dalawang tanyag na boxing experts ng bansa sa pagbabalik ng partnership ng mag-amang Nonito Donaire. Ayon kay Atty. Tolentino, angkop na angkop sa dalawa ang katagang blood is thicker than water dahil walang ibang taong makakakilala sa ugali at galaw ng anak kundi ang sariling ama. Sa katunayan, mas pabor si Atty. Ed na makakasama ni The Filipino Flash of Corner ang nakatatandang Donaire kaysa chief trainer nito na si Robert Garcia.
Malaking bagay ito, yung reunion ni Donaire sa kanong tatay niya. Kasi remember, nung unang makilala si Donaire noong 2007 against Victor Chinian, yung tatay naman talaga niya ang nakaporma niya. At saka mahirap din yung Roberto Garcia dahil napansin ko, yung hinawakan siya ni Roberto Garcia, parang nag-iba yung style ni Donaire. Parang naging one-punch hitter na lang siya. Parang minamadali na maging sensational yung panalo niya. Whereas nakita naman natin sa tatay niya, when he was starting off, he was finding his way to ring, medyo mitikuloso sa mga suntok. Parang yung mga huli, parang baseball slugger na lang at ito makakumrong instead of working his opponent one beat at a time. So yun ang naging problema. Yun ang inaasahan natin na pinapangako ni Donaire Jr. na ibabalik yung dating dilaw with his father in his corner.
Sa punto de vista naman ni Sports Radio anchorman Renato Lirio, hindi nagulat nang marinig na kulang 70 rounds of sparring lamang ang pinagdaanan ni Donaire. Sa pagsasama umano sa training ng mag-amang Donaire na naghatid pa sa kanila ng first ever WBC flyweight crown noong 2007, walang dapat questionin sa kakayahan ng dalawa na umani ng tagumpay sa ibabaw ng ring.
Ina-avoid nila yung overtrain. Yung pangatawa naman ni Vitieka hindi ganun kalaki. Kanya medyo kaya nila yun. Lagay ko yung 70 rounds, tama-tama lang. Focus yung magama Maganda. Mas maganda nga yan kay yung trainer na si Robert Garcia. Talagang yung chemistry ng magama nandun pa rin.
Tatangkayin ni Donaire na maagaw ang WBA featherweight belt mula kay South African champion Simpewe Vitieka sa boxing card na mangyayari sa Venetian Resort and Casino sa Macau, China sa Mayo at 31. Para sa PTV Sports, Snow Badwa, Telebisyon ng Bayan.
Para naman sa mga balita sa labas ng bansa, mga Ukrainian voters umaasang matatapos na rin ang krisis sa kanilang bansa kasunod ng halalan doon. At militanteng Boko Haram ng Nigeria ay nilagay ng United Nations sa blacklist. Ito ang mga globalita ni Edwin Eusebio.
Nagpapatuloy pa rin ang karahasan sa silangang bahagi ng Ukraine. Ito ay bagong idadaos na presidential election doon sa Mayo 25. Iginigiit pa ng mga rebelde na sundin ang halimbawa ng Crimea at pagsapi sa Russian Federations. Sa kabila ng kaguluhan, determinado ang mga Ukrainians na makaboto sa pag-asang magkakaroon na sila ng bago, lehitimong pamahalaan na maghahatid ng kapayapaan at katatagan ng kanilang bansa. Samantala, ipinakita ng mga pro-Russian separatists sa Eastern region ang kanilang mga armas na nakuha nila sa pananambang sa Ukrainian military nitong Huwebes. 13 sundalo ang napaslang sa pag-atake. Umaasa naman ang mga international observers na uhupa ang mga karahasan sa Ukraine sa linggo nang sa gayon ay matutuloy alinsunod sa plano. Sakali namang walang kandidato na magwawagi sa unang halalan sa Ukraine sa linggo, ang dalawang kandidato na may pinakamaraming mga boto ang magtutunggali sa June 15 run-off vote. Pinatawan na ng sanctions o parusa ng UN Security Council ang Boko Haram rebels. Alinsunod dito sa kahilingan ng pamahalaan ng Nigeria. Naglalayong maputol na ang pagpupondo at pagkakaroon ng armas ng ekstremistang grupo. Ginawa ng Nigerian government ang kahilingan sa UN bunsod ng mga karahasan na ginagawa ng Boko Haram. Mabilis naman itong inaksyonan ng UN Council. Sinabi ni Australian Ambassador Gary Kinlan na pinuno rin ng Al-Qaeda Sanctions Committee na ang unang hakbang pa lang ito ng pagputol sa international support para sa Boko Haram. Ang naturang rebeldeng grupo ay nakabase sa Northeast Nigeria at pumaslang na sa libu-libong mga tao sa pulpa noong 2010. Ito ay sa layuning mapuwersa ang Nigerian government na tumalima at magpatupad ng mahigpit na Islamic law. Nalagay sa mga balita ang Boko Haram extremist dahil sa pagkidnap sa may 3,000 mga batang babaeng estudyante sa northern Nigeria noong kalagmang ng Abril. Para sa Telebisyon ng Bayan, Edwin Eusebio.
At dyan na po nagtatapos ang kabuuan at hanay ng mga balita hanggang sa oras na ito.
Naway nabigyan po namin kayo ng mga balita at impormasyon. Ako si Princess Habiba Sarip, wa ilalikha, syukran kathir.
Ako naman si JC Tejano, isang magandang araw mula sa Telebisyon ng Bayan.
At ako po ang inyong likod, Kirby Cristobal. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagsubaybay. Hanggang sa Lunes pong muli, happy weekend. Antabayanan po ninyo ang pagpapatuloy ng aming special coverage. Ukol po yan sa World Economic Forum on East Asia.
ASEAN is the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, a family of 10 nations found in the southeastern sub-region of Asia. It is composed of Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Indonesia, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. A forerunner of the ASEAN is the Association of Southeast Asia, or ASA. ASA is a regional bloc of the Philippines, Malaysia, and Thailand that was formed in 1961. ASEAN, however, was born on August 8, 1967 in Bangkok, when the foreign ministers of Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and the Philippines met in Bangkok to sign the ASEAN Declaration that formally established what is now known as the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. These 5 ministers are referred to as the founding fathers of the ASEAN. Their vision was to unite all Southeast Asian nations, which was realized when ASEAN expanded to include Brunei Darussalam on January 8, 1984, Vietnam on July 28, 1995, Laos People's Democratic Republic, and Myanmar on July 23, 1997, and Cambodia on April 30, 1999. From 5 countries, ASEAN now encompasses 10 member states with a diversity of cultures, but united in a common yearning to become one ASEAN community. ASEAN, we are many, but one. Welcome to ASEAN. The ASEAN region straddles 10 majestic countries. And from each of these countries sprang a unique form of government that, when placed side by side with the rest in the region, would be a study in contrasts and similarities. Today, this dynamic and bustling region embraces a diverse collection of governmental systems of no less than 3 national monarchies, 1 absolute monarchy, 2 socialist republics, and 4 democracies. Brunei Darussalam is an independent sultanate headed by a sultan. Its government is an absolute monarchy, which makes the sultan both a head of state or a ceremonial leader, and a head of government or an actual ruler. Cambodia is a constitutional monarchy. It is headed by a prime minister and the king, who is elected from a number of candidates with royal blood. Under a constitutional monarchy as well, Thailand is ruled by a king who currently is the world's longest-serving head of state and longest reigning monarch in Thai history. Thailand also has a prime minister for its head of government. Malaysia's form of government is a federal parliamentary under a constitutional monarchy. Its king is known as the Yang di-Pertuan Agong, who is elected to a 5-year term by and from among the 9 hereditary rulers of the Malay states. Its head of government is a prime minister. Laos People's Democratic Republic is a single-party socialist republic, where the Lao People's Revolutionary Party is the only legal political party. Lao PDR is led by a president as head of state and a prime minister as head of government. Vietnam is likewise a single-party socialist republic that is ruled by the Communist Party of Vietnam. It is also led by a president as head of state and a prime minister as head of government. Singapore is a parliamentary republic. It has a president, who is the head of state, and the prime minister, who is the head of government. Myanmar is a constitutional republic headed by a president as both head of state and government. Indonesia the largest among the countries in the ASEAN region in terms of territory, is a republic led by a president who is both the head of state and head of government. The Philippines, which is also known as the oldest democracy in Asia, is also a republic headed by a president as both head of state and government. 10 countries, 10 governments, sharing differences, sharing similarities. A place where each nation's life and destiny are inextricably linked to the rest of the other ASEAN member states in the region. This is ASEAN. We are many, but one. Welcome to ASEAN. The ASEAN, or the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, is a formidable regional organization and boasts some of the world's most vibrant economies. Today, the gross domestic of the ASEAN's 10 member states total $3 trillion. The ASEAN region's vast wealth is as noteworthy as the stories behind the currencies of each of the 10 countries that make up the ASEAN. In 1967, Brunei dollar, also known as the Ringgit Brunei, became Brunei Darussalam's official currency. Interestingly, there is the same amount of Brunei and Singapore dollars in circulation because they are being managed together at 1:1 ratio. Cambodia's currency is
susunod na programa ay Rated G. Ito ay pwede sa lahat ng manonood.
Good afternoon, I'm Kathy San Gabriel and you're watching our continuing coverage of the 23rd World Economic Forum on East Asia.
And I'm JC Tejano. Good afternoon. We are now on the third day of the World Economic Forum. Yesterday, Kathy, we had discussed several issues already, including trade, the possibility of trade in Southeast Asia, and we also had an opening plan wherein the President Benigno Aquino III, and of course other heads of state, talked about the possibility of equitable progress in Southeast Asia. Present were the President of Indonesia, the Prime Minister of Vietnam, and also the Vice President of Myanmar. And they discussed several key issues with regard to President Aquino. He was keen on ensuring that the progress of the Filipino people is made by the Filipino people. So that was the highlight or the emphasis of his message.
Yes, in his speech, President Aquino said that although the government has achieved much in terms of economic progress, he said this cannot be done and this could have not been achieved if not for the people. But he also said there's still a lot of work to be done and that he needs help from the Filipino people in order for this progress to trickle down to the grassroots level.
That's right, Kathy. And I also particularly the Prime Minister of Vietnam's speech, especially when it came to this rather controversial discussion on China. As we all know, there have been several events in Vietnam wherein demonstrators actually expressed their anger, not just disappointment, with China's moves in the West Philippine Sea or South China Sea.
However, JC, most of the heads of state of the ASEAN member countries are in agreement when they say that they are for the diplomatic and peaceful settlement of territorial disputes with China. As a matter of fact, I just came from a coverage, or live coverage, of the state visit of Indonesian President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, and he said in his speech that he agrees with the Philippines' move to settle the territorial dispute with China in a diplomatic way. He also encouraged ASEAN member countries to stand and to unite and to follow the code of conduct on the South China Sea.
It was also an interesting development during that meeting between President Yudhoyono and President Aquino that they determined at last the boundaries between Indonesia and the Philippines. So I think this is a rather symbolic move when it comes to boundary disputes.
Yes, it is a major victory for both the Philippines and Indonesia. But for the meantime, we'll bring you our live feed from Makati, Shangri-La, where another session is about to begin. So let's watch this. While we are waiting the session on accelerating ASEAN strategic infrastructure, JC, we both know that infrastructure is essential in boosting the economy, in making the economy move forward. It is an essential part of a country's progress. Infrastructure in terms of roads, bridges, and major transportation hubs.
And this was confirmed and rather emphasized yesterday, especially because infrastructure is a win-win situation, not just for our businesses, but also for our laborers. Filipino workers will have employment when it comes to building infrastructure. So this is a huge step towards progress. Now we go to the accelerating ASEAN progress in terms of infrastructure. This is the session on the World Economic Forum.
Questions of some members of the audience who might be able to answer your questions. And then we'll wrap up closer to 3 o'clock in the last 5 minutes.
JC, if you recall, on the second session yesterday of the World Economic Forum, the representative from Indonesia has told a story about the airport. It cost billions of US dollars, and they built it, and it boosted the tourism industry in Indonesia. However, they encountered several problems along the way with regard to employment, because they could not hire qualified pilots enough for the big airport that they had built.
So it's not as simple as building or constructing infrastructure for the countrymen. Also, I particularly remember that the ADB released its report wherein it said that Southeast Asia has not yet actually reached that level of standard when it comes to infrastructure. So we still have a lot more to work on as a region. This comes along with Manny Pangilinan's statement regarding the speed, or rather the slowness with which infrastructure projects are approved in the country. So this we still have to work on. The administration has said that it has been taking steps towards eradicating bureaucracy or eradicating the red tape when it comes to approval of infrastructure projects.
This in the wake of results from a survey which says that the second immediate challenge that the Philippines is facing when it comes to government or competitiveness is global competitiveness is inefficient bureaucracy. So I guess Mr. Pangalinan's view just echoes that. If we can recall, the government has been working towards the rehabilitation of the Ninoy Aquino Terminal 1 in order to boost tourism in the Philippines and also to improve the country's image in the global community.
This is interesting because it will supposedly increase flights for up to 70 more flights per day. So this should be a huge development, not just for the airport industry or the airline industry rather, but also for tourism. This just shows that we are expecting a huge traffic of tourists in the future, especially when ASEAN integration in the aspect of tourism comes up next year in 2015.
Yesterday, there were also several sessions which we aired live to you, and one of which is the Philippines the next Asian miracle? And I guess all the delegates or all the participants in that forum were in agreement that the Philippines is the next Asian miracle. However, is can this economic drive be sustained during the next few years, wherein we expect within 10 to 15 years that the good figures that we are seeing in the economy will be trickling down to the masses?
The problem is a 10 to 15 year gap, Kathy, because we all know that President Aquino is about to step down in 2016, and we are not sure whether or not this kind of leadership that has spurred economic growth will actually continue. This has been the major question of Mr. Freddy Abando in his report as to whether or not we can actually sustain this economic drive towards the actual figures or the actual impact to our economy.
Also yesterday, there has been a session regarding lifting barriers to growth. We all know that President Aquino has been wanting inclusive growth, has been crafting policies and regulations so that the people, nobody will be behind. So we will see if this can really be sustained by the next administration. And that's why the government has been saying that it is necessary for the next in line, whoever that will continue these gains or these programs that the government has begun in order to really, for the people to reap the benefits of what the Aquino administration has started.
I think this may also be why President Aquino emphasized the fact that it has been the Filipino people who brought this economic progress, not just his administration. So I think he was a bit hinting already that the Filipino people should elect leaders who are capable of sustaining this growth and who can actually maybe even step it up towards faster progress in our country. And of course, talking about inclusive growth, to be honest, I actually expected a lot more figures from the speech, but President Aquino, in fact, focused on services, which I think was very important to emphasize the fact that we are ensuring that growth will not only benefit the few, but will in fact benefit the masses or the many of our Filipino people. So this is, I think, a good point that was made by President Aquino, especially with regard to education, how the classrooms deficit has been resolved, how the teachers deficit is also being resolved, and at the same time, when it comes to health, I remember he was talking about a possible metaphor for a poor Filipino who comes into a hospital and will not have to worry about his hospital bills.
All right, I think we are ready now to show you our live event from Makati Shangri-La, so let's watch this.
News Channel ANC. Our subject this afternoon is infrastructure, that without which none of this growth that we've been talking about over the past few days and growth that we want to make inclusive can really happen. And we have a large but excellent panel to discuss that. Some of these men build and run that infrastructure. Some of them finance that infrastructure. It is my pleasure to introduce them all to you now. Let me begin with Minister Win Shane. He is Myanmar's Minister for Finance and Revenue. Beside him is Stephen Groff of the Asian Development Bank, ADB. Beside him is Enrique Razon. He is Chairman and CEO of International Container Services, Inc., which operates ports in the Philippines, more than 20 ports in the Philippines and around the world. Beside him is Mr. Don Lam, who is the head of Vina Capital in Vietnam, which includes a Vina Capital investment fund, which we'll talk to him about. Beside him is Johan de Villiers. He is from ABB, not ADB. That's the Swiss Power Systems builder. And finally, Mr. Mike Whalen, OPIC, not OPEC, but OPIC. That's the Overseas Private Investment Corp, a U.S. agency which helps U.S. companies invest abroad. In Asia, the focus used to be on power. Mike will tell us that that's shifted a bit over the past few years. So that's our panel. Please join me in welcoming them. Let me begin by asking the minister, ask Myanmar Open's minister, what have been the biggest challenges that the government and the country has faced in terms of building this infrastructure?
Thank you, Mr. Kuku, and thank you for everybody. Good afternoon. It is a great honor for me and to have a chance to explain about our real situations. So, being a country in transitions, we face both opportunities and challenges. We have implementing the reform measures agendas since 31st March 2011, we took office. So now we change a lot. And also, we would like to develop our country because we are far away from the international community for certain times. So we need a lot. So we have to transform. That's why we would like to transform. We are implementing the transform agenda, political, economics, and administrative structures, and private sector reforms. According to these 4 reforms, I would like to introduce our economic reforms. Because we would like to develop our countries, we have to develop our economy. At this point, I like that infrastructure need is very substantial. In our country, lack of electricity, lack of human capacity, and lack of roads and some pathways, something like that. So now we are trying to invite more investments to come in our country. All the investors pointed out that our infrastructure is very needs a very big. So especially electricity, power, or energy, and we have our own labor, very cheap, but skilled labor is very important. And then our transport sector is also, we have to increase our existing infrastructures like roads and river systems and so on, and also airport also. So being strategically located at the Asian center point, so our Myanmar can contribute to our neighboring countries. So we can provide the market access and also our connection to our neighboring areas, neighboring countries. And also we are, as a member of the ASEAN countries, we would like to enhance our connectivity. We are the main points because we are our neighboring borders, India, China, and we have to connect it to the East-West corridor and Southeast Asia and South Asia. So we are at the very so we need to enhance our existing roads, rails. So that's why ASEAN connectivity will be enhanced. At the time, we would like to enhance our capability, but the first and most important difficulty is financing. Because we have a very limited budget, we have to, and also we have to maintain our physical principle, discipline. So that's why it's one of the needs is not covered by our government budgets.
Minister,
yes?
Very long list, right?
All right.
I think you'll be getting some help soon, at least, from one agency, OPIC, headed represented here by Mike Whalen.
Yeah.
Mike, you tell me you're opening an office in Myanmar soon?
Not quite yet. We hope to be open for Myanmar soon, depending upon our ability to identify acceptable labor conditions. But we're working with the U.S. Trade Representative in doing that, and we hope to have an announcement regarding our ability to be open to support U.S. companies investing in Myanmar very soon. We are, however, sending a representative to Bangkok as our only second in-field representative. And this is very much a reflection of the U.S. government's Development Finance Institution trying to increase our exposure and support for the growth economies, such as Myanmar, in the Asia-Pacific region.
Could I ask Mr. Don Lam of Vina Capital in Vietnam? First of all, I don't know, do you invest outside Vietnam as well or just within Vietnam?
We do cover Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, and Myanmar.
Okay. Do you have any projects so far, any prospects in Myanmar?
Not yet. We just opened March 1st. So we are looking at some projects, but if you want to go a bit deeper, Vietnam is a bit more developed, and I think the same issues faced with Myanmar. You need a lot of funding and financing for infrastructure projects, but a lot of project is not financeable. That's the key problem. I think we are now working with Vietnamese government on what they're pushing very hard for is PPP, public-private partnership. But we're pushing it back to them and said, look, maybe what you want to do is take one or two projects, package it and make it financeable. Then you come to the investor. Rather than a lot of government, I wouldn't say a mistake, but what they tend to do is say, well, I had this 100 project, please come and invest. It doesn't work like that. You need to package it. You need to make sure, the investor will have a list of, say, 20 risks that they have to take off the boxes. And you need to make sure those risks are taken care of before the investor actually put money in.
Mr. Razon, you've participated in what essentially are PPP world. Is there something that makes Asian PPPs different, or PPPs in these countries that we've been talking about different and more difficult than other countries you've participated in?
Well, there's a misconception that every infrastructure project can be done by PPP. I think it's extremely limited what can actually be done by the private sector. Mostly projects in high-density areas, toll roads, that will provide private investor adequate return. Maybe ports is one. When it comes to airports, which, speaking for the Philippines, is one piece of critical infrastructure that we need, it will be very difficult for a private sector investor to make a return on building the runways. The terminal is fine, but building these extensive runways of 2-3 runways would be very difficult to make any kind of return on that. And these are projects that should be done by the government. Rural roads, tourist roads, smaller outlying airports, these mass transportation systems, these are government projects, not for PPP, in my opinion. In my own business in ports, it works because we do ports in the main cities, in areas like Manila or most recently in Melbourne. That's perfect for PPP, where it's a partnership, it's a concession, the government and the private sector share the revenues. But in places like Myanmar and in some aspects with the Philippines, Indonesia, PPP just won't work.
When there's not a big enough market.
It's not a big enough market, and for example, with rail systems or subways, for a private company to make back a return, you're going to have to charge a very high rate to the traveling public, and it will be a political issue. These are the sort of things that should stay with the government.
Mr. Lam, when you said that some of these projects are not financeable, why are they not financeable?
Well, some of the reasons we just talked about. Again, some infrastructure project in the government's hand because it's not, well, you cannot make money on it. The IRR is just way too low. So therefore, from an investment perspective, it's not, the investor will not invest, the bank will not finance, so it's not financeable.
So the ADB runs a $500 billion ASEAN infrastructure fund. Let's ask Stephen Groff how much of that has gone to Myanmar.
Well, at the moment, Coco, none has gone to Myanmar.
What?
But of that fund. But we do have projects in Myanmar at the moment. In fact, we've just recently approved a power transmission rehabilitation program. We are working on some rural roads projects. We're working on a couple of other projects as well. But I think this conversation on PPPs is important because I think, and I agree entirely with Don and Ricky, that I think one of the misconceptions about PPPs is that the public sector often just thinks that the private sector is going to come and do it. And any infrastructure project has a public element to it. And public element in that the public sector has to finance it, or it's a public element because there's a tariff issue that's related to it, or there's a regulatory issue that's related to it, or there's some kind of risk sharing or risk mitigation that the government has to be supporting and putting in place. So I think this is the real challenge that we have in the region, is how do we accelerate the kind of private investment that's necessary in order to reach the objectives, the economic objectives of ASEAN, but recognize the private sector is not going to come in and just, as Don says, take a list from the government and invest in all those projects that the government wants. It's a conversation, it's an exchange, it's mutual understanding about what the perceptions of risk are on the part of the private sector, what elements of that risk can be taken by the government or by other institutions such as our own. So there's a lot of different things that have to be put in place.
Now, Johan de Villiers' company, ABB, builds power systems around the world. It's one of the top 2 or 3 in that sector. And we were talking earlier about, when I asked you a question, you said what's more important really is partnerships. I think that speaks to this point here. Could you elaborate on that, Johan?
Well, I think in this infrastructure challenge in ASEAN, no one party has all the answers. So it's a very diverse region, many different priorities, different levels of maturity in the different countries, and the projects are by nature very different. So no one party has the answer for any one of these solutions. So we've got to get together increasingly. And I think the World Economic Forum provides an amazing platform to make these collaborations and discussions happen. So it's to find the right mix and the right parties for each appropriate application, and to come together and to learn how to work together. We're a technology provider, so this is our game. We want to provide the technology, and that's needed whoever the partners are, which is an important contribution.
I'd like to ask all the panelists, why is there no template for different kinds of projects? Why does each project, at least the ones I know that I cover, seem so difficult to develop and then to bid out, etc.? This is for Secretary Baya out there. Why is there no template for these projects? Why are they so difficult to get off the ground? Go ahead.
Well, it's just like there are no two same people, no? Everything is different. The circumstances in every country are different. ASEAN being what I would term a relatively protectionist region, has different sort of protectionist laws. Foreign ownership, indigenous ownership, and so forth and so on. State ownership in many instances where the private sector is not even allowed to. You see this in places like Singapore, where the most profitable businesses are still with the government. But each project is different, different demand, different population. In our experience in 31 ports globally, every country has different circumstances. I would strongly urge governments that this being a sort of a golden era for financing, they should really take advantage of this. And this is contrary to my own religion, so to speak, but governments should be actually doing more of the infrastructure than the private sector.
Coco, I would just I want to underscore what Ricky just said, because it is true. And when you look out at the future, I mean, if we're thinking about the demand for infrastructure investment in ASEAN being about $950 billion between today and 2020, the governments are going to have to take a lion's share of that, more than half. 60% of that is going to be, at least 60% of that is going to be government investment. Now that can be supported by institutions such as ours, but it's got to be, the governments are going to have an important role. And I also want to underscore a point that Don made a moment ago, which is the critical nature of bankable projects, of the fact that it's not just a question of making a decision that we think that this is a project we want to do. Develop it, the technical specifications, all the due diligence that has to be done in order to make it ready for investment is a huge long-term and long-lived process. So it's, again, we talk about this a lot, but we can't. We're in the midst at a moment of what we refer to as the ASEAN, the Asian financial crisis gave birth to an infrastructure crisis in the ASEAN countries, where we've seen government investment drop by half since 1997. Private sector participation in infrastructure projects in the region is now only recovering to about 2/3 of what it was in 1997. So, I mean, there's real urgency around this.
I'd like to add, by the way, that I don't think the government should be actually running the infrastructure that they build. I think that the PPP should focus more on the O&M nature of these projects.
So they can build the runway, but then
the runway and a private company operates the terminal and manages the airport for the government, when the government makes a big share of the revenue.
Want to say something?
Well, I mean, one other thing that we are looking at and negotiating with the Vietnamese government is that as an investor, we don't like to build anything. And what that means that, we don't want to build a power plant. It's just too much risk, taking too much time. But we said, look, why don't you build a power plant, and then you also sign the PPA with a company that you own, the electricity company, and then we buy it off from you. Because by that stage, the risk is taken off the project, so it's more investable, bankable. Now it's investable once it's all operating. Then you take our money and build the next power plant. So that's another way of looking at it. It's essentially the government build, but we buy it once it starts operating.
When you've mentioned this to government officials around the region and Mr. Rason around the world, do they get it, that they should build it and then just bid out the O&M?
A lot of governments get it. In fact, the comments of Secretary Singson yesterday were similar in that nature. No?
Go ahead.
Maybe just something to keep in mind is the infrastructure that creates the most economic and the greatest social development is sometimes these difficult projects. So we must be careful that, because there are models that work. Independent power plants is a model that's been replicated around the world many times. But we see there's a risk in some parts where we're constructing power plants, but because it's difficult to get transmission and distribution in place, we're going to have power plants that can't reach consumers. So we've got to take on these difficult projects and find ways to make them happen.
Mike, when I introduced you a while at the beginning, I said that power used to be like the focus. But you told me that that's gone down in proportion, at least. In part because
in this region yes, for us, infrastructure comes in many different flavors and variety. Obviously, energy infrastructure is a huge component of that. The requirements in the ASEAN region are expected to increase 76% from a demand standpoint for electricity until 2030. And it'll continue to be an important part, and OPEC will play a major role in IPPs, which is a lot of our activity in America and sub-Saharan Africa, where we're making a very large push to present broad-based electrification. What we are seeing, however, is there are other forms of infrastructure that need to be looked at. Social infrastructure, in addition to the hard infrastructure of road transport and logistics. Those are serious issues as well. But to underline what Stephen said earlier, PPP is all about risk sharing. And if it seems as if it's difficult or it doesn't come in a single flavor or simple template, it's because the discussion of risk sharing is a complicated one. So PPPs are hard. OPIC's view is certainly that they're essential, however. If you look at the capital requirements needed to achieve the investments in infrastructure, social infrastructure, energy infrastructure, transport infrastructure in the ASEAN region, it cannot be done solely through government-supported financing and through even local capital markets in some circumstances because of the level of financial capacity that exists. It will require foreign direct investment. And for there to be foreign direct investment, it requires a sustainable investment environment, including project selection for these types of activities to attract what should be very low costs of capital which are available to fund these investments.
I hope I didn't misunderstand you earlier, but did you kind of indicate that there's less of a demand, in effect, for your money here for certain projects than you might have thought?
Well, I would express it this way, which is OPIC tries to be additional to private providers of capital. And where we see requirements for conventional energy, financing for conventional energy projects, we see a fairly robust model working, as has been mentioned, in an IPP structure, which is very successful. So if we're not required under those circumstances, we will not necessarily deploy our capital in that fashion. We're the patient capital, the lender of the last resort, who is able to support transactions which otherwise be able to get done. Having said that, where we've seen a lot of activity in the power sector has been in, for instance, clean energy. So we have increased our clean energy commitments 100-fold over the last 5 years. So we're seeing still a huge amount of power activity, but maybe different types of power generation activities than we might have done 10 years ago or 20 years ago.
Minister, let me ask you, when you hear all this talk about financing, how does that relate to Myanmar's experience?
So Myanmar, so now we have some discussions about our financing. So according to the McKinsey report for Myanmar, so about $320 billion are required for our infrastructure developments. It's a very huge amount for another 15 years to 2030. So how we can manage about the amount of money to develop for our infrastructures? That's why we consider to go to PPP or maybe privatization or something like that. So this is a very huge amount. So that's why we are trying to change our, maybe all the time we consider all the projects have to be done by our government. Now we change our mindset.
That kind of goes against what you said about religion a while ago. He's saying that the government used to do all the projects, now they're going to do more PPPs. How does that square with what you said earlier, Mr. Razon?
Well, there's the obvious infrastructure projects that are better suited to the private sector, which are power plants, for example, like I said, ports. But these are the things that Myanmar needs right now. Other countries have gone further along the road in these sectors. So a country like Myanmar, with the right legal structure, can attract a lot of interest in the power, in the ports, and in other areas.
Is the legal structure, whether in Myanmar or other countries, is that a main roadblock for you?
Well, if you're talking about foreign direct investment, definitely the foreign ownership is an issue, and state ownership is another issue. So those are the legal issues.
Do you encounter the same issues, Mr. Lam?
Well, for Myanmar, we're just starting, so we didn't really go into depth yet. But in Vietnam, at the moment, it's quite open. Most of the infrastructure asset the foreigner can participate. It's not an issue for us at the moment.
I think, Stephen, you were talking about statistics a while ago. Did I get the figure right that at least ASEAN needs about $60 billion a year of infrastructure investment, and you said that it's only getting about half of that?
Yeah, government investment and private investment in infrastructure is about half of what it needs to be in order to meet the demand as we forecast, but between now and 2020. But I think there's also, about just investment needs, which are critically important, but we also covered the need to develop bankable projects and how important that is. But there's also critical innovations that we have to be addressing and focused on, and I would identify those as project structuring. We've talked a bit about that. We need innovations in governance, and how do we get the public sector to work properly in order that it understands what the needs and demands of the private sector are, so they can facilitate that kind of investment. We need innovations in municipal finance. If you look out at the future, we have a fastly urbanizing region, Asia as a whole. We have 120,000 people moving into cities every single day in Asia. The urban population in ASEAN alone will double between now and 2050. So municipal finance is a huge challenge, and we need to find ways that we can innovate municipal finance. Capital market development is critically important, because if we can't develop the capital markets in the region, if we can't deepen the capital markets region, we have banks that are pulling in long-term finance for infrastructure. Has banks in this region. Banks are, with Basel III and Solvency II, banks are pulling out. So capital market development is critically important. And lastly, regional financial integration is a linchpin here too, because if you can't find ways for the cooperation between these countries, we're just not going to realize the full potential of ASEAN.
I forgot, Johan, I think it was you who said that you are opening in Myanmar soon, right?
That's right.
Right. Could you tell us about that project?
Yeah, we want to grow with Myanmar, so we're starting with small projects. We're opening an office there beginning of next month, and we're very happy with that. And we've been participating through partners in the country. I think we can play a very important role, not just with rolling out new infrastructure, but around the region. I'm seeing so much that we could do with the existing infrastructure. So to help with upkeep, renewals, improvement programs, energy efficiency programs. I mean, that's a major topic in the region.
I found that very interesting when you were talking about energy efficiency a while ago. Obviously not as sexy as building a power plant, but you said as important?
It's not as so sometimes we go for these very visible infrastructure projects, but I mean the International Energy Agency report says that only 15% of the economically viable projects today in energy efficiency is being exploited. So that's an incredible opportunity. I mean, just one product from our company, a variable speed drives, in 2012 saved the equivalent of 50 nuclear power plants every year. So an enormous opportunity, and I see in ASEAN that we've got to keep this balance. There's a huge need for new infrastructure, the visible projects, but we've got to make sure that we address regulation that encourages energy efficiency. And one of the other sad statistic is that the coal-fired power plants we construct today in ASEAN is at least 10% less efficient than the same power plant in Japan, using the same fuel. And we have to have a balanced mix of plants. But if we're going to build a coal-fired plant, let's at least make sure that it's an efficient one.
Since you freely plugged a specific product there, I hope you don't mind if I put you in the spot a bit. Could you tell us what's your growing market in Southeast Asia where you don't have a power plant?
Well, for ABB, the fastest growing country at the moment, I think, is the Philippines. So we are growing very rapidly in the Philippines, supplying products, supplying technology, supplying services, supporting the infrastructure.
When are we going to get a manufacturing plant?
Manufacturing plants, I mean, we want to be as local as possible. So in every country where we see sustainable business and a sustainable market, we are opening factories and we want to be local. And there's many benefits from being local. I mean, there's knowledge transfer. You are able to look after the infrastructure that you've put in place, so it makes it sustainable. And I mean, it's the only way to really understand the local context. So we want to be as local as possible, but you can't be everything everywhere. So it's got to be linked to sustainable markets. And I think the wonderful thing in ASEAN is the diversity, which helps not to have overlap between the different countries. So each country can play a different part. And there's a lot about coming together and integrating.
How much more money, Mike, is going to flow into Asia or Southeast Asia from agencies like OPEC in the next few years, you think? Is it going to accelerate?
Well, I think it is, just based upon the underinvestment in infrastructure, which has been slowed down in all of parts of the world as a result of the financial crisis. So I think we are going to see, obviously, strong multilateral presence already that exists in Asia, but I think that's going to continue to increase. What we're also seeing as well is going back to this question of creating the enabling infrastructure, we're seeing an opportunity to catch up a little bit in the private sector participation in comparison with other parts of the world. Latin America has also been underinvesting in infrastructure. Interestingly enough, they've been able to attract, however, a higher degree of private participation in their sectors by having suitable enabling environments in Mexico, Chile, and Brazil, to name some of the lead economies.
These regulatory environments we've been talking about, right?
Correct. So they have been able to attract, even though they have still been underspending relative to the percentage of GDP, which, you know, many say should be about 5% of GDP as a total target for infrastructure investment. And the Asian economies have been averaging about 1 to 2%, as the Latin American economies have, targeting 2 to 3%. But the amount of capital that the Latin American economies have been able to mobilize has been greater. I think that's the opportunity zone that would exist for the ASEAN nations in being able to increase that private sector participation.
Mr. Razon, you earlier said that each project is different. I guess each country is different as well. But do you see some distinction in terms of regions or continents in terms of regulation and dispute resolution, bidding systems, etc.?
Like I said, Mexico is, I think, one of the countries that is ahead in sophistication in the legal structure, transparency, and financeability of projects. They've been very good at what they do, and projects have moved rather smoother there than other regions. But again, it's really what sector is financeable, you know, at the time. And you know, very large projects that have a lot of public service involved may not necessarily be the right return. So they take a long time to get these projects off the ground. Very long to finance, very long to put the project components together. That's why you have projects taking 10, 15 years. But the more profitable ones, where the private sector will go after right away, are the ones that move much faster.
I think I know the answer in your case, but I'll ask both of you, including Mr. Lam. There's no shortage of money that wants to be invested, right?
No, there's a lot of investment, investors looking at this region want to invest. There's plenty of money. It's just that, like I said, there's nothing is bankable or investable sometimes. So I think we have another panel some time ago, yesterday, was that they should be looking at maybe an ASEAN sort of code for bidding for infrastructure development, so that, because each country is different, we don't have to be 100% standardized across ASEAN, but it could be, if you get up to maybe 80% there, it's already saving a lot of time from a lot of major institutional investors that's coming in from Europe or US want to invest in this region. It saves them effort, make it easier for them to actually participate. So one way is for ASEAN to get together and make sure you have, you know, this standard code.
Just before you answer that, let me just tell the audience, I'll have Stephen answer this, but we're ready for questions. If you have any, please just stand up or raise your hand, and somebody will come to you with a mic. Go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, just on that point briefly. I mean, Asia as a whole, but ASEAN as well, is a saving surplus region. There's large reserves in the region within the governments. These savings, these reserves are invested in low-yielding treasury securities in the U.S. and in the because capital markets are not developed in this region, because there aren't alternatives to turn those reserves into productive assets. And so this is a critical challenge for the region, because you can take money that you're just sticking into treasury securities and otherwise find ways of mitigating and developing that and investing it in productive infrastructure in the region. And that's the critical challenge that I think the region really faces. And this is how you've seen infrastructure development happen in the developed countries of the world.
So I guess the frustration is there's money to be invested. You yourself, Mr. Lam, said you want to invest more in Myanmar, but the structures aren't there to support that. Could I ask the minister, what's the main challenge in terms of getting the rules in place?
So it's very important. So in our reform measures, the administrative reform measures is also very important. So innovation, and also we want to change our systems at the time. The most important thing is we have to fulfill our hopes with, we have to be good prospect, and also we have to concrete rules, regulations, and procedures we should have. But sometimes our regulations are very outdated, so we have to review it, and also sometimes we have to amend, and sometimes we have to delete it, and sometimes we have to and attach the new one. So rules and regulations are very important, but we have to get some assistance from international institutions, because sometimes we are away from the outside, so we want to get more knowledge. So that's why the rules and regulations is very important, and we want to get in line with the international best practices, but we need assistance from the international institutions. That's why.
Johan, you don't bid directly for many of these projects. You supply the companies that bid for these projects, right?
We have many different ways in which we supply into infrastructure. I mean, almost every part of economic infrastructure has and our components behind. So when we talk about transmission and distribution, we often supply directly to utilities. When you talk about construction of power plants and so on, we supply to EPC companies who take the overall project, the construction of that, and we supply the core components into that. Same in the renewable space. We have key technology, but not the overall project.
What would be most helpful for companies like yours? What would be most helpful in terms of investing in ASEAN infrastructure or expanding ASEAN infrastructure?
I think one of the things that's key is these compelling visions and plans for a country. Where do you want to go? And then making sure that the infrastructure plans fit in with that vision, and make sure that that is clear and that spans beyond political cycles, which is often very short. I mean, we talk about 30, 40, 50-year investments we're making. Then regulation is very important, that we have regulation that encourages the right capital to flow to the right infrastructure. And subsidies is a major issue. I mean, it's not subsidies per se, but it is to make sure that whatever we do encourages the right behavior and capital to flow to the right places. And I think in the region, in many parts of the region, subsidies are not helping us with that.
And so the frustration for me is, you know, the money is there, and you also know the effect, the positive effect, if the money were invested. You were telling me a while ago, you had some examples of how electricity changed certain communities.
Yes, I mean, it's often not that visible for us because we don't often deal directly with the public. But yesterday morning, we had a session on solar power, and Mr. Jim Ayala was there sharing some of the stories that just from the Philippines, and that touched my heart in a way, because he talked about a school in a certain region, and that school consistently came last right at the bottom every year, and they had no access to electricity. Then with a small solar power plant, they provided electricity, powered up some computers, and within 2 years went to the... And you think of the human capital that is not fully exploited in the region by not providing access to electricity. And a staggering fact to me is in ASEAN, 50% of households still cook with biomass. You know, so enormous numbers. So we have a very large task to make a difference in people's lives. He was talking about mothers giving birth by the light of a mobile phone, and infant mortality rates dramatically improving when electricity is provided. So we can make a great difference.
Again, before you answer that, Stephen, you answer that, and then we'll call on Noel.
Again, I mean, just to second what Johan said, and I think it's really critically important, because we all too often, you know, in this region, in the world, we see vested interest masquerading as national interest. And we need to do much better at distinguishing between those two things. And then lastly, just on the point of how we mitigate and how we use these savings, you mentioned our ASEAN Infrastructure Fund, which ADB is supporting with the ASEAN countries. And this is actually at trying to find ways that you can use this savings in the region, these reserves, and have those invested in productive assets. It's very small at the moment. It's sort of experimental, but it's an effort on part of all the ASEAN nations to try to figure out how we can move this forward.
Mr. Razon, both here and abroad, how do you navigate or negotiate with these governments who use vested interests masquerading as national interest?
Well, that happens all over the place. We do business in Africa, Latin America, Asia, and that's part of the landscape, so to speak. And I'd say India, for example, is a very difficult place where you experience a lot of these type of things. You know.
As an investor, are there countries, I'm not going to ask you to name them, are there countries you write off because you figured out it's just too difficult to invest there?
Well, with us, we try to stick it out and be able to operate in any environment. I mean, we stayed in Syria for years, no, until finally having to pull the plug. But there are a few actually that even us avoid.
Noel, please introduce yourself and tell us who you want to ask that question of.
Noel Bonan from KPMG. My question is addressed to Stephen. Stephen, about the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. Now, clearly, the private sector, when they get into infrastructure projects, have different goals that you mentioned bankability. In the case of the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund, which is directed to governments, clearly governments have a different mindset when going to infrastructure projects, which is public service. Several questions about the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. What would be the main criteria for a country to access the infrastructure fund? Number two, what is the acceptance level among governments of the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund? And number three, what would be the ideal or optimum mix between a country's own, out-of-pocket funding, tapping into the fund on, say, specific projects? Would there be an optimum percentage of capital versus loans from the fund?
Thank you. It's a great question, and to the last part about optimal mix, I think go back to Ricky's point that walang kambal. There are no twins here as far as these individual investments are concerned. So it really depends on the individual project. It depends on the circumstances around which that investment is being made. The acceptance of the fund itself is very high. The governments are quite keen and very, very supportive of this initiative. But again, it's very small. It's about $485 million at the moment. All of the member countries have made contributions to the fund. ADB has put $150 million into it, and really we're starting with supporting smaller projects or taking small slices of bigger projects in order to test this idea and get a track record in which we could use then to go to the capital directly and raise bonds and get more funding. Well, it's, of course, there's due diligence that goes into it as it would go into any project that we do. So it's infrastructure. It has to have some kind of connectivity element to it, and lastly, it's got to be bankable. It has to have a financial and economic return.
Did anyone want to add to that from the panel? Okay, I think we have a question over here.
Astrid Tuminas from Microsoft. I'd like to address a question really to anyone who'd like to answer this. So when I think about accelerating ASEAN infrastructure, I think about Singapore, whose infrastructure can compete with the best out there, whether it's the airport or an integrated petrochemical industry, water, etc. So if there are any lessons to be drawn from that, and I understand there are differences among countries, but if you think about a case study, we do have a pretty clear-cut case study. So what would you say if there's one thing maybe that really is salient from that story of one city-state that did the infrastructure thing correctly? What would you say? Thank you.
Whom were you asking that of?
Maybe Stephen could begin.
Stephen again. The next question cannot go to Stephen.
Yeah, I won't say any more. But I think again it goes back to the list that I put out earlier. It goes back to good project structuring, good governance and understanding and communication between the public and the private sectors. It goes to municipal finance. It goes to deeper capital markets, and it goes to just general dependency. I mean, Singapore is dependent on the region. It exists as a small city-state within a bigger region, and so they of any ASEAN country understand that the incredible necessity of interconnectivity. Governance. It comes down to governance.
Leadership.
LKY. Lee Kuan Yew. That's
leadership.
all. Light is in my eyes. Is this Amina? Yes. Question over here.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Mr.
Could you introduce yourself to the audience? And
I'm Amina Rasul from the Philippine Center for Islam and Democracy, and I come from an island province of Sulu. Most of the people in Sulu have never had electricity. What you said about using the light of the cell phone to when somebody's giving in childbirth, that happens in Sulu.
How did they charge the cell phone?
When they come to the capital towns, in these areas, they pay 20 pesos, that's $50, so that a boatman can bring their cell phone to a town that has electricity to be charged. There are big areas all over East Asia, especially ASEAN, where this reality is the case. But governments don't really invest in infrastructure for power or for water because it's not cost effective. And my question is, do companies like ABB look at this mass of people who are disenfranchised to look at the possibility of small, cost-effective products and services that could provide them with water and electricity, solar being one among them? But I understand that the solar may not be that efficient. So is there anything else that would be possible to provide infrastructure to areas that have never had them?
Well, I mean, that is the mission of our company, and that's what we spend our R&D money on, is to make sure that we make this more efficient, more effective, cheaper, more affordable, creating more value. I think we need both. We need the traditional large grid developments, high-capacity transmission links, because there is efficiency in that. And at the same time, we've got to be working at getting electricity to rural communities. And in ASEAN, that's a particular challenge, because we have so many people living in remote areas. And I mean, very recently, our company made a $1 billion investment acquiring a company with key solar technology that we can combine with our portfolio. And one of the things that would do is it would help us with key technology to support exactly the sort of smaller scale microgrids, electricity provision into remote areas, so that you don't have to wait until the grid reaches there. And eventually you can still integrate that with the grid and get the benefit of efficiency. But again, as I said, we must make sure that it's not that cheap, you know, for other unfriendly technologies to not help us bring electricity, you know, kerosene subsidies and things like that, to make sure that there's a reward for investing in electricity and sustainable power supplies in these communities.
Mr. Razon, correct me if I'm wrong, were you thinking when you asked that question, why hasn't someone created a small enough genset that they don't need to transport?
I was just wondering if they had the cell phone light, how did they charge the cell phone if there was no electricity?
Why no one seen the opportunity to put a cell phone charging station?
Actually, electricity, I think, is on its own will probably develop on its own, solve itself, because companies who are in the power generation and power distribution business do make money. And that, I guess that sector is probably attracting the most investments of all sectors.
Also the most political attention.
Also.
But that's what you were saying, Mr. Villiers, about subsidies and that kind of thing. You would rather they don't exist because it'll find a market, right? The market will find it, rather.
I don't know, that's the answer to everything. I mean, there's regulation needed, because you can imagine that if you start with a few homes connected to a solar power source, and when in a village, you know, that immediately creates demand, and as this scales up, who will then eventually run that infrastructure? And does the regulation allow for an entrepreneur to come and run that infrastructure, which, I mean, the maintenance needs, and because there's no fuel that is supplied, you go and install this once, and the maintenance needs is totally different from a normal utility. So are we thinking about regulation that will allow entrepreneurs to start running and collecting fees for infrastructure like this? Because it could really change the livelihoods of people.
Charging cell phones, yeah.
We will ask the appropriate Philippine government official that, and I'll get back to you on that. There was a question here also in the first row. Could you please introduce yourself and tell us whom you want to ask?
Purab Surem from Mongolia. There are some initiative to create a new bank, ASEAN Infrastructure Bank. There are some nations invited to be the founding members, some not, I think. There's a question on Mr. Grove. Again, is there some coordination to avoid overlap between ADB or some new bank, or it's challenge for you?
I said the next question couldn't go to Stephen. Before you answer that, Stephen, could I ask if there's another question, and then we could perhaps ask them together?
Yes.
Anyone else? Okay, Karen Davila.
But my question's for Mr. Razon, specifically. Are you satisfied with how the government is spending for infrastructure in the Philippines? And why do you think hasn't the President's PPPs taken off as expected?
Well, it's a very slow and tedious process to get such a massive program off the ground. And it's understandable that people are impatient. But the government actually is spending more and more. They could spend more on roads in Metro Manila than they are. I think they should spend more in that type of infrastructure. Of course, the biggest, I'd say the 800-pound gorilla in the room is a new airport. But you know, governments all over the world work this way. It takes a long time to get these programs off the ground. And once momentum starts, then usually they start moving along at a good pace. But to get to that point is, we have to be very patient. But I believe that they are allocating more and more funding in the budget. The government can certainly afford it now, although sometimes we still have that mentality for the past that we can't afford this type of infrastructure, when in fact we can now. Nowadays, I said it's almost nearly a golden age for financing, especially for governments. And our government in particular is investment grade. Cost of funding is very cheap at the moment, and we can do it. And you just have to be patient. Governments take time.
Okay, so we veer away a bit from the Philippines. Stephen, could you answer that question about the...
Very briefly. The APEC summit last year, President of China Xi Jinping announced their intention to set up an Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank. And our basic opinion on this is that the demand for infrastructure investment in Asia is huge. It's $8 trillion between now and 2020. So there's plenty of room for other financiers, other investments. And so we'd be happy to work with this institution if and when it is established.
Okay, we're running into the last 5 minutes of the session. If there's any more, okay, there's one question over there. I think is that Ed? Yes. This will be our last question, then we'll just wrap up before we go.
Okay. It's more, I guess, it's a question for the other countries because.
Ed, could you introduce yourself to the audience, please?
I'm Ed Francisco from BDO, a local bank. I guess we're fortunate here to have the liquidity and the funding available from the private sector. So for us, it's really more getting the projects out. And I agree with what Mr. Razon said about, government should just build it and then it can get funded through ODA or from the banks. My question is, how can the other countries learn from this? Because it's more the institutional buildings that's necessary at this point. Funding is plentiful. It's really, what can you do, I guess, the WEF and the rest of the country so that you get the projects out faster? Funding is not the issue. And even a new bank may not need the necessary because the funding is here. Maybe equity and for hybrid, for MES, fine. For the senior secured, it's all available. Thank you.
Was that the questions directed at someone specifically, Ed?
I guess for the other countries, or so that they how can we help each other? No?
Yeah.
Funding?
Could I ask Mr. Lam?
No, I didn't really hear the question, but in terms of we're talking about how quickly get the funding out and so on and so forth. One of the things that Vietnam do a lot of now is just privatize the infrastructure asset. So that's the quickest way for the government to get the money in and then use that money. Infrastructure project.
How many % of those end up in a dispute?
I'm sorry?
How many % of those end up in some kind of dispute?
Dispute?
Yes. Rival bidders disputing each other?
Not many so far.
So you find that the bidding was structured properly?
I believe so. Because we did participate on a number of these. Water treatment plant, power plant, they do privatize. And then, I mean, now we even negotiate with one province where we said, look, what if you privatize that that water treatment plant, you're using our money, and then you expand into another project, or let us expand on the existing plant. So that's one way for them to quickly get the money and do some other things.
Okay, so let me, as we wrap up, let me ask each of the panelists for just a 1-minute comment. Let me begin with the Minister. Minister, from the discussion today, it seems like the money is there, the problem is the regulations aren't.
Yeah.
How quickly do you think Myanmar can act on those kinds of concerns?
Very good questions, because we have a lesson learned from others is very important for us, because sometimes we have to reluctant to do rapidly, because we would like to see what's the problems or what's the experience for the others. But anyway, now we are trying today. I got so many lessons from all the participants. So our country have to move forward. So we need some persistence to do it. But anyway, we have to rapidly to take care about that. Sometimes we have to have quick win. It's very important. See for the long run. So for this matters, we want to develop our infrastructures. Now we have to do first.
Okay, thank you very much. Could I ask Stephen, how is the ADB helping other countries work on that list that you recited to us earlier?
Well, we do it through a number of different avenues, largely through our lending windows. We have concessional lending, we have market-based lending. We also have significant technical assistance resources that we bring to bear at advising and helping our governments work through some of these challenges. But I think why we're talking about this and why it's important is that, infrastructure and the provision of infrastructure underpins, the ability of the region to address the critical challenge it faces with respect to inclusive growth, with respect to there's a huge number of people that live in this region that are mired in poverty. So we have a moral imperative here, we have a social imperative here, because the longer these people live in these dire circumstances, the more social unrest can occur. And lastly, there's an economic imperative. If we don't address these issues, the kind of growth that we're seeing in this region will not be sustained. And so if we want to see it sustained, if we want to see this region succeed, these kinds of investments are absolutely critical.
So let me ask you, what's the one thing, or the most important thing that governments have to learn and apply in order to accelerate infrastructure?
Well, to structure projects, whether they're government or private sector or PPP projects, is to structure them properly from the beginning, both the legal basis, the project components, and to beef up the capability and the talent within the government to execute such projects.
Is that the main difficulty, that there's not enough capability, they don't have enough experience yet in crafting these?
I think the government, aside from, because that's part of infrastructure as well, is capability. And government needs to invest in their project capability, whether it's execution, whether it's project review, decision-making on what projects are priority, financing of the projects. I mean, this all involve capabilities of and human resources, and which is a key component of infrastructure in the government in itself.
Mr. Lam, what would make it easier for investors such as yourself to invest in infrastructure?
I think the thing that make it easier is again, the government should look at not giving us 100 projects, but just focus on a few key ones and just make sure it's bankable. It's like you're packaging a product. So that once a product is packaged nicely, all wrapped up, then you can bring the investor in. It's more bankable.
Mr. De Villiers, as a supplier, what would make the ASEAN infrastructure expansion more profitable and more efficient for you?
I'm not sure it's a question of what we take from it. I mean, we want to create value in this, and I think I'm impressed with. I mean, there's an enormous opportunity to make a difference in this region, and we want to do that. And I think there's a sense of urgency that is clear. We need to do this quickly. So we know what to do. Technology is available. We heard that finance is available. So, I mean, we have to act with courage and with conviction. And so balance the amount of time spent discussing and talking and taking action, the specific action. And maybe one last point is that we need to do this sustainably, because we are leaving a legacy for the future generations. And the way in which we invest infrastructure projects we choose today is either going to hold our future generations back or it's going to accelerate them in their growth path.
Could you give us an illustration of how much you spend or what you do in terms of R&D in order to develop new technologies or more affordable technologies?
Well, we have a global program of R&D, spending literally billions of dollars in R&D, collaborating with universities right around the world in every aspect of infrastructure investment, and that's our commitment to continue to do that. That is the DNA of our company.
And finally, Mr. Whalen, for agencies such as yourself, what would make it easier for you to be able to help places like ASEAN develop their infrastructure?
Well, nobody makes it easy for us. That's not our mission. But I think what we're hearing in the audience and on the panel is the tension that exists, getting it done fast and getting it done right. And getting it done right takes a lot of effort to be able to do it in a fashion which is repeatable and sustainable. But certainly for OPIC and for any other official agency, be it ADB or be it the potential of the Asian Infrastructure Bank, it's very important when we're thinking about this to make sure we're doing it in a fashion which have safeguards in place for local communities, for the environment, and for workers who work on these projects. And also to make sure that they're reaching out. Singapore is a fantastic model, but the problems of Singapore as a relatively compact island are different than the problems of an archipelago such as the Philippines or Indonesia. So we exist at a golden age of financing. We exist at a golden age of innovation in terms of where we do have technologies that can create the networks that can go out to these communities. And that's another thing that we have to keep in mind as well.
Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, please help me in thanking our wonderful. And thank you for joining us, and thank you to our audience for joining us. My name is Coco Alquas from ABS-CBN Corporation here at the World Economic Forum in East Asia. Thanks for watching.
Ating pong napanood ang session on accelerating ASEAN strategic infrastructure. They talked about public-private partnership programs, and we both know that the Philippine government is encouraging the private sector to engage in the PPP.
I think it was an important point in the discussion wherein they were talking particularly whether or not investments can be done by the private sector alone. And it was very clear that there are some investments that have to be undertaken by the government alone, in fact, and the private sector cannot be expected to invest, particularly because there are certain investments that are not financeable or bankable, as they would say.
Profitable for the private. According to Mr. Enrique Razon of the MICP, he says that PPP are ideal for high-density areas, and private companies are keen on investing on the power sector or on power-generating projects, as well as the ports, the seaports.
I think this is an interesting point, particularly because if you would go to this forum and not expect anything, you would actually assume that everyone would be for private investments. But it was a very important highlight of that discussion that the public funds must also pour in, particularly because we cannot ensure that private corporations will be interested in all the investments needed.
The speakers in the session also identified the needs of the ASEAN region so that the private sector will be encouraged to invest in the region. Specifically, there are legal impediments to owning businesses in certain member countries in the ASEAN. For example, in Myanmar, foreigners are not allowed to own land, but it is the same here in our country. So I was wondering, what made Myanmar different from the Philippines when, in fact, these laws that the speaker was saying is an impediment for the private sector to invest on Myanmar does not hamper the private sector to invest here in our country.
And we were talking about this a while ago, Kathy, and I was thinking that it may be possible that it's probably because of the military junta that has been going on in Myanmar for a very long time, And it was only recently that they actually democratized as a political system.
One of the speakers also said that there is a need for an ASEAN code for bidding an infrastructure project, although JC, each country is different. These, if there is a code, a bidding code for foreigners, then it would facilitate investment in the region. We will be back with our special coverage of the 23rd World Economic Forum on East Asia right after this break.
Back to our special coverage of the World Economic Forum on East Asia being held in the Philippines, and we are on the third day of the World Economic Forum, and we just watched the session on accelerating ASEAN infrastructure projects. It was a very interesting discussion as well, Kathy, earlier when they talked about this ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. For the benefit of our viewers, the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund was set up in 2011 so that there is a common fund among Southeast Asian countries from which they can loan to fund their or finance their infrastructure projects. So this is a huge opportunity for ASEAN countries.
However, this concept is relatively new to us, especially us in the media. This is the first time we're hearing of it. There are questions, though, as to who benefits from this fund and who decides on where these funds will go. So maybe we'll find out in our future coverages.
But the first loan now went to Indonesia for their power sector infrastructure. But right now, climate concerns will still figure in today's sessions. Among the dimensions to be tackled is a promotion of livable cities for future competitiveness. Speaking of climate change, Freddy Abando with a high official of the World Bank regarding climate change initiatives.
The threat of climate change is real. Its impact is spreading all over the world. It's one of the major issues raised in the World Economic Forum on East Asia. The Philippines is among the most vulnerable countries as recorded by the devastating blow unleashed by Super Typhoon Yolanda in the Visayan region. The government launched a massive relief and recovery response to ease the agony and anguish of the survivors. It was followed by the implementation of RAY, the recovery assistance of Yolanda planned to build back better with the support of its development partners led by the World Bank.
The challenges are the same in every country. How do you get central government, local government and communities all lined up and have a flow of funding and a flow of technical assistance that moves all the way up and down? How can you speed up and scale up the response? So how huge issue for the people in Tacloban and the areas around that. So how do you build back to resilient standards, but do that in a quick way? And one of the things that we've learned from Indonesia and elsewhere is that actually making the materials and the funding available to the community and then having the community build their own houses, just providing support and technical assistance on the grade to which those houses must be built and where they need to be built, can save money and get things moving in a much more quicker way.
The World Bank's envoy on climate change, Rachel Kite, said the government is on the right track of implementing its reconstruction and rehabilitation efforts. The World Bank committed $1 billion. It covers 170 local government units. It's a massive program to include infrastructure, housing, public buildings, to include schools, health facilities, and government buildings. Kite cited the government's response as an emerging model that may be adopted for other countries to follow. Kite proposed the need to create a national resiliency fund which will enable government to come up with a response that will limit the impact of a natural calamity, since the destruction will affect the country's economy and the expensive cost of reconstruction. DENR Secretary Ramon Paez said the President is expected to announce the adoption of a national climate mitigation and resiliency fund similar to what was proposed by the World Bank.
What we're now doing is discussing with the government how to build a national financial resilience for the Philippines. Development will be more expensive, building back better and building resilience into the infrastructure so that when the next storm hits it doesn't have such an extreme impact. That's going to cost more. Local governments have to be financially resilient so that they can invest in their agriculture system so that they're not vulnerable, and then households have to be resilient. People need to be able to have the means to be able to bounce back quicker. All of that's going to cost money, but I think the international community is ready to help, and so is the private sector, and so that's the conversation that's going on here, is how can we respond to a call from the Philippine government to really help the Philippines build its entire resilience.
It is more beneficial if you invest on resiliency. Based on the information of the World Bank, as of now, 90% of the fund with respect to disaster is being invested on response. And that is not, and only around 4% is being invested on preparedness. What they are encouraging us to do right now is to look on resiliency. Invest on resiliency because in the long run it is more favorable. They are pushing for a climate change adaptation and disaster resilience fund. And this is good for us because as they said, we are not an emitter. We did not create this disaster, but somehow Philippines is in the wrong place at the wrong time. So we are not considered emitter. We did not create this disaster, but we are affected tremendously by the effect of these disasters. And it is for us to mitigate the impact and somehow invest on resiliency.
Public Works Secretary Rogelio Singson proposed the creation of a disaster resource response protocol led by the government with the support of the private sector and humanitarian groups, which will plan and prepare resilience programs to deal with any emergency that may arise from the impact of a natural disaster.
Every time there's a disaster event, we start putting together the same people and trying to identify again what will be the role of private, what will be the role of the NGOs, World Bank, donor community, and the public. This happens every time there's an event. So the decision, and I think the experience of the three countries that put this together, Indonesia, India, and one more country, is that at least it is already organized. It is in place, ready to respond. The private sector in the Philippines, particularly the Philippine Contractors Association, took on the challenge.
For the People's Television Network, this is Freddie Abando reporting.
That was a report of Mr. Freddie Abando on climate change. I think this will really be a crucial point of or area of discussion when it comes to progress in Southeast Asia, particularly because Southeast Asia is part of the ring of fire for volcanoes. But even beyond that, we are always or often hit by strong typhoons.
Well, speaking from experience here in our country, JC, we experience a lot of typhoons, strong typhoons. Yolanda, the strongest, or Haiyan, one of the strongest storms to hit the world, hit us just last year. Also, there is a need for balance with regard to economic growth and our depleting natural resources.
Exactly.
Although we cannot sacrifice our environment or our natural resources for growth, but there also is a need for us to use our resources in order to boost economic growth.
Actually, what's really frustrating with this discourse is the fact that Southeast Asia, as we all know, still has a lot to do with infrastructure, and yet at the same time we are the worst by climate change or by climate change disasters. So this is really conflicting because we know of the US and China, for example, they constitute more than or even 2/3 of the world's greenhouse gas emissions, and yet it is Southeast Asia that really suffers when it comes to the effects of climate change. So this is you can't take this away from the justice perspective when you're thinking of it.
Let's go to part 2 of agricultural transformation, a major subject area in yesterday's arena session at the World Economic Forum on East Asia 2014.
Frankie Wijaya is, of course, with Sinar Mas. You probably all know him, Chairman and Chief Executive of Sinar Mas Agribusiness and Food. Mr. Ho Sing Chan, Group Managing Director of ASEAN of DuPont, coming to us from Singapore. And at the far end, Robert Ziegler, Director General, International Rice Research Institute of the Philippines. Thank you all for participating in this situation. I mean, there are so many aspects of what's been talked about already as to the challenges involved. And we have a good representation here of people from the private sector, government, and of course, from the civil society. So let me begin, if I could, with you, Estrella, and let's take it to ground level. Everybody is looking to the world of farmers now and saying, okay, the challenge is for the farmers to produce more food than they ever have done. And in the West, we've already seen that process turning into commercial agribusiness. In Asia, obviously, the challenges are entirely different. The land ownership, the production, the people involved, a completely different demographic. So from your perspective, just give us a little bit of background on how the farmers' experience is right now and how they're looking at the challenges that have been brought up here.
Okay, thank you very much. For me, the challenge is not only to produce more food, but to produce in such a way that I can earn from what I produce. Okay, so I have a farm. Okay, it's an upland farm. It's a 2-hectare farm, and I have planned to produce vegetables and fruits in a sustainable, organic way. Okay, but I don't have title to the land, so I cannot get loan. Okay. I have a partner farming family, and they do not know the technology for organic agriculture. And then we don't have link to the market. So some buyers come to our village, and they get our produce at a very low price. But when we look at the market in the nearby town, the price of our produce is like 3 or 4 times, like that. So this is my concern as a farmer. So to produce food, we think, yes, we have to produce more food, but the challenge is also how to produce it in a more sustainable way, because we experience drought, for example. We experience less water in our farm. So how do we produce with all these climate shocks?
If there was a farmer here, I don't know if there are any farmers from the Philippines or elsewhere around Asia in the audience today, do you think they'd be looking at this panel and the other events that have been going on and saying, I see a support mechanism here, these people are addressing my issues? Or do you think they'd be completely bewildered by what this conversation and saying, look, how does this affect me?
I think I have the Secretary of Agriculture here in the Philippines. I think the government has lots of support already for farmers who want to, for example, go into sustainable agriculture, or even in agriculture, for example. Do you have the extension? You have the research institutions. You have some kind of financing. The challenge, for example, for small farmers, is how to access, how to link to your services. That's why the challenge for us is also how to organize into clusters or into groups or organizations, so that as a group we can better claim, or we can better access your services, or we can better negotiate with some of the private companies who are dealing with the farmers.
Are you getting enough help, though, either from government or from the private sector, in meeting those challenges? Do you think that the amount of effort and the focus that's being expended is appropriate?
Okay. In some areas, yes, when we are more organized, but in some areas, no. Okay.
What would be the areas that you would want to see more action on?
We want to see more action in terms of information dissemination. For example, with regards to the government services that they have, we want to have more in terms of extension work. We want to have more on relationships and partnerships between government and between private companies in terms of what we can do together for production and for marketing and for food processing.
And that was the discussion or the session on agricultural transformation in East Asia. Kathy, this is really where infrastructure is needed in our country and other Southeast Asian countries. We need industrialization for agriculture, or even at least farm-to-market roads, as was highlighted in that discussion.
Yesterday, I got to interview the assistant director for NEDA, and she said that 11% of our country's GDP is from agriculture. So there is a need to invest heavily on agriculture in our country, although majority of our GDP comes from the service sector.
Right, but we all know the potential of agriculture, especially now that we are experiencing the effects of this land reform program that is supposed to conclude this year. And we all know that smaller farmers will need even more capital just to ensure that their farms will actually produce while they are was highlighted in this discussion. Although there were also several success stories given to us from the recipients of parcels of land from the land reform project under the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program.
JC, I'd just like to go back to the session earlier regarding infrastructure, and it's just astounding to note that 50% of households in the ASEAN region do not have electricity. So, and there's this experience that one of the speakers was telling us about, that there's a school here in the Philippines with no electricity, and they used solar panels so that the school can operate their computers, and it greatly increased the ranking it greatly boosted the ranking of that school from being the last in the ranking, I think in their province, to being the first. So the computers helped the children, it helped the school raise their rankings.
Figure, it's almost unbelievable. 50%, that's 50
I don't know
million.
where that came from, but one of the speakers mentioned it in the session earlier.
Exactly. So we're probably wondering, this is, well, at least in the Philippines, it's not that, we're sure that it's not that grave yet, our power situation. Although, of course, we have a lot to do or a lot to improve on when it comes to our electricity in the Philippines, when it comes to pricing, when it comes to distribution, and also generation.
And we will give you an idea of what's going on or will be going on for the continuation of the World Economic Forum later when we return.
We are back to our special coverage of the World Economic Forum, the 23rd World Economic Forum, and we are now on the third day. Today will be no less busy for the delegates to the 23rd World Economic Forum. Security concerns in Asia will be discussed, and I see this as timely because of certain conflicts brewing or taking place within the region, as we all know, Kat.
Yes, yesterday this was raised by Vietnam when their Prime Minister Nguyen Tan Dung gave his speech, and I guess this raised eyebrows from the Chinese delegation present in the event.
And I believe there were discussions on certain delegates leaving, but we'll probably have time to discuss that later. In the meantime, we now go to this last discussion for the World Economic Forum on ensuring equitable progress in the region. Let's watch this.
Ask a question to our ambassadors of this year, our forum, and we'll start with Yolanda. What was your major takeaway from the last 2.5 days?
You know that I won't give you just one takeaway.
Yes, she negotiates because she is the president of the WWF. She knows how to negotiate. And she will use 10 minutes to talk about only one major takeaway or two major takeaways. And she was a profi, she an expert. She started with 3 major takeaways, so now maybe she's allowed to make 2 major takeaways. Yolanda.
The most important one, I think, is recognizing that the problems are completely different than the ones last week, than the ones of a month ago and a year ago, and will be totally different from the ones coming next week, next Monday and next year. Therefore, that we cannot think and close our discussions into a box. We do need to be permanently renovating our way of thinking, looking into new options, new technologies, new actors. And because the problems will be different today, we do need to involve more young people. The young people who are looking at us and how we respond and how we react to be on a path of evolution and rethinking our responses to create their own responses. So that would be, I think, my main takeaway. Get them more involved is not talking about them as future actors, but as present actors for future problems or future expressions of the problems. The second one is we need more Toshiba chairs of the boards. You are an amazing man. You're an amazing individual who, from your position of such an important company of the world, is integrating sectors, actors, dynamics, technologies, options, and that is fantastic. You have given me a lesson.
It's very kind of you to say so.
Thank you. I only think that we need more like you. And the third, I have to say the third, is the Philippines, for sharing with us the lessons that they have learned, especially in this last year. It has been a very difficult period for the Philippines, but also a wonderful moment to demonstrate to us, to the rest of the world, that you can do it, that you can bring sectors together, that governance is absolutely important, that the dynamics cannot be improvised if there is not a solid ground on which to build a response. And the response to the crisis in the Philippines has given us a fantastic lesson, and I hope we can replicate that or imitate that dynamic in our own sites of work.
Thank you very much, Yala. Thank you very much. Takeshi Ninami.
Thank you, Philip. I'd like to say thank you to the Friends of Philippines. This time, I felt the energy, the hospitality of the Philippines a lot. That was a big, impressive thing I experienced this time. Thank you very much. Not only the economic growth in this area. Now, what is my major takeaway? I found, as Mr. Riadi mentioned, this region has been transforming into the second stage of the economic growth. But to make it successful, definitely this region has to go through some challenges. And first of all, I think how to deal with the fair distribution of wealth. And this leads to the eventually emerging middle class. Emerging middle class is very important to have a sustainable growth of this region. And I believe this emerging middle class will play a key role to lead this region to be sustainable in terms of economic growth. That deals with lots of social issues. Education, we discussed in the equitable employment. That is very important. And healthcare to the people. People is an asset. How to let them feel we are, having the equitable growth. So I think healthcare is very important. And I think this region should have the structural reform. I think this region needs more entrepreneurs. To have more entrepreneurs, definitely the government has to implement the structural reform, so with the deregulation. And I think a challenge I would address is geographical challenge, issue. Whether you like or not, this happens. And to sustain peace and solidarity, peace and stability, definitely in this region, solidarity and collaboration of ASEAN countries has become increasing more important. I found that. And the third challenge of this region is how to deal with natural disasters. Because of the climate change, I think we have to be more aware of the resilience. The resilience is very important. But how to deal with the natural disasters is we have to collaborate, making use of our expertise, our know-how, our experience, our technology to challenge the natural disasters. And especially, we want to bring in more NGO to this region to tackle these issues. I am sure that this region and together with the rest of the world will be able to go through these challenges and will be able to have the sustainable growth. But people is the most important asset we have to think about.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Nishida.
I would like to express a few words about my impression of the meeting and what I couldn't tell as my message during sessions because of time limitation. Over 2 days, this meeting has offered talented people, mainly from East Asian countries and from sectors of business, government, and academia, the opportunity to discuss and debate and offer food for thought on the theme of leveraging growth for equitable growth. I am pretty fortunate enough to have participated in several fascinating sessions with prominent opinion leaders, such as the session of climate smart growth, and on a range of topics, a climate resilient future and innovation among them. As I mentioned in the session, we have to prepare for natural disasters and reduce greenhouse gases by deploying concept of smart, frugal city. For future livable cities, soft power to enlighten people as to the importance of the environment could become of vital importance, in addition to the hard power that provides cities with social infrastructure. We live in an age of increasing social, political, and economic uncertainty in a global, hyper-connected economy driven by exchanges of information, capital, and human resources. As a consequence, the impacts of natural disasters and economic crises can surpass over us at a faster, more destructive pace than ever before. To achieve sustainable development, incessantly creating innovation, and continuously increasing productivity are and will be vital. Beyond this, 2 new capabilities might be necessary: detection and prevention of anticipated risk, and quick judgment and implementation of appropriate damage control in the event of the appearance of unanticipated risk, along with the capability to recover from a crisis with agility and flexibility. As if that were not enough, companies today must also successfully address the issue of sustainability in order for the entire world to enjoy long-term economic growth. I think this meeting has allowed us to define some new directions and to develop new solutions for achieving sustainable and, moreover, resilient East Asia. I'm sure that it has been a fruitful meeting that has provided us with some degree of enlightenment as to how the world can realize smart frugal. So, let me close on a positive note with confidence that the 23rd World Economic Forum on East Asia provided great opportunities for leaders from industry, academia, and government to cooperate and to interact with each other as a human crowd, a vital network to stimulate discussion and cultivate insight among participants, and to further achieve a resilient and sustainable prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Raidi.
The world today is about $60 trillion. That's the amount of business that's being done a year. Over the next 30 years, that GDP is going to be $250 trillion. And wealth is about 2 to 3 times the GDP growth. So that means there will be another 500 to 700 trillion of new wealth to be created over the next 30 years. And I think this is quite exciting because there are plenty of opportunities. But I think what comes out during this forum is the whole issue of inclusiveness. It is a big issue. It is going to be very difficult. It is not easy. We see all the indications in terms of the Gini ratio in some of the developing countries in the last 2 to 3 years actually have deteriorated. That reflects the gaps that we have, income gaps, wealth gaps, geographical gaps, infrastructure gaps. We have all those issues that are in front of us. At the same time, if you look at the sectoral, agriculture is huge in ASEAN. And yet in this area, you do not have the inclusiveness. At the farmers level, they're not there yet. So, you go on and on and on again. Unemployment, especially in among the youth. So, on the one hand, we live in an exciting world. We all have this opportunity over the next 30 years. Yet on the other hand, the issue of inclusiveness is a real issue and may endanger all the progress that we have made. So I think this forum has been successful. Not in the sense that specific actions might have been done, because if that's the case, it would have been very limited. But changing the mindsets, because actions is determined by system, by value system, by our thinking. So together, during this forum, I see that people are talking about it. So you cannot leave this forum without getting that impression that, hey, we really have an issue. So I think the belief system must be changed. So the belief system will determine what is of value that we must do together. And I think we're in it together. If there's one takeaway, is to go back and say that each one of us will do something. Continue on with our business of growing economies. We do have tensions. We do have tensions in Asia today. We do have nationalism. But each time when we see problems, I tell my people that focus on the job that we are doing. And it is the private sector that needs to rise up, to get involved in education, to get involved in healthcare. At the core of all this would be developing the human capital, the human talent. So with that, I think we've achieved our goal. And on behalf of all the co-chair, we want to thank you for coming out here. We hope that all of you will become very active in the future. And the next time we meet, a lot of actions that would have been done in your own companies, in your own communities as well. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Royadi. So, I think we saw the whole broadband of all the issues we tried to raise in the 2.5 days this week. And we start with solidarity with the people, education, healthcare, agriculture, geopolitical situation, and flexibility, agility. So, thank you very much for that. But maybe last question to the whole podium. Do you miss something? Because you mentioned that and we realized the same while our run up for this session, that issues changes very fast in terms of agility, flexibility. So do you miss some issue we could raise maybe the next regional summit on East Asia?
Missing in terms of the discussion of this forum? Definitely yes. I don't think there is enough emphasis on the recognizing the value of the natural capital on which we depend and on which every single production system depends on. There is nothing from technology to food to any sort of good that doesn't depend on a natural resource, and that is not being valued enough. It is an externality that it's not considered nor in the price nor in the evaluation of the process of development. And I do think that unless we get that right, unless that capital is paired in terms of importance, in terms of value, in terms of relevance of any development system, we won't be able to tackle the problem at the root.
Maybe next time much more about resources and the value of resources. But I think we talked about in the question of agriculture, food security, but not with this focus you mentioned, but maybe for the next, so we can have some takeaways for the organization team.
I'd love to see that.
Great. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, because we are very short in time, so as you know, the way to improve the state of the World Economic Forum is we try to create some community of interest, that means interest on East Asia. And I think in this question we were very successful because we have had a similar successful World Economic Forum on Africa 2 weeks ago, and look only on the social network activities. It was very high because of all the events we have had in Africa. But on the first day of this event, we were much stronger in all the social network activities than in Africa and Latin America together. It shows your engagement in the social network, particularly the younger generation, you mentioned it here in the ASEAN region. The second is, after having a community of interest, to create a community of purpose. That means we promise together that we want to commit, we are committed to improve the state of East Asia. So to motivate the people, not only the participants, but the whole people, and at the end, and Mr. Raidi said it, to create a community of actions. So that is my last call to you on next Monday in your office. That is not only a gathering of business leader, public figure, science, and younger generation. That is a community to have some actions. And so that is not the end of 2.5 fruitful discussion and meeting. That is the beginning of the next 12 months hard work on all the actions we committed in the last 2.5 days. So something missed, as we know from Yolanda, but I hear what missed as well. That is a huge, very huge thank you to our 4 ambassadors for this year's World Economic Forum on East Asia. A thank you to our 4 co-chairs for an outstanding job. Well done. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I can hand over to Sushant. Sushant is, as you know, our head of East Asia in the World Economic Forum. And he will now make the closing remarks for the World Economic Forum. And let me say before, that is his last World Economic Forum because he will leave the World Economic Forum. So a big hand at the beginning for Sushant. Sushant, it's your lecture.
And I never leave. In spirit, I will always be there.
Your heart will stay.
Ladies and gentlemen, these have been 3 days of invigorating discussions, developing action plans, setting the priorities for making a difference. And we have been serving our commitment to improve the state of the world. And I would like to describe our sense of purpose here in one short quote of Harold Kushner. What cannot be achieved in one lifetime will happen when one lifetime is joined together. This year's East Asian meeting reflected the many connections we have, but also the many connections we need to create stronger communities of purpose, to ensure that there is economic growth with a purpose for a future of equitable progress. As they say in the Philippines, they don't only say that it's more Philippines, they also say, and I hope you will forgive my Tagalog pronunciation, walang mahirap na gawa pag dinan sa tiyaga. Nothing is hard to do if you pursue it through perseverance. And the success of this year's meeting is because of a lot of hard work and perseverance. And that's why it's the moment for me to extend a very strong vote of thanks to all of the speakers in the program, the government of the Philippines in particular, the Office of President Aquino, Secretary Purisima, Secretary Domingo, and your respective departments, Undersecretary and Treasurer De Leon. I'd also like to recognize all of my colleagues for the hard work and commitment you've shown after an intense Davos in the run-up to this meeting, and in particular two people, if I may, Juok, who is a gentleman and diplomat by every definition, and to Clara, can't be more golden than it is. I'd also like to thank our partners at Publicis Live and the very gracious staff of the Shangri-La Hotel here. So now, I'd like to wish you all a very safe journey home, and we are looking very much forward to seeing you all next year at the 2015 World Economic Forum on East Asia in Indonesia. Thank you.
And we have just witnessed the closing session of the 23rd World Economic Forum on East Asia, leveraging growth for equitable progress. And what struck me was what one of the speakers said. This is not just 2.5 days of all talk. It is a call for action.
Exactly, and that's also why he concluded it with the Filipino statement na walang mahirap kapag dinaan sa tiyaga. Or as he said, there is nothing difficult as long as you have perseverance. So I think this is a very insightful closing remark for this 3-day event.
There is an abundance of opportunities for the ASEAN region, and with the upcoming ASEAN integration, JC, the whole world will be watching, and I guess it is about time for the nations, for the ASEAN member nations, to forge stronger ties in order to make it happen.
As I said on our first day of coverage, Kathy, this is really an exciting time for the ASEAN, because while for the longest time it has been Singapore, it has been Thailand, we are now seeing several other ASEAN member states joining in the economic progress as the new tigers, as they say, in the global economy. And this happens at the same time that other countries, for example, the US and the EU, have been experiencing economic difficulties. So this, in a sense, a shining moment for ASEAN and the Southeast Asian region.
However, there is a need for a change of mindset. As what they said, there is a need for a change of mindset both for the government and the private sector in order to enable inclusive growth in the region. And you have just witnessed PTV's complete and comprehensive coverage of the 23rd World Economic Forum on East Asia with this year's theme, Leveraging Growth for Equitable Progress. For the last 2 days, the meeting served as an ideal platform for world leaders, businessmen, and movers to deliberate the past, the present, and the future climates of the ASEAN community in an effort to promote greater cooperation and development among countries in the region.
The forum also served as a venue for promoting the Aquino administration's reforms and achievements in the country's economy, as echoed by the various participants in the forum. The next World Economic Forum will be held in Indonesia.
We are honored to have been part of this momentous forum.
On behalf of Robert Tan and attorney JJ Atienza, I am JC Tejano.
And I'm Kathy San Gabriel for and on behalf of the men and women of PTV News Center. Thank you for watching and have a happy weekend.